And hi there, Raj. Hi. Thank you very much for joining the stream. And yes, it's relatively early for me. It's 9:30 where I am, so it must be early afternoon for you where you are, Raj. I hope you're having a really nice day. But yeah, the weather's a bit wet here in the UK, so it's been nice all week. But now that the weekend is here, it's quite wet and grim outside, which my dogs don't particularly like. Got both dogs with us. So Daruk's just there. Oh, the camera's moving. And then Mifa's in the bed. But yeah, I really hope you're having a good day. I'm hoping I don't have any technical issues on this stream. I don't want to say anything actually, because I don't want to jinx it. And it's 2 PM where you are, and you're having your lunch at your clinic. Well, I hope it's going okay. And yeah, how is my day going? My day is going okay so far. Like I say, the weather is really wet, and when it's really wet, my dogs don't particularly like going out on their walks. So that's not ideal. But yeah, it's good. It's good. The working week is over. So I had a long day yesterday. Work was absolutely fine, but I had a long commute with lots of travel issues, trains getting cancelled and whatnot. But this weekend is a bank holiday weekend in the UK, so it's a 3-day weekend for me, which I'm very much looking forward to. And you've performed surgery on a German Shepherd, and the German Shepherd is all good now. That is wonderful to hear. That is really good. I can't imagine what that must be like to to be able to help an animal like that. That just makes such a big difference. Well done, really well done to you and your whole team. I'm sure that's really good. That is really good to hear. And I hope, I wish the German Shepherd a full recovery. That's good. That's good. But because it's the weekend, I should be able to stream for quite a while today. I'll have to take breaks. So the dogs have already, they've already been outside, they've already had their breakfast. They'll be having some lunch in about 3 hours time, I would imagine. So I'll have to take some time out for that. And then later on they'll need their evening walk. But I'm hoping to do quite a few of these encounters. I would like to get the shiny, hopefully, on this stream, but we will see. Oh! And the German Shepherd ate a few Lego pieces, and that was the problem. Oh, that's so dangerous. I do worry about, my dog's accidentally eating something like that. I don't think Daruk would. He's the elder one. He's almost 6. He's very, very particular about what he eats. But Mifa, the younger one, yeah, she just eats anything that drops on the floor. She'll just hoover it up before she even realizes what it is. So I could see how that could happen, and I'm very thankful that nothing like that's happened to us so far. But that's really good that you were able to help her there. So well done. That sounds like a really complicated surgery. I don't know anything about medicine or anything like that, but it blows my mind that we're able to heal things like that. Something is so the intestines and all that. It's so it blows my mind, really. It's just so intricate, so in you. I can't imagine how it's possible to cure stuff like that. So well done, definitely well done on that. It's so impressive. I can't get my head around how impressive that is. And the pup was about 1.5 years old. And no worries if you have to go. Thank you very much for stopping by. However long you're able to stop by, if you're able to say hello, I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. It is the younger ones that just eat anything. I don't know why. It's almost like my younger one, doesn't think that we feed her enough. She's convinced she's going to starve, so she has to scavenge for food, and it's not the case. She's never gone without food. Yeah, but hopefully they learn as they get older. That's the aim, I suppose. We shall see. But yeah, Daruk used to be like that, though. On the walks that we'd take him on, he would just, if there was a chicken bone on the street, if there was a piece of food that someone had dropped, he used to just snap at it and try to get it. And he's just completely grown out of it now. Now he'll only eat when we tell him to eat. For the most part. If there's something that is very clearly food that we've been eating, and it falls on the floor, then he'll go for it. It is not shiny. Okay. That sounds concerning. Yeah, your Rottweiler once ate your mum's medicine when he was around 7 or 8 months old. I would have been absolutely petrified if that had happened. Because it's difficult enough to know how a dog will react to different types of food that, to my mind, would be absolutely fine. I'm constantly having to check whether it's okay to give, our dogs, for example, watermelon or things like that. But then, if they were to have just a random medicine, oh yeah, I would be very worried about that. So I'm glad your Rottweiler recovered from that, because I would have been very worried about that as well. Yeah, you always worry about these things, but it's good to know that when they do happen, there are professional people like yourself out there who can, calmly get to the bottom of what it is and what the right course of action is, and that's an important thing, because I would just panic and freak out. And yeah, it is good that you were there at the time. Yeah, no, exactly, that's it. You need it's important to have someone who knows what they're doing and can just seek the right help. And obviously, because you're a vet, then you're perfectly placed. But even so, even if it's just important to not risk these things and get them checked out, I think. But yeah, thankfully, we've been fortunate with our two. We haven't had any major issues, thankfully, very thankfully. And Capamon, good morning. I really hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much for joining the stream. How are you doing? How are things with you? Because things are going okay with me so far. I had a few problems with some midweek streams earlier this week. I had some really bad technical issues with lag and buffering and just the game not working. Did I find what the technical issue was? No, I still haven't got a clue. I've reset my modem, I've reset my network, I've lowered the resolution a little bit, so I'm not sure if that is completely noticeable. I've tried a few things to hopefully rectify those technical issues, and at the moment it's going okay. So that's all I can. I'm not very technically minded. And Wolf, hi! It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And Raj, no worries. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you have a really good day at work, and you can heal those animals. It's really important being a vet. You do really important work. I hope you never forget that. So, thank you very much for joining. I hope you have a good day. And Capamon, you finally got the shiny Meltan gift. So you finished your Pokemon Let's Go decks in home. That is good. Yeah, I'm really hoping that the next game, Legend ZA, I'm hoping that you can actually pop the shiny Meltan in that game and evolve it into a Melmetal. So that's one of the things I'm hoping, because I've got a few shiny Meltan that I've transferred to home, and I don't really know what to do with them because I don't know how to evolve them once they're in home. And Wolf, so you've been trying to find a new game, and you've been considering downloading TCG Pocket. Yeah, so I've played Pocket when it came out, and I still open the cards because it is quite fun to open those cards. So I try to remember to open 2 packs a day and do the Wonder Pick and then do the achievements. So I try to at least do that each day. Sometimes I forget, but it's really fun opening those packs. I especially like to open the packs that can have the shiny Pokemon in them. I think it's called Shining Revelry. It's a fairly recent pack. I really like it, but I do like the cards. So I think I don't know if it's for everyone, but I think it's quite a nice game. It's a nice game just to spend a little bit of time in, because I feel like you don't you're not trying to get every single card, then I think it's a nice little thing just to spend a couple of minutes on per day. I think if you're the type of person that needs to have every single card, then you have to spend money on it, which, you know, I'm not too comfortable with. You know, it's one of those microtransaction type things, which isn't great. But if you can just take it for what it is, as just a fun way to open a couple of packs per day and keep it at that, I think it's really good. And it teaches you the basics of the Pokemon battling game in terms of like the card game as well. It's a stripped down, simplified version of the trading card game. So there's no energy cards that you need to worry about like there is in the main game. You have your hand, the actual number of Pokemon in your hands is less than the main game as well, so the battles are faster than the main game, so it's easy to just dip in and out of. Yeah, there's a lot of things to like about it. I quite like it, but you know, I like it as just a dip in and out of, really. And Capamon, yeah, the Meltan, they can go to Sword and Shield, but you can't. Yeah, that's the thing. You just can't evolve them. It's. I think it's silly. You should be able to. Evolve it in Sword and Shield. To my knowledge, you can only evolve it in Pokemon Go, which is why I'm really hoping in Legend ZA they will let you evolve the Meltan. That's what I'm hoping. And Capamon, yeah, you want. Oh, so you want to play TCG Pocket? But it's banned in the Netherlands. So is that because of the loot box legislation? Because I've heard that there's that loot boxes are banned in some countries, and that can have an impact on what, you know, games use them and whether they're available in countries. I had never heard of a country actually banning a game though, and that is interesting. And I kind of like that because it does make me feel a little uncomfortable that kids are playing these games and they're getting introduced to a form of gambling at a really young age. It is a little bit concerning to me. So I like the idea that there are countries out there that are trying to stop that. Part of me wishes that the UK was one of those countries that was able to, put in a bit more protection, for kids, really. If it's adults, if it's only adults playing it, and if they can verify that kids aren't playing it, then I think that's different. But that does worry me, the loot box side of it. If that is why it's banned in the Netherlands. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, because it qualifies as gambling. Yeah. And Wolf, yeah, there are achievements in it. There's so many achievements I lose track. But the ones that I like to do each day are just the easy ones. It's just that there's like the daily achievements where if you open 2 packs and do a wonder pick, which is you just choose a random card from one of your friends' cards that they've recently opened, then you finish the achievements and you get some currency which allows you to buy more packs. So it's really, if you just open it up for 10 minutes, you can open the 2 packs, do a wonder pick, collect the achievements, and that's it. And then in my mind, I'm constantly, getting cards, progressing, and it's quite fun. And yeah, so if you're not a completionist, then I think it's a little better then. I think it's good for people who are not completionists, personally. And it does have online multiplayer battles. A lot of the people that I try and battle have really good decks though. And then that makes you want to open more packs so you can get the cards that they have, which I don't mind that as an incentive. Battling other players, seeing how effective their strategies are with certain cards, and that making you want to open more packs, that makes sense to me. But yeah. So yeah, I certainly like it. And like I say, they recently released the packs that have the shiny Pokemon in it, which will always appeal to me, no matter what. I don't know if I can show you some of the recent ones I've got. And Capamon, do you know how shiny hunting works in Let's Go? Yeah. Yeah, so it is the catch combo, you're right. The way it works, and I don't know the exact percentages off by heart, so apologies for that, but you need to catch the same Pokemon over and over, just that Pokemon. So if you're catching Pidgey, you can't catch a Pidgeotto. It has to be Pidgey, Pidgey, Pidgey. If you keep doing that 10 times in a row, you'll get a catch combo of 10. You cannot let that Pokemon run away. So if the Pokemon runs away, flees, the chain is broken. If you save the game and turn off your system and load a new save file, that's the chain broken as well. So it all has to be one playthrough. Your system can go to sleep, but you have to be in the same game, really. You can run away from the encounter if you want, but the Pokemon can't run away from you. So if you run away, then your chain is still there. But you need to get that chain up to at least 10, and that's when the odds of the next Pokemon that are spawned, so the odds are only affected for the very next Pokemon that spawns. You get an increased chance, and I don't know exactly what that chance is. And every 10 you catch above 30, those odds get better and better. So after a catch combo of 10, your odds are improved. After a catch combo of 20, your odds are improved even more. After a catch combo of 30, your odds are improved. I think maybe the best there are, it's either at 31 or 41, I can't remember what, but when you get to that point, then your odds are as good as they will ever be. You still have to keep catching, because as I say, the increased odds only impact the very next Pokemon that spawns on your screen. So you catch your 32nd Pokemon in a row, then the next Pokemon that spawns could be shiny at that increased rate, but if it isn't, then you're back down to base odds, and you need to catch another Pidgey again to go to 33 catch combo, and then the next Pokemon that spawns has that increased chance. So it encourages you to keep catching and catching and catching, and yeah, that's how it works. I really enjoyed it. It takes a while to get used to. The more you catch of a particular Pokemon, the easier it is to catch that Pokemon as well. That's separate to the catch combo. That's just the more you catch of a Pokemon, the easier, the greener that circle gets. That's my explanation of it. But yeah, I quite like it. And Wolf, you think you might like TCG Pocket? I quite like. I feel like it's good for casual players, so that's why I quite like it. But obviously, there are people that take it really seriously, that build really competitive decks, which I think is really cool. But yeah, it's not. I prefer just the collecting the nice, pretty cards, and some of the cards have really nice animations as well. But yeah. And so you might download it tomorrow and play it with your friend. That sounds fun. So yeah, I think it's worth a go. And when you first download it, you get a lot of currency to open lots of packs. Just beware that isn't how the game is always going to be. So when you first load it up, you're going to be progressing through levels really fast, and every time you progress through a level, you get loads of currency to buy more cards, and the more cards you open, the more you progress, and you'll feel like you're flying through the ranks, and it's a really nice feeling. But then you'll reach a point where you've got no more packs to open, so you won't progress anymore, and then you've just got to realize that was just the start, and then just get in the mindset of, okay, I'm just going to open 2 packs a day, and that's how it is, because that's how it will end up being, just like 2 packs a day, really. Maybe 1 or 2 more, You know, and if you just save up the currency for a while, then you can open quite a few in one go. But for the most part, it's going to be just like, you know, 2 packs a day, which I think is enough. I think that's quite nice. And yeah, some of the cards are really nice. Some of the cards are really nice to look at. And yeah, some of them have, you know, little animations in them, and yeah, it's quite cool. It is quite cool. It has a trading function as well, but it's not very good. Or at least it wasn't when it was first introduced. It was so bad that I've not used it since it got introduced. You're only allowed to trade certain cards with a certain variety with people. It doesn't tell you what the other person needs in your collection, and you have to use a currency as well that's really valuable. The trading function, even though it's called Trading Card Game, the trading function was terrible. I'm really hoping they've changed it. I haven't actually checked in a while. But yeah. There's quite a lot of progress in the beginning. So you start off obviously at level 1. I get, from what I remember, you fly through those first few levels. But it's when you stop progressing levels, that's when the game slows down to its normal setting. But yeah, right at the start, the game throws so many packs at you. It's very fun. Definitely fun at the start. And Capmon, you do need to just keep catching in Let's Go, but you need an Abra for your shiny Mega Decks. Interesting. Let's Go is a great way of doing that. If you're going to shiny hunt Abra, you just have to remember Abra won't run away once you're actually in the battle like it does in the main games. It won't teleport away, but it will teleport away from you when you're trying to encounter it, like in the overworld. So you have to creep up on the Abras from behind. So I think if you approach an Abra and it can directly in front of you, then it will teleport away. But if you get it from behind, then it won't, and then it's just like catching any other Pokemon. But Abra's a really nice shiny. So yeah. And you have different sets. There's so many different sets. It's crazy. I can't keep track of them all. So I don't even try to I don't try to complete any of the sets really, because there's just so many. So I just like opening whichever set takes my fancy. And at the moment, it's the Shining Revelry one. Yeah, there's so many cards. It was really nice at the start when there was only one set, because then it kind of felt almost completable, when there was just one set. But yeah, as soon as they released the second set, I realised I was never going to be able to keep up, and then that's when I just changed my mindset to I'm just going to open what packs I can, and then whatever cards I get is a bonus. And whenever I get a nice card, it's always nice to look at. In fact, I think I'll open a couple of packs now. So, has TCG Pocket released cards from Generation 9 like Miraidon? Ooh, so I've never seen a Miraidon card. But they do have Pokemon from later generations as well. Because I have seen a Tatsugiri card and a Dondozo card. They're quite cool. So, I mean, that's from the latest generation. So, I think they just pick whichever Pokemon they want. I think the very... I can't even remember if the very first set that they did, whether that was just the original 151, or whether that had random Pokemon in as well. I've got a feeling the very first set was just the 151 from Generation 1, but then after that, they haven't done just Generation 2, they've just gone any Pokemon. Any Pokemon that they want to put in a set, they'll put in a set. Yeah, I would imagine there's a Lycan Rock and Rockruff, sorry. I would imagine so. But there's, like I said, there's definitely Generation 9, because I vividly remember a Tatsugiri card, and it's a really cool Tatsugiri card because he's in the mouth of Dondozo. It's a really cool card. So yeah, I would imagine there's a Lycan Rock somewhere. Or I think I've got a Tinkertuff as well. So yeah. They pick whichever they want. So Capone, you recently replayed Sword and Shield, and you realised that they removed the Hall of Fame at the end. Yeah. So one of the things I really liked about Sword and Shield is that when you load up the game after beating Leon the champion, I really like how when you start your new game, your team is in the background, celebrating their win in the stadium. It's such a nice touch. I always like that. I think all of the things that Sword and Shield do around the gym battles, the Elite Four battles, all the stadium stuff, it just makes it more. Well, it reminds me of the anime. How it used to be with the anime. Taking on the Elite Four, taking on the championship. It felt like an event in the anime, and I feel like Sword and Shield really captured that. Like it's a real sporting event, and I liked it a lot. So yeah, I was disappointed that didn't carry over into Scarlet and Violet. And Wolf, you're playing Sword at the moment. Yeah, I saw a couple of your videos. Because one thing I liked about your videos was I think you were taking on Leon, and you had your shiny team, and every team member contributed to that battle. So every shiny team member had their moment to shine in that battle, and I remember that was a nice touch, I thought. And yeah, exactly, Wolf. Yeah, so when you beat the main story, whenever you boot up the game, it just it's just nice just to take a step back and just admire your team that achieved that victory, and it's nice. It is nice. And Capone, yeah, the gym music's really good. It's really good when the Dynamax music kicks in and you can hear the crowd chanting. It's Again, I'm just really surprised that they moved away from that in Scarlet and Violet. They did a lot right in Scarlet and Violet, and it probably still is my favourite Pokemon game from the main series. There's so much I love about Scarlet and Violet, but yeah, just the way they handled the gym battles could have been better. I'm not saying it was bad at all, but yeah, it felt weird, beating the Elite Four in what felt like just an old warehouse, just a little room. It was odd. I'm not saying it was bad. It just, yeah. I preferred Sword and Shield. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Scarlet and Violet, I guess it was all tied around the school journey, which I didn't mind. I thought that was a nice way to tell the story. You're going through classes. A lot of your teachers are involved in the wider world. I I did quite like that aspect. I definitely like that aspect. I even didn't mind the fact that you always had to be in your school uniform, whereas it felt like Sword and Shield had a lot more freedom in terms of what you could wear, what your character could look like and things like that. In Scarlet and Violet, you were pretty much just a school kid always, which I didn't mind. I thought it fit the story okay. It was just, for me, it was just the settings for the gym battles and the Elite Four just felt a little bit underwhelming. That was all. But I do love them both. I love Sword and Shield, and I do love Scarlet and Violet. And I'm very happy to hear that Scarlet and Violet will be getting, performance updates on the Switch too. So that will be good. So when I do replay those games, I'll be looking forward to seeing what the differences are. I think more Pokemon are going to be able to spawn on the map, on the screen at any one time, which will improve shiny hunting. So I'm looking forward to that as well. It's a long way off for me replaying those games, but I am looking forward to it already. What I went for last time. Yeah, well, that was a good team. That was a good team that you built there. All really nice shinies as well. Really looking forward to building a shiny team in this game. Just need to get this shiny starter though. And there's a chance I get it this weekend. As I say, this is a bank holiday weekend for me. So in the UK, Monday is a bank holiday. So this is going to be a 3-day weekend for me. So I'll be able to stream today, tomorrow, and on Monday. So fingers crossed. This will be the last weekend stream that I'll be able to do for a little while though, because I've got some family visiting next weekend, and so I'll be driving them around. I'm sure there'll be lots of things just to do around the house, and spend time with family and things like that. So I'm hoping I get it this weekend. If I don't get it this weekend, then it's going to take a little bit longer. So we'll see. And that's really nice, Wolf. So all of your shiny Pokemon were given to you by one of your friends. That's nice. That's a nice thing for someone to do for another person. So that's really nice, and that will make it more special. I'm hoping to get through about 150 encounters today. If I really push it, maybe I might be able to get through 200 encounters. We'll see. But that gives me a chance. That gives me a good chance to get this shiny. Because I really want to play the game. Just noticed that Shinx has been knocked down. So when I give my dogs their lunch in about 2.5 hours time, I will have to revive Shinx and get him back on the chair. Poor Shinx. So is anyone currently shiny hunting anything at all? Capman, I know you were mentioning getting an Abra for your shiny Mega Dex. Will you be searching for that Abra in Let's Go then? And yeah, Wolf, that's it exactly. Yeah, whenever Shinx gets knocked out by my dogs and falls to the floor, I have to use a revive on it to get the Shinx back to health. And the dogs are never rough with Shinx, but you know, yeah, when they get in and out of their beds, they do tend to just accidentally knock over the shinks. I'm constantly surprised that they don't, they don't try to, grab it with their mouths and play with it, because they have a lot of soft toys that they do that with, but they don't seem to do that with shinks. They respect the shinks plushie very much. They're very respectful to it, apart from knocking it over, but they don't. They're never violent with it. And Deb, hey, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you back. I really hope you're having a good day. And things are good with me. So I know you were here when I was having a lot of technical issues. So far this stream, it's been going much better. So I suspect it may have been just an internet issue with my house. That's what at the moment, that's what I'm thinking it may be. And Capamon, do we want to do the Garchomp Terror Raid? I can't do it at the moment because I'm streaming, and it's something that you have to really concentrate on. What I'm planning on doing is I'm planning on doing that with my wife and my brother-in-law tomorrow. We tend to do that on the Sunday. So at the moment, my plan for the Garchomp Terror Raid is to build up a Sinistchar, because it's one of my favourite Pokemon. I have it in plushie form, which you might be able to see just there. So I'm looking forward to using a Sinistchar in this raid, because I've heard you can use it. So I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, so that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that works, because the Sinistchar has heat proof, which reduces the damage from fire moves. It's got the grass ghost typing, which means it's not super weak to the poison jab of the Garchomp, and it means it's really just the earthquakes you've got to worry about. So we will see. And Deb, so yeah, you think the stream is fine now? Good. I'm glad it seems okay. I'm relieved. I'm very, very relieved, because I was getting so worried about streaming the past few days. So on Wednesday and Thursday, the stream just wasn't working at all, and I was doubting whether I would be able to continue with this whole run, because I think the only way I would be able to do this, Shiny Hunter starter, and stay sane, is if I was streaming it, and if I was able to talk to you all while I was doing it. If I was just doing this on my own, I would have given up. I would have given up thousands of encounters ago. I maybe would have done 100, maybe, but I certainly wouldn't have done 1,300 encounters. I wouldn't have got this far. So if I was having problems streaming, if these streams were going to have technical problems, then yeah, I was considering abandoning it. So I'm really glad that these technical issues have resolved themselves. Touch wood. I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, everything's been going a lot better this morning. And yeah, Wolf, exactly. Yeah, they don't seem to treat the shinks as a dog toy. Exactly. They're just really calm around it, which surprised me as well. Yeah, which is good, because I don't think it's designed to be a dog toy, so I don't think it would. I don't think it would stand up too well if they really started, clawing at it and biting it and things like that. And Deb, did you miss anything in the last 15 encounters? No. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. There's been no shinies. Fingers crossed, it could be this stream. This is a bank holiday weekend for me, so I have today, I have Sunday, and because it's a bank holiday Monday, I also have Monday to do this, so I can do decently long streams on all of those days. I'm really hoping I get it this weekend, so we shall see. But yeah, nothing exciting happened in the last 15 encounters. In all of the encounters I've had so far, really the only things that have happened are there was a shiny Starly on encounter 77, and there was another shiny Starly on encounter 679, but there's not been anything since those. So obviously the shiny Starly, you can't catch it. I wouldn't want to catch it anyway. I want a starter. It's been funny that I've encountered 2 shiny Starlies already. The odds of that happening are astronomically low. It's very surprising that happened. So yeah, I'm hoping that the next shiny that occurs is one of the starters. I don't mind which one. I would be ecstatic with any of the 3 starters, which is why I'm changing it up each time, but we'll see. And Wolf, thank you very much for the shiny look. It's always appreciated. It always helps. The more encounters I do, the closer I'm getting to this, I'm sure. So it's just a matter of time. And Ideb, thank you very much. Thank you. I hope I would love to get it. Within 1,500 encounters. So I think the goal. Well, not the goal. There's a chance that I encounter up to 1,500 in this stream. I'm not sure how many I'll be able to do, but that's what I'm aiming for. I'll be very happy if I get up to 1,500 encounters in this stream. I'll be streaming for most of the day. I'll have to take breaks to feed the dogs, take them out, and things like that. But for the most part, I'll be able to do a lot of streaming today. So I'm hoping to be able to do around 150 encounters, and that'll bring me almost to 1,500. So we'll see. I really hope I get it. I would love to get it today. And yes, Capamon, yeah, Garchomp has the rough skin ability. I've not actually tried the 7-star Terror Raid yet. As I say, I will be doing that tomorrow morning. So yeah, I'll let you know how I get on, whether that works or not. But I've heard good things about the Sinistchar tactic. So fingers crossed. I hope you can get it, Capman. Oh, Ideb. Okay, it's not a problem if you need to go. That's always fine. However long you can stay to any of these streams, it's always nice. So thank you very much for stopping by. You have an exam tomorrow, so really, really good luck for that. That's really important. The shinies are just a bit of fun, but exams and real life is what is really important. So I really hope you do well in that. All the best, and I will catch you later. Good luck for the exam. And Wolf, yeah, Pokemon Champions, when will that get released? I'm not sure, because that's the game that will be available on a mobile phone as well as Switch, I think. So my first thoughts was, they might be waiting for the Switch 2 to come out to release it. But actually, why would they? Because it's a game that can be played on a mobile phone as well. So I don't think it will be tied to the Switch 2 in any way, in terms of the release date. So yeah, I'm not sure when it's going to come out. But yeah, it looks interesting. Competitive battling is not something that I've ever tried, but it's something that I've always found interesting. It's something that I've always admired and respected in the people that do it, because there's just so much to learn and so much tactics. And it's always been something that it's kind of interested me, that I've always thought one day I might build a team that I like and see how I get on. We shall see. And yeah, there is no release date yet, so hopefully soon, maybe in a few months, maybe. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, I'm hoping it's soon. Yeah, it does look like a better version of Pokemon Showdown. Yeah, I've seen some videos of Pokemon Showdown, and that does look fun. You know, it's like an informal thing that you can basically just load up whichever competitive team you want to take on, and you can try out new things. It seems like a really fun way of playing Pokemon. So, yeah. And yeah, you'll see in tomorrow's stream. So yeah, exactly. Really, really good luck, Deb. I really hope the exam goes well. And take care, and I will catch you later. Bye. And Chubby Calamari, hi, welcome to stream. Thank you very much. And yeah, so you found the Pug YouTube shorts. I love those shorts. Yeah. So all of my shorts are the two pugs that are on the chair. So we've got Daruk on the right. He is almost 6 years old. And then Mifa is to the left of him, and she is almost 3 years old. So yeah, I do like making little shorts of the dogs. Yeah, they're adorable. And it makes shiny hunting an awfully lot more fun when I can just hang out with my dogs. So thank you very much. I really hope I get this started soon. I cannot wait to start playing this game. I haven't played it in a really long time. I played it when it first came out. I just did the single playthrough and didn't think a lot of it. I enjoyed it, but it didn't really... I think I was a little bit underwhelmed by it. I remember wishing that the game was a little more than it was, and then I just forgot about it because I'd played the originals back in the day. But now I just, the more I see of this game, the more nostalgic I'm getting, and I really, really just want to start and begin my journey. And there's going to be so much that I've forgotten in this game, and I can't wait to play it again. And Wolf, exactly. The stars of this stream are my dogs. They are amazing. I love them. Okay, let's see. So I think I went Turtwig last time. Let's go for a Chimchar this time. It's not shiny, so we go again. I think they're the stars of the stream. It's just really nice just to be able to just have the camera on them and to be able to see them. Yeah, exactly. I like the pooch cams as well. I think some people have asked whether I wanted to do a face cam or something like that, and I think I prefer just having video of my dogs just hanging out, just chilling, just sleeping. It calms me to see that. And Calamari, did I get an uncatchable Starly? I didn't just get one uncatchable Starly. So far, I found two of them. So I found my first one at encounter 77, and then I found a second one at encounter 679. So those numbers are now burned in my memory. it's hard. It's a little heartbreaking, but at the same time, it does break up the hunt. You know, so it's still quite fun. Even though I can't catch the Starly, it is still fun just seeing this, you know, the sparkles appear. I still get that buzz even though I can't actually catch it, and I have to just reset. So I know a lot of people really hate finding the Starly, and I could imagine if you were just doing the one, you know, if you were just loading up the game, wanting to start the game, not searching for a shiny, and then suddenly there's a shiny Starly that you can't catch, that would be really heartbreaking. But where I'm searching for a starter, and I'm only ever going to get a starter, then actually seeing a shiny Starly, it breaks up the monotony of, you know, resetting over and over and over again. It's just quite funny. And Calamari, thank you. Yeah, exactly. It's the lo-fi music and the dogs. Yeah, I think it's a nice combo. Yeah, so the music is all just just lo-fi, mainly game music. I think there's one song I've got on my playlist that isn't video game music. If anyone likes any of the songs that are on the playlist, just let me know, and I will always just post a little link to where you can find it on YouTube, because it's all really good music. And yeah, just if anyone wants to know what any of the music is, let me know. I post a link to where most of it is from, because a lot of it is from a channel called Game Chops, and it's I think it's a collection of people that do really great work mixing lo-fi versions of all kinds of things. But yeah. And exactly, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's really not that many resets, is it? So even though it feels quite a lot for me, considering the odds are 1,496, it's really not that, you know, it's not that much. So I've got a very long way to go realistically. You know, it could happen at any time. It could happen, you know, it could happen this encounter, who knows? But I am mentally prepared for this to take a very, very long time. So we'll see. And yeah, Wolf, I would, yeah, that would be very nice. If I were to find a shiny Starly just in the game, that would be the game kind of redeeming itself for showing me all the Starlies that I can't actually get. I would be happy with that. You know, Starly, Staraptor is a great Pokemon. I did get a shiny Starly in the shiny only Scarlet or Violet playthrough I did recently. I can't remember which one it was. So a part of me would rather not find the shiny Starly, just because I've used one in a recent playthrough, and I'm really looking forward to using Pokemon that I've not used in a while or ever. But I am going to just see what I find. And Calamari, yes, I have. I've been in Wayfarer's chat a couple of times. I absolutely adore Wayfarer's streams. Yeah, I think that the reason that I kind of started streaming is because I started watching Wayfarer's streams. All of his videos are just incredible, and yeah, just the vibe in his streams is just really nice. I recognize your username. I wasn't sure if it was the same person, but I recognize your username from Wayfarer's stream as well. But yeah, it's Wayfarer is wonderful. All of his videos are just such high quality, but his streams are just really nice just to watch. I thought so. Yeah, so you're a mod on one of his streams. I thought that was right. Yeah. That's really cool. That is really cool. But yeah, because Wayfarer's recently, I think he's recently finished his Dynamax hunts. I haven't seen the most recent stream, just because it's a little difficult for me to catch all of the midweek ones. But yeah, no, I do really like his stuff. He's one. Well, I think he's my favourite streamer, certainly. But yeah, all of his videos are just really well put together. And Capamon, what shiny do I want after this one? So I don't have a plan for the next shiny. I think the next shiny might be random to some degree. So once I get this shiny, I'm going to play the game for a little bit, and then I'll just see where I get to. I think it'll probably be in Eterna Forest, but we will see. So I think there's only one Pokemon that I'm going to try and find in particular on this run, and that's a Porygon. So I'm thinking of doing a Masuda method hunt for a Porygon at some point, but I think that's the only Pokemon that I'm particularly planning to get. And depending on time, I may also try to reset for a shiny Palkia when I reach there, but we shall see. We shall see. And yeah, Calamari, so you were just scrolling YouTube Shorts when you came across the Pug. That is crazy. That is crazy. So it wasn't even Pokemon content that brought you here. It was the Pug content, because all of my shorts, I don't think they're very Pokemon related. They are much more Pug related. And then the streams that I do are a combination. So I like to have my dogs on camera with the pooch cams, but then it's mainly just the music and the Pokemon. And Cool Dude, hi, welcome to stream. I am good, thanks. I'm really good today. So I've had a really bad week in terms of technical issues. I've had some real problems with OBS, which I'm now thinking may have been just my internet, because at the moment I haven't really changed too many settings in OBS and it's a lot more stable today. So yeah, I'm really good, because I was really worried about whether I'd be able to keep on streaming. So it's good that things are going okay so far today, so I'm in a good mood. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. And Cool Dude, you've started Let's Go Pikachu today. That is great. So a similar thing to the Let's Go games as BDSP. I played those Let's Go games when they first came out. I completed it and then kind of forgot about them. And it's only when I revisited them about a month ago and I did a shiny only run of Eevee that I realised just how wonderful those games are, and I loved every second of my playthrough of Let's Go Eevee. So I hope you enjoy Pikachu, because I think they're wonderful games. I really do. I'd forgotten how good they were, and I suspect the same is probably going to be true of Shining Pearl when I get into it. So yeah, enjoy your playthrough. And Calamari, yeah, the Pugs brought you here and you stayed for the Pokemon. I like that. I like that. And exactly, yeah, I haven't put out a short in about a week's time. and I do need to create a new short for my dogs. But I've just been pushed for time recently. But yeah, I do like creating those little shorts. I mean, I just like taking videos and pictures of my dogs. I just find I'm constantly doing it. Yeah, when I realised that I could just make little shorts out of all the videos that I've taken over the years, yeah, the little light bulb came over my head, and then I just went into a flurry of creating those shorts. And there's a few of them that I'm really proud of. I really like them. It's a nice little creative outlet, those shorts. They're good, they're fun. Oh no, I am really sorry to hear that, cool dude. So you've lost 5 hours of progress because you didn't save. I mean, I've been there, I've done that before, so I'm really sorry to hear that. But you'll be able to get that back. You'll be able to get that back, I'm sure. And Calamari, you're going to go feed your dogs. Okay, take care. Thank you very much for stopping by. And I'll probably see you again in Wayfarer's streams as well. So I'll look forward to seeing you there as well. But thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much. And cool, yeah, the watermelon one, yeah, that was the most recent one. I think that's one of my favorites as well. Yeah, I think that one and the I like food one, I like them both. They're nice, fun shorts, I find. And that is exactly, Wolf. You're always reminding me to save, and that is good advice. That is always good advice. It's always good to save when something. As soon as you find a shiny, you should always save. And cool dude. So Wayfarer is another Pokemon streamer. He does really good long form videos of his shiny only runs in various Pokemon games. So he's called Wayfarer, all one word. And he just does really good videos. I love watching them. But in addition to that, he also does streams of some of his shiny hunts, which he then uses to create videos later on. And Calamari, who was recently in chat, is one of the mods from Wayfarer's stream. You should do it. Yeah. Wayfarer is a really good streamer. Oh, congrats, cool dude. You finished Violet today. That is good. It's a really good story, isn't it, Scarlet and Violet? In my opinion, it's the best story in the entire series of Pokemon. For me, Scarlet and Violet has the best plot line, all of that. So, well done on finishing it. Yeah, it's one of my favourite games. And Flat House, your sausage. You keep changing your name. It's so confusing to me. Right, I just need to get this right in my head. So you were sausage, but before that you were Bergie, right? And then now you're Flat House. I will try and keep track. Try and keep track. It's very confusing when people change their usernames. And yeah, right. So cool, dude. After you've finished Let's Go and Kanto, then you might do some post-game stuff. That sounds fun. That does sound fun. Oh, let me just move the camera. The camera has changed. There we go. But yeah, thank you very much for joining. Flat House. I'll try and remember to call you that. Bear with me 1 second. I'll need to make a note, otherwise I won't be able to keep track. There we go. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. How's everything going with you? Cool, dude, you're planning on getting Charmander soon. Nice. So is that... Are you just planning on finding, you know, a Charmander just in the wild? Or are you planning on getting the free Charmander from just above, I think it's Cerulean that you get the Charmander? Or do you mean that you're planning on getting a Charmander as in you're planning on doing a shiny hunt for a Charmander? What do you mean by that? And thank you very much, Flat House. The pooches are really cute. You're absolutely right. And cool, dude, yes, the Shinx, yeah, the Shinx has fainted. So it's a little difficult to see. But you can just see the Shinx's tail in between the chair and the footstool. So Shinx has fallen off. When I take the dogs for their lunch and give them a run around in the garden, I will revive the Shinx and the Shinx will be back. But at the moment, yes, the Shinx has fainted, I'm afraid. It was knocked out by, I think it was Daruk. I think Daruk was getting in and out of the bed and knocked over the Shinx, sadly. Ah, yeah, so you need to get a few more Pokemon in order to get the gift Charmander. Yeah, that, I see. And yeah, I mean, I think it's probably better to shiny hunt the Charmander after you finish the game, just because maybe you'll have the shiny charm by then. And that really helps in the Let's Go games, it really does. And it definitely helps to have access to lures as well, because at the stage where you encounter Charmanders just before Mount Moon, I don't think you have lures if you're just doing a normal playthrough. And trying to get that Charmander combo, catch combo, up to 10 without lures is really difficult, really difficult. So I think you're doing the right thing by waiting until you finish the game to do any potential shiny hunt for a Charmander. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the right thing to do. Ah, you already have a lure on right now. Nice. They're really good, aren't they? I'm sure you already know this, but I didn't know this at the start of my playthrough. But the way the lure works is it's not based on time, it's based on how far you move, how many spaces your character moves. So if you want the lure to last longer, you can just stay in one spot and just wait for the Pokemon you want to appear, and then it will just last on and on and on. So yeah, that's a good tip for using the lure in the Let's Go games at least. And Pancake, you've changed your name. I can't keep track, man. Alright, let me make a note of that as well. Why do you keep changing your name? I can't keep track. Okay, so now you are Pancake, formerly known as Flat House, formerly known as Sausage, formerly known as Bergie. Gotcha. I won't forget because I've made a note. Okay. They're all good. I mean, I'm going to be honest. They're all good names. So yeah. Every one of your names, Pancake, are good names. So whatever you want to be known as, go for it because they're all great names. So Pancake, your Fuecoco evolved into a Skeledirge, and you don't know how to spell. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't suppose that matters. We all know what you mean, and Skeledirge is an amazing Pokemon. Fuecoco is my favourite of the Paldean starters, because I don't know if you can see it. I've got a little Fuecoco plush. Is there in the corner? Is it back? Yeah, Fuecoco is a cutie, and Skeledirge, that Torch Song ability, is amazing. So congratulations on getting that Skeledirge. And I agree, cool dude. Skeledirge saved me on a lot of my playthroughs as well. The Torch Song, it's wonderful. And not only that, Skeledirge has also helped an awful lot in a lot of the Terror raids as well, I found. I think Skeledirge was the saviour in one of the recent Terror raids, in the Metagross one, I think. So yeah, I mean, it's just a very versatile Pokemon. Let's do Piplup this time. And I agree, Wolf. I love the spicy little boy as well. He's a cutie. Fuecoco is a cutie. And cool dude, so when you used the Skeledirge, it managed to survive on 1 HP when defeating Grusha and Sada in the final battle. Wow. Yeah, I do like it when that happens. I really like it when the so I don't know if the 1 HP was because that is just what it went down to, or whether that was the friendship mechanic kicking in. But I absolutely adore the friendship mechanic. It really helps, solidify a kind of, the bond that you've developed with your Pokemon as you've gone through your playthrough. It's such a nice feeling, when your Pokemon, is able to just hang on, or if they're able to cure themselves or dodge something. It's such a nice feeling. I really like it. I do think that's a really nice addition to the games. I know it makes it slightly bit easier, but it just adds so much. It just gets me. It gets me right in the feels every single time it happens. I just think, oh, my little buddy is dug me out of a hole there, and it's nice. So yeah, I love the friendship mechanics in the later Pokemon games. So Wolf is probably your second or third favourite fire starter. Yeah, I could see that. So which one is your favourite fire starter? Would it be Litten? I'm trying to guess. I'm not sure. Because I don't know what my favourite fire starter is. But I think my favourite starter would be Bulbasaur, just because that was the first one I ever picked. And yeah, I think Bulbasaur will always be my favourite starter. And Cool Dude just got a Clefable in Mount Moot. Not just a Clefairy, a Clefable. That's great. Congrats. Congrats. And Pancake, you're soon going to get glasses. Oh, good luck with that. Good luck with that. Glasses do look cool. I've never had to wear glasses, but a part of me always kind of wished. Well, I did need glasses, because I do think glasses look cool, and I do think I would look good with glasses, but I've never needed it, so I've never had them. But I do. Yeah, glasses look good. I like glasses. So Wolf, maybe Litten, but also Charmander. Yep. Cool Dudes is Fuecoco. Yep. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And yeah, what is a cool fact about Kanto, Cool Dude? Please tell me. Because yeah, Kanto is a good region. I think I like Johto and Kanto equally as regions, I think. And Zed, Rainy Day. Oh, okay, this stream showed up on your FYP. And you're in the middle of a Masuda Mimikyu hunt. Okay, good luck with that. You're already 340 eggs in, so you're quite a way in. Hopefully you get that really soon. I'm sure you will. But good luck with that. And thank you very much for the shiny look for me as well. Yeah, I agree. I can't wait to start my playthrough. I really can't. But you know, however long this takes, I know I'm still relatively early on in this hunt, so mentally I'm prepared for this to take an awful lot longer. But yeah, I hope I get it soon as well. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, good luck for that shiny Mimikyu. That's a good one. That's a really good one to go for. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to doing a sword or shield run in the future. It's a way off for me, but those are really good games. Yeah, I love the gym battles in those games. I love the music in those games. I think, you know, the music in the wild areas where the bagpipes come in. Oh, I love it. So yeah, Sword and Shield are great games. And yeah. So Capamon's favourite starter is Trico. That's an interesting one. And it's a good design. It's definitely a good design. And yeah, Cool Dude. Yeah, Bulbasaur made the early game in those first generations very easy. I'm not sure if the reason I picked it was just because it was good. I can't remember. I think I just went on which one looked the cutest. I really can't remember. That is going back a long time. But I will always like the design of Bulbasaur. And I think I also just liked Bulbasaur as a character in the first season of the anime as well. So when I was playing Red for the first time, the first season of the anime was just coming out, and you know, I think I liked Bulbasaur the best from the anime as well. But no, I completely agree. Yeah, Bulbasaur is the best for the first 3 gyms. I hadn't thought about that. Obviously, he's really good for the first 2, but I suppose he's also handy again. He's got, you get that bit of a resistance against the electric one as well, Lieutenant Surge. So yeah, it's a really good Pokemon. So, Rainy Day, you started in 2022 and then but you're back. So it can be a long hunt, can't it? So yeah, I don't blame you taking a break. but it's good that you started again. But I'm sorry to hear that you haven't been well. So I hope you get a full recovery from that. It's horrendous feeling sick, isn't it? Like even if it's not something that's really bad, it's just like a little bit of a cold. Just knowing that you're not at 100%, it makes such a difference. And yeah, sometimes I forget to appreciate just how good it is to not be ill, if that makes any sense. Like whenever I get a cold, it always helps me to realize, well, when I get over it finally, to actually appreciate not feeling run down, exhausted, nauseous, things like that. So I mean, it is absolutely horrible feeling all of those things. So I hope you get better, Rainy Day. I hope you're already feeling a little bit better at least, or hopefully you're fully recovered. But yeah. And cool dude, what's my favourite Generation 6 Pokemon? So the problem there is I didn't really play Generations 5 through 7. So I played Generations 1. I played Red and I also played Yellow. I played Silver and Crystal. I played Ruby and Sapphire. I played Diamond and Pearl. But then I took a break from Pokemon. So I didn't play Black and White, which would have been the 5th generation. I didn't play X and Y, which would have been the 6th generation. And I didn't play Sun and Moon, which would have been the 7th generation. It wasn't until the Switch came out and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee came out that I played that, and that was the first Pokemon game I'd played in absolute years, and then it hooked me again, and I just got back into all of the Pokemon games that came out on the Switch. So I'm aware of a lot of Pokemon that came out in Generations 5 through 7, but I don't know which generation they came from, if that makes sense. So when I played through Sword and Shield, it had so many new Pokemon for me, but I know that a lot of the Pokemon that were new for me in Sword and Shield were not actually new Pokemon. They'd been introduced in previous generations, but I was not aware of them. So yeah, it's difficult for me to know which Pokemon came out in those generations, just because I didn't play them as they came out. Let's go for a Piplup this time. And so Rainy Day, yeah. So you had something like a flu, yeah. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? And yeah, exactly. I think I've only ever had the flu the once, and it's nothing to joke about, and it's something that I remember thinking. So before I had the flu, I remember having lots of colds and not being sure whether they were colds or flu. But then when I got the flu many years later, it made me realise, no, I'd never had anything like this before. This is completely different, and this is the first time I've ever felt like I'm going to die, basically. Yeah, flu is absolutely terrible. Luckily, I've only ever had it the once, but I do get my fair share of colds, and even a really mild cold, something that I can still go about and do stuff, as long as I cover up and things like that. But it just takes it out of you. It really, really takes it out of you. And Phantom is the little guy, but you also love Goomy and Guja, so I'm assuming those are from that generation. Yeah, I do like all of those. I do like all of those Pokemon. And Pancake, you would like to see the Fuecoco plush? Yeah, let me just move my camera up. So I've got quite a few plushies there. So I've got my little row of plushies. So I've got Togepi in the corner, Pidgey's there, Plusle and Minun is there. There's a little Caterpie, a Shroomish, a Vulpix, a Hoppip, an Azumarill, and then there is Fuecoco. And then along the bottom, I've got a Poltergeist, a Sinistchar, and an Ogerpon. But yeah, I like all my plushies. Oh no! Okay, I have dropped the camera. Oops. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, well, that is a lesson that I should secure the camera. I've been meaning to secure the camera. It's kind of just balanced. So yeah, in the future I do need to secure that camera. It's all fine. It's all fine. I'm fine, and it looks like the camera is fine as well. It's on a little arm rest. It's hard to describe, but it's just balanced. So I should secure it. So apologies for that. That would have looked, that must have looked a bit strange on stream. Just seeing the camera just fall. No, it disturbed the dogs, didn't it? Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Mifa's okay. Mifa has just gone back to sleep. Daruk is still stood up, and they were quite shocked by that. So cool dude, can you get the Surf TM early? You can get the Surf TM as soon as you beat the 3rd gym, I'm pretty sure. Or not even that. So what you need to do is you need to get to the SS Ann, because the SS Ann will give you cut, and then once you've got cut, then you can get all the way down to Fuchsia just by using cutting your way through, and then in Fuchsia that's where you get the Surf. It's not called a TM anymore, but that's where you can learn how to surf. So yeah, you can get it pretty early on. You have to, a lot of the trainers are quite difficult on the way to Fuchsia, so you might have to do a bit of ducking and diving to try and get it. But yeah, it's definitely worth it. I like to do that. So yeah, rainy day. You use flu as an excuse to never go out. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you if you ever get the flu. No one's gonna want to go out. I don't blame you. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's, yeah. I mean, if you're not feeling well, it's good to it's good just to take time to recover, let your body recover. Yeah, absolutely. And cool dude, what is my least favourite Pokemon? That's an interesting one. I've never thought, what is my least favourite? So cool dude's least favourite is Paris. I think I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Paris, just because I remember the episode in the anime where Charmander attacks or is it? I think it's Charmeleon by that point. Attacks all the Paris. I thought that was pretty funny, and I also really liked, I was impressed by how intimidating the Paris and the Parasect were in Legends Arceus. So I don't mind Paris, but I can see why other people wouldn't like it. It's got that double weakness to fire. My least favourite. That's hard to say. I don't like the fossil Pokemon in Sword and Shield, I find them all really, really strange looking. And I know they're meant to be strange looking because it's kind of like a fossil that's been mismatched and there's different parts, but they also, those fossil Pokemon in Sword and Shield, they also kind of look like they're in pain. Like, you know, the idea is that, you know, they're bits of fossils that have been put together by man, but then it looks like they're suffering and it looks like they're in pain. Yeah. So I'm not crazy about those fossil ones personally. But I mean, I wouldn't say that. I certainly wouldn't say that I hate them. They just probably would be my least favourite Pokemon, probably. So Pancake, you have all Pandaean and Kanto starter cards now. That's cool. That's cool. And they're real. And they're not in TCG Pocket. Those are real cards. So you've collected all the starter ones. That's cool. That is cool. I've got a few cards, not too many, but I do like the Pokemon cards in general. They are good. And yeah, cool dude. No, exactly. I really like the Kanto fossil Pokemon as well. I like I like a lot of the fossil Pokemon as well. Like, you know, I like Armaldo, I like Cradily, I like I'm trying to think what other ones. I like a lot of the fossil Pokemon, but it's just the sword ones I'm not crazy about. I think fossil Pokemon in general are very cool. I agree. So Rainy Day Paris could be a cool dystopian story. It's kind of forgettable. Yeah, I see, because it's kind of like a mushroom with spores and stuff. Yeah. When you think too much about Pokemon, then yeah, it can take you to some strange places. The idea that there's, you know, a mushroom growing out of this poor book. Yeah, it is a bit strange. So, Reindeer, you don't like Bastion. Yeah. Bastion and Shieldon just seem a bit off to you. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Yeah, I can see what you mean. And yeah, I think the camera has a bit of an autofocus. So the camera has auto-focused down onto Daruk just because he's moving. I can move it back to Mifa. I'm not sure what Daruk's doing. He's just messing around in the dog bed, sniffing something. But yeah, it won't fall again, don't worry. Wolf, it's so those Sword and Shield fossils are because they're based on people not being able to know when they discover a skeleton where the head goes and where they might think, you know, different parts go. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense why they look so weird. Yeah. And cool dude, yeah, it would be nice if there was one camera on each of the Pokemon. There was a camera on each of the Pugs. The problem is they don't stay in the same place. So the top camera has a kind of autofocus to it. So the top camera will pan to some degree to where it can detect movement. The bottom camera doesn't have anything like that. It's just a very basic webcam, and it's just pointed down because that is pointed down to the area of the room where the dogs often like to just chill out on the floor, which is why it's kind of pointed in that direction. Rainy day, so you're looking at the Masuda odds, and it's both leaving and daunting. I know what you mean. I can't remember exactly what the odds are. Yeah, I see. So it's around about 1 in 600. That does ring a bell. Yeah, you will get there. I know. Yeah, it can definitely feel daunting. But when you do get it, it will definitely be worth it. It will definitely be worth it. And at the end of the day, it's a lot better odds than just doing it without the Masuda method. Because if you don't use the Masuda method, then your odds are 1 in 4,000. So at least having 1 in 600 ish. That's a massive improvement. So good luck on it, because it will be really good to get that Mimikyu when you finally do get it. So yeah, best of shiny luck for that Mimikyu. And yeah, cool dude. Yeah, unfortunately you can't evolve either of the starters. Pikachu or Eevee have to stay, but the moves that you get, make sure you're going to the Pokemon centers and getting all of the moves for either Pikachu or Eevee, because those moves are way better than any of the normal moves that those Pokemon learn. Not just in terms of the damage and accuracy, which is very, very respectable. It's the secondary effects that those moves have. So there's some moves that either Pikachu or Eevee can learn that will always crit, or will always leave a burn, or will always paralyze, as well as doing lots of damage, or will always put up reflect for you, or will always put up light screen. Or will drain health. There's these the unique moves that you can get for Pikachu and Eevee in those games are really, really good, really fun, and well worth experimenting with. And yeah, Zippy Zap's a good example of them. So yeah, even though Pikachu and Eevee don't evolve, they're still ridiculously powerful Pokemon, even though they don't evolve, just because they learn such good moves. And Pancake, Rayquaza or Lugia? For me, I think I prefer Lugia, personally, just because I think growing up, Silver was one of my favourite games, and Lugia was the box legendary for that. So I think Lugia might be my favourite out of Rayquaza or Lugia, and they both got really good shinies. So yeah. And yeah, Rainy Day, exactly. So as bad as the odds feel right now, so if you were just egg hunting without Masuda, it's 1 in 4,096, and similarly right now for my shiny starter, it's 1 in 4,096. Those odds are nowhere near as bad as it used to be for the older generations. You're exactly right. Yeah, it used to be around about 1 in 8,000 exactly, and I feel exactly the same way. I don't know how people did it back in the day, and I don't know how people still do it, because there are still a lot of people that do shiny hunts in those old games, and they're having to deal with those odds, and they are finding shinies, and it's really, really impressive. So yeah, I'm not sure I could do it. I think these odds are bad enough. I'm not sure I could deal with it being twice as bad as this. So we shall see. And cool dude, you have a Nidoran called King Nido, and that will be very appropriate when he finally evolves. So that's very cool. That's very cool. And yeah, Rainy Day, exactly. Yeah. One of the best legendaries. It's a really good design. I do like Lugia. Cool dude, Rayquaza or Skydios. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what Skydios is. I don't know if that's a typo. I'm not familiar with that. And Rainy Day, so you watch someone do a Soul Silver Shiny Lock. Whoa! So yeah, I mean I've never done a normal Nuzlocke, and I know that can be brutal, just a normal Nuzlocke. So to do that, but with just shinies, that would be very, very difficult. And you felt bad for them, but it was a self-imposed challenge. Yeah. I don't blame you for giving up. I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to do that either. So yeah. Oh, I see. Right. So Skydios. So does that mean? I'm not very good with languages, so apologies. But does Skydios mean sky god? Dios in my mind reminds me of God. That feels Latin-y. So that makes sense, because Rayquaza's like it's the creation trio, isn't it? You know, you've got Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, and you've got Kyogre, which is water. You've got Groudon, which is ground. So it makes sense for Rayquaza to be, you know, the master of the sky. Anyway, I don't know, but yeah, Ray is a great nickname for Rayquaza. Oh, and you just heard a YouTuber calling that. I see. I think that's where it comes from. But I'm not sure. I only know that because of the Latin phrase Deus ex machina, which means a god in the machine, and it's like a storytelling trope where you kind of dig yourself out of a narrative hole by just creating an easy get out. So Pancake, have I watched Pokemon Horizons? I've not. I've heard good things about it, and I've heard that there's a shiny Rayquaza in the new series of Pokemon. But I haven't watched the anime probably since the second or third seasons. I've always enjoyed it. I've just lost track of it though. But I used to love it back in the day. But I haven't seen any of the recent stuff. It all looks good. So it's the type of thing that I know I would enjoy. I just need to find time to actually watch it. But I definitely used to watch the first. Definitely the first 2 seasons, maybe even the 3rd season. I'm not sure. And that sounds really nice, Wolf. So you caught up with the anime and watched it together in a video call. That would be really good to be able to watch it with someone. That's a nice way of watching it, I can imagine. So that's really cool. That's a good idea. And Rainy Day, you've still got that shiny Nuzlocke save file that you attempted, but it's just a normal Nuzlocke. Yeah, I don't blame you. It sounds brutal. So I mean, it's good that you attempted it. It's really, yeah, it sounds really difficult. It sounds really difficult to me. But you're thinking of shiny hunting an Eevee. So you can get either an Espeon or an Umbreon. That's cool. That's cool. Eevee's a great shiny. And cool dude, M&J TV called it him in his Team Sky vids. That makes sense. I've heard of M&J TV. I think I've seen a couple of his videos. He does like Pokemon videos, doesn't he? I haven't seen any of his videos for a very, 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 very long time though, but I'm sure I've seen one or two of his videos, and they were quite enjoyable, but I haven't seen it for a very long time. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, Pancake. Yeah. So you, whenever you sit on your beanbag, then your cat called Popcorn. That's nice. Comes over to you. That's nice. That's often the case with our dogs. Whenever we sit down, whenever my wife or I sit on the sofa, then our dogs will immediately come over and just want to sit in our laps and things like that. It's nice. And Rainy Day, it's strange not hearing a name that you used to hear about quite a lot for a long time. And I know what you mean about previously having hyperfixation on Pokemon and then it going away and then it may be coming back, because I mean that is how I would describe what happened to me as well. As I say, I used to play Pokemon the first 4 generations and I absolutely adored it all the way through, but then I kind of fell away from Pokemon after Generation 4, and it wasn't until the Switch era that I got back into Pokemon, and now I would say I'm more into Pokemon than I've ever been. So I think sometimes it can be like that. Sometimes it might be something that you were previously into and then you maybe not as invested in it, but then it doesn't take much just to reignite that interest, and then suddenly you're back. And now I'm regretting that I missed out on on all those games. I missed out on Black and White and X and Y and Sun and Moon. So I'm very much looking forward to those games getting re-released so that I can actually play them for the first time on the Switch 2, presumably. And name all the Pokemon you know. That would spam the chat, I think. That's probably not a good idea. There's at least 1,000 Pokemon nowadays, isn't there? So that might not be the best idea. So Rainy Day, you've gone from Pokemon to Animal Crossing, and I do love Animal Crossing. But I've only been invested in Animal Crossing in the Switch era, so it was something I was aware of previously, but it wasn't until New Horizons that I actually got the game. And yeah, Animal Crossing is New Horizons is a wonderful game, and when the Switch 2 got announced, the biggest thing I was disappointed on, because I was really hoping they were going to announce a new Animal Crossing game, because it's been so long since New Horizons came out. I think that was my biggest disappointment with the Switch 2 announcement, that they didn't say, and here's a new Animal Crossing. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Animal Crossing. And then after that, Rainy Day, you went to World of Warcraft, and now it's a blend between Pokemon and World of Warcraft. Yeah, so World of Warcraft that's a game that I am absolutely certain that if I were to play, I would get drawn into and I would get obsessed with. And as soon as I started hearing about it, I knew that would be the case. But I also had, exams and things going on in my life, and I just didn't want to let myself fall down that rabbit hole, because I've fallen down that rabbit hole in similar games. So I know I would enjoy World of Warcraft. It's exactly the type of game I would enjoy, but I've never actually played it, just because, now I think I'd be fine. But when it first came out, yeah, I think it would have been bad for my studies if I'd got into it. And Calamari, welcome back. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. Still no shiny here, unfortunately. We're still looking for it, but it could be the next one. Who knows? And Pancake, I'd rather you didn't say all of the Pokemon you know in one text, because even just doing that, even one person doing that, I think it would take up the entire chat, naming all the Pokemon that you know. So I'd prefer it if you didn't. And Cool Dude, you are back from feeding your cats. That's lovely. That's lovely. What are your cats called, Cool Dude? It's always nice having pets. So Rain Day, your first ever game was Let's Go, but then why? That's interesting. And then you went backwards through the games. That's really interesting. Yes, I've never done that. Yeah, I've never actually gone back to play an older game. Obviously, this is an older game, but it's like a re-release of an older game. So I've done it that way. But I've never, because I've never played Black and White, X and Y, or Sun and Moon, I've never actually gone back to play those. I think because I'm really used to now because of the Switch era, I'm able to play Pokemon on my TV. I really like that, and it's difficult for me to go back to playing it on a 3DS or even a DS. I really just want it on a TV nowadays, personally. So I think it would be difficult, which is why I'm really looking forward to those games getting, re-released, hopefully. And Rainy Day, yes, Animal Crossing New Horizons, yeah. I'm sure they're going to release a sequel. I really hope they will, but we'll see. And Calamari, you are hunting for a roaming Mesprit. Oh, wow. That sounds really difficult. I don't even know how that works. As I say, I've played these games, but I only played up until I beat Cynthia, and then I stopped. So I don't know how the roaming, Mesprit mechanics work in this. Trying to shiny hunt a roaming Pokemon sounds incredibly difficult. I'd be very interested in how that actually works. I'll have to look that up. But good luck with that, because that sounds really challenging. But I can't imagine how amazing that's going to be when you finally do find that shiny Mesprit. So good luck with that, because that will be worth all of the effort. So good luck. And that's my thoughts as well, that they might be saving Animal Crossing for later, because you don't want to release all of your games in one go. So I mean, I'm looking forward to playing Mario Kart. I used to like Diddy Kong Racing back in the day, and it feels similar to that almost, in that, you know, you've got this open world. And Diddy Kong Racing wasn't a massive open world; it was very small, but it was still a little, you know, open world for you to explore, and you could have planes and boats and hovercrafts. There's little bits of that I'm seeing in Mario Kart that I'm looking forward to playing. So I'm looking forward to that, but I would have loved an Animal Crossing game to be released with the Switch too. I'm sure it will be coming soon, and hopefully it is next year. Hopefully. And Pancake, can you say a scary story if it's not true? I'd rather not have scary stories in the chat, because this is just it's a friendly chat. No need for any scary stories, I don't think. And cool dude, so you've got 4 boy cats and a girl cat. The boys are Stan, Lee, Quinn and Harley, and the girl is Smokey. Nice. They sound adorable. They sound adorable cats. We've only got 2 dogs. We don't have any cats. I like cats. My wife isn't crazy about cats, so we've just got the dogs. If it were up to me, I'd quite like a cat, because I think they're adorable. And yes, Rainy Day. So the older 3DS games had so much charm. I can imagine. Yeah, I really, really want them to re-release those games. So I am looking forward to it. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So Rainy Day says, so you have to reset. Right. So Calamari. So for your search, each encounter is taking around 2 to 5 minutes, and you've already hunted some of the Sinnoh legendaries. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So part of me wants to do a shiny hunt for the Palkia during this playthrough, but I think that might just depend on how long this particular shiny hunt takes. But yeah, each encounter taking 2 to 5 minutes, that sounds brutal. That does sound brutal. Good luck with that. Really good luck. You will get it, I'm certain, obviously. But it's great that you've already got some, legendaries already. That's something I didn't realise when I first played these games, just how many Pokemon you can shiny hunt in these games. I do think that's really good, and I wish it was like that in Scarlet and Violet. It's a bit disappointing how many legendaries there are in Scarlet and Violet, but they're all shiny locked, so even if you want to reset, you'll never be able to get them as shiny, and that feels a little disappointing to me. What I really like about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is nothing is shiny locked. Even the Starlies, the Starlies can be shiny. It's only really the Mew and the Jirachi gifts right at the start. Everything else can be shiny, and that's wonderful. So I do like that. I do like that an awful lot about these games. Yeah, it adds so much to the games, just knowing that you can spend the time, if you want, to go and shiny hunt them. And I am surprised that they took that away in later games. Scarlet and Violet in particular. I feel like they were particularly guilty of that, because I can kind of understand it if you want to shiny lock the brand new legendaries, so the brand new ones that you might want to give away through some event. I don't particularly like them doing that, but I could understand why they would do that, because they want to give these out through events for whatever reason. It's something the Pokemon Company has always done. I don't like it, but I understand why they do it. But what I don't understand is when you're just reintroducing the old legendaries, with the the Snacksworth legendaries and things like that, why they couldn't be shiny. They're not going to release those through events, and yet in Scarlet and Violet, all of the Snacksworth legendaries are shiny locked. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. So yeah, that is certainly something I like about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, that you can shiny hunt all of those. And yeah, Rainy Day, exactly. Yeah, I think Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the only games on the Switch where you can get shiny starters, which just makes them so special. Every single other Switch game, they're shiny locked, aren't they? So, yeah. There's a lot of good things about Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. It gets a bad reputation, but it does a lot of things right. So, yeah, and I just can't wait to play these games. I just need that shiny, which could come at any moment, and then I'll be able to start. And cool dude, how much longer am I streaming? So, I'll be streaming quite a lot this weekend. It's a bank holiday weekend in the UK, so I'll be streaming a lot today, a lot tomorrow, and a lot on Monday. I'll probably be streaming for another 6 hours or so, but I will be taking breaks. So in the UK, it's about 10 to 12. My dogs like to have their lunch around about 12:30-ish. So I will be taking a break in about half an hour's time. So I'll be taking a half an hour break in about half an hour to feed my dogs, take them for a walk, and then there'll also be another break later on. But yeah, I'll probably be streaming for another 6 or 7 hours in total today, which gives me a good chance of getting a shiny, you know. I'm really hoping I get one. Really hoping. But we'll just have to see. Pancake, who's my favourite starter? I like them all. So part of the reason that I'm swapping each time, or I'm trying to swap each time, my memory isn't great, so sometimes I forget which one I selected last time. I'm trying to go, Turtwig, Chimchar, Piplup in that order, but because my memory isn't great, sometimes I fall down at that. But yeah, part of the reason for that is just because I love every single one of these. I think all of the starter designs in this generation are perfect. I think they're all adorable, and I think their final evolutions are all great. Based on their final evolutions, I think I'm maybe hoping to get a Piplup, just because I do like Empoleon. I think Water Steel is a cool type combination. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, but I will take anything. I really will take anything. And Ranger, you get frustrated with Game Freak because they tend to force their view on how you should play. Exactly. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, they do force EXP share. It used to be an item, didn't it? And then now it's something you can't even turn off in the settings. That does feel like something that if people don't want that, it should be a setting. Yeah, so I completely agree. There's lots of examples of things like that, isn't there? I think even just a difficulty setting, I think, would please so many people, because I get that Game Freak wants to make these aimed at kids because that's how it's always been targeted. And when I was growing up, I loved how, I think these games were the first games that I ever completed, and I loved that. So I think it is important for them to be accessible to kids, because that's the whole purpose of Pokemon. But it would be nice if there was some kind of difficulty setting just to make it a little more engaging for everyone, if that's what people want. And Calamari, the reason that you bought BDSP in the first place was because a lot of the Pokemon could be shiny hunted, like Arceus, Shaman, and Darkrai. Wow. Now, am I right in thinking that those are event Pokemon? I feel like I might have missed out on Shaman and Darkrai. I'm not sure about Arceus. I've got a feeling that I've missed out on those. So I don't think I did any of the events, unfortunately. which again, it's a bit of a shame. Game Freak makes some odd decisions with limited time things, if that is the case. And Wolf, you're cooking yourself some wheel-shaped mac and cheese. That sounds delicious. I do like macaroni and cheese. And Cool Dude, do not worry about missing any of the streams. If you're ever able to pop by and say hi, though, that's amazing. You don't have to stay. Even just popping by, it's really appreciated. So you never have to apologize for missing a stream. Real life comes first. It's just, if you ever want to hang out with some music and some dogs and some Pokemon, hopefully this stream is here. And Rainy Day, your main problem with BDSP is just the style. Yeah, it is a bit, it's not for everyone, is it? I don't mind it. I can tell what everything is meant to be, and I do think I quite like it, but I can understand that the style wouldn't be to everyone's taste. Completely agree with that. And I know what you mean. So the chibi style worked for sprites, but when you make it into 3D, it's a little different. Yeah, I agree. No, I do agree with that. And Rainy Day, so so many people like to play, create their own rules, and it's great that the community can do that, but there's obviously, it feels like Game Freak should recognize that if people are creating these self-imposed challenges and things like that there's an appetite for a little more challenge in the game. And it feels like the only challenge Game Freak ever seems to introduce is the 7-star raids, in Scarlet and Violet. Because I will admit, those are tricky. You need very, very, very specific Pokemon to do those, which is good. It's good that there's a challenge, but it'd be nice if that... It's a bit jarring for the average player to go through a game that can be so easy, and then when you have these limited time 7-star events, that's when the difficulty jumps. It would be nice if there was some kind of difficulty setting throughout the game that might help you prepare for a really impossible 7-star raid, but that's not the way they choose to do it. So Calamari, as a shiny hunter, you don't like the affection mechanic. It makes resets a bit longer. I think my lack of knowledge is causing me to not understand that. I don't know how that impacts it, but again, that's because I don't know too much about the affection mechanic. In my head, that's just is that where you're in a battle and your Pokemon might hold on for a bit longer, or it might dodge an attack or cure itself. I'm a bit confused, but I think that's just because I don't know too much about it and what other effects it might have that I might not be aware of, that I'm certain I'm not aware of, or the impact it would have. And I was worried they were time limited events. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not certain I would have ever got them, shiny or not, but it would have been nice to have the option. It's a bit heartbreaking to know that now they've gone. Maybe they'll bring them back. I hope they'll bring them back, but it's a bit heartbreaking that like Shaman and Darkrai have gone. But I guess there's other ways to get them, but then I don't think you can get them in shiny in Arceus, but you can at least get them in Arceus, so at least that's not too bad. And it would be nice if they brought it back as a yearly event. That would be really nice. That would generate a lot of buzz and interest, wouldn't it? That would be good. That would be good. So Rainy, you think a set option would force self-control, because sometimes in Nuzlocke, when you lose a loved one, you get tempted to ignore it. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's the danger with a self-imposed rule. It's only as, yeah, I mean, the rules are just there, and it's up to you if you want to keep going with it. So it would be nice if the game kind of helped enforce those rules, if that is something that you wanted to do. So I agree. And yeah, Calamari, exactly. Game Freak, it would be better if they just realised that there's a portion of the player base who have grown up and have grown up loving the games and would benefit from some kind of difficulty scaling. Yeah, I completely agree with that. And Cool Dude, I've not yet been able to check out the Starter Squad series. I've been meaning to, because those sound really good. Those sound quite fun videos. So that is on my to-do list, because I do want to watch those. I do want to watch those. And yeah, Rainy Day, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different ways that they could add, and that's the important thing. I think, I would imagine most people probably don't want Pokemon to just be more difficult, because I think everyone understands who Game Freak are targeting with these games. But equally, it would be nice to have options rather than have the way that you play Pokemon be dictated to you. So yeah, it would be nice just to have just options when it comes to difficulty. I mean, they've kind of done that already, and I can't remember if this was in the very first games or not, and I feel like it was. But Pokemon have certainly, for at least for the very, very, very long time, have had that option before. You could choose between a switch style when the next Pokemon comes out from an enemy, or to a set style. So you choose whether you get the option of switching in a Pokemon when your opponent brings in a Pokemon, and that's a nice little example of a way you could tweak the way that Game Freak has tweaked the difficulty a little bit. So if you want a little bit more of a challenge, then you don't have that opportunity to put in your own Pokemon when the opponent's next Pokemon comes along, and that's really nice. So they're obviously able to come up with little tweaks like that. It would just be really nice if they took it further. I would agree. Right. So when a Pokemon has a high affection, then it has a short jumping animation, and it also has additional text. And then yeah, that makes more sense. So when you're trying to go through lots and lots of encounters, even that little bit of extra load time, that little bit of extra text adds up. It will add up over multiple encounters. Now I understand. And now that you've said that, I know exactly what you mean. That little jump-in mechanic. It is really cute. It's really cute. Yeah, it's like the Pokemon hops a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Calamari. I wasn't sure about it. In fact, Wolf, you're still here. I remember watching one of your videos recently where your Lycanroc was doing its little happy hops before attacking each time. So that is the friendship mechanic, isn't it, in action, showing the affection between the Pokemon and the trainer. So that makes sense. Cool dude. Oh right, be careful though, it's very gruesome. Okay, actually, so now you've said that, I think I got confused between the Pokemon Starter Squad. So I did start watching it, and it wasn't for me. So I think I was getting confused when you said Pokemon Starter Squad. I thought there was these series of Pokemon animations that the Pokemon Company themselves put out fairly recently, And there was a few episodes of that I wanted to watch, just little videos, just showcasing the evolution lines of certain Pokemon. So I'd seen a few videos. One of them was the Eevee line, and it was absolutely adorable. I really liked it. I thought that's what you meant when you said, have I checked out the Pokemon Starter Squad series? But now you said it's very gruesome. That has jogged my memory, and I do remember watching a YouTube video that somebody suggested, and I think it was called the Starter Squad, I'm not quite sure, but it was based in Kanto, and there was Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and yes, it was very gruesome, and that wasn't for me. I think I watched a couple of them, and yeah, that wasn't really for me. I think I could see why people would like it, because it seemed quite funny, but that's not what I wanted to watch. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch any more of that. But yeah, I can see why it's popular. So I can see why people watch it. It's just not my type of thing, really. And LuTube, hi, welcome to stream. Welcome to stream. Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope everything is well with you. You have caught a shiny Chatot, and then 2 seconds later you got a shiny Starly, and then you got a shiny Piloswine. That's amazing. Well done. that is genuinely amazing. I don't think I've ever had that much of a shiny look streak all in one go. That's really amazing. Congratulations. Well done. So Calamari, so Black 2 and White 2 had a difficulty setting, but it was bugged. Wow. Okay, so I missed out on Black and White, X and Y, and Sun and Moon. That sounds really good if they had a difficulty setting, even if it was bugged. Even if it was bugged, it shows that Game Freak went that extra mile. Yeah, I hope it's something they reconsider and think about revisiting in the future. Because I think it would add something. And said Rainy Day. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the Charmander. Yeah, I remember the Charmander attacking the Caterpie, I think, in the episode that I watched. Again, yeah, I can see why people would like it. It just wasn't for me. And Wolf, so Pokemon X and Y will be returning to Netflix. That's good. That is good. There's so many things I need to catch up on. Oh, bear with me 1 second. My dog is barking at the window. Hold on. Sorry, I'm almost certain he's seen a dog outside. We're in the attic, so there's a big sky window, so you can see all the birds flying by, and he's not a fan of birds. Apologies if anyone has got pets and can hear my dog barking. I'm really sorry about that. Daryl, sit. Good boy. There's no reason. He's fine. Okay, so Turtwig is not shiny though. And Rainy Day, yes, he is a little Borka. Oh, LuTube, I'm sorry. So you missed out on a shiny Perugly yesterday. That is harsh. Well, I'm hoping you're able to get another. That is unlucky. And Ideb, welcome back. No shiny just yet. It is likely to take me a very long time. The odds of a shiny appearing are 1 in 4,096. So every time I open the briefcase and select a Pokemon, there's a 1 in 4,096 chance that the Pokemon is shiny. So I'm up to encounter 1,353. So I've got quite a way to go before I can really say that I should have expected a shiny by now. So, you know, I could still get one. I could get one at any point. You know, there's just as much chance of me getting one in the next one as there is in any other encounter. So, who knows? But yeah, sadly, no shiny just yet. And Wolf says Mifa gave a fourth wall break and started looking at us all. I missed that. Oh. And Rainy Day, your cat is snuggled near your feet on the floor. That's adorable. I do like it when my dogs do that. They do like to keep my feet warm as well. It's quite adorable. Cool Dude has just caught a Squirtle. Well done. Congrats. That's always good. And they're a bit tricky to get in the Let's Go games. So yeah, congrats. And Calamari has 6 dogs. That's amazing. That's really good. So you're used to the barks, but I'm hoping the barks didn't disturb any of your 6 dogs, because I know when my dogs hear another dog barking on the TV, they don't take too kindly to that. So I really hope no one's dogs were disturbed by that. But that's lovely, having 6 dogs. That must be great. That must be a handful. I know that's a handful. But yeah, I do love dogs. And yeah, Rainy Day, that's just the thing. Yeah, the dogs will always want to be close to those that they love. So yeah, that's just the way it is. That's the way it is, I'm afraid. And Cool Dude, well, congrats on the Squirtle. I'm sure you'll get that Charmander soon. And Ideb, you're still travelling, okay? And I will catch you later. Thank you for stopping by. It's always lovely to have you stop by. And Wolf, yeah, you've got 3 and 6. Yeah, I can't imagine 6 is such a handful. So I just have the 2, obviously, and going on walks. They can get tangled, you know, when I've got them each on a leash. Trying to untangle just 2 of them, I've not trained them particularly well, so they don't walk, they don't heel perfectly when walking. They do just, you know, run around and go where they want to go. So the leads do get tangled up. I can't imagine how it must be like to have 6. And yeah, I can imagine it is like taking care of an entire family. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Dogs are family. Yeah, I was speaking to my wife the other day, and she sometimes listens in on these streams, and she mentioned that the way that I talk about my dogs, it's like they're my kids. Which, yeah, you do kind of think of them. You think of them as family, absolutely. And that's just it. You end up getting pets, but then you find that your whole world ends up revolving around them. So, you know, where we go on holiday, how often, you know, every trip we do, we have to logistically figure out how it's going to work with the dogs. It's just the way things go, really. Wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, exactly, Rainy Day. So yeah, one cat's a lot, and then trying to figure out how to manage 6 dogs. It's very impressive. It's very impressive. So you want 3 or 4 cats one day? Yeah, but yeah, exactly. I think you have to be in the position to make sure you can look after that many. Yeah. And Cool Dude says Mifa is giving a bombastic side eye. She does sometimes do that. She's having a scratch, but yeah, she will. She's a lot more chill than Daruk, who's on the floor. Daruk is more protective. If Daruk hears something outside, if he sees something outside, he will freak out. He is only like that when he is in the house. When he's outside, he loves seeing birds and other animals and things like that. But it's when he's inside, I think he goes into let's protect the perimeter mode. Whereas Mifa, Mifa just chills. She'll occasionally bark, but she's got the memory of a goldfish, and after a few barks, then she just forgets what she's barking about and just goes back to sleep. And Rainy Day. So when you first got your cat, you understood that an indoor cat would involve more care and attention than an outdoor one, but you didn't know how much more of your life would be hers, and you don't have any regrets, of course. And Mirage is your baby, so yeah, your cat's called Mirage. That's an adorable name, and that's exactly it. Yeah, no matter how much effort, it's definitely worth it. And it's, yeah, you can't imagine life without pets once you've had pets, I think. So Calamari, you live in the countryside with loads of space. And it's good that your dogs are trained. Yeah, so this is the thing. My two dogs are the first pets I've ever owned. So I've tried my best at training them, but by my own admission, I've done a terrible job at training these dogs. They're good. They're fine for us, but I think if anyone else tried to look after these dogs, they would think, who has why has no one trained these dogs to heel properly? Why, but yeah, I like them the way they are. But I would imagine if my dogs lived in the countryside with loads of space, I know for a fact they would be really, really happy. So your dogs, Calamari, must have a wonderful life, because there's nothing my dogs love more than when they get out to the park, just running and just going as far as they can go. They have a garden here, but our garden is pretty small. Just being out in the countryside, I would imagine your dogs are similar to mine. They must have the time of their lives. So that sounds amazing. And Rainy Day. So you got your cat from SPCA, which I'm assuming is like a shelter or an animal charity type place. And your dog is pancreatic, but you've been able to take... Right, that's really good, because taking in a animal that, perhaps isn't well, you've done something really important there, because not everyone would have done what you've done, and you've given that cat a home where not everyone would have done. That's amazing. That's really important. So that's really good that you've done that. Really good. So both of our dogs came from breeders. We wanted to get a dog from a rescue, but when we got the dogs, we were living in our flat. And we didn't own the flat, so the rescue centre wouldn't, and this makes sense, but the rescue centre that we spoke to wouldn't rehome any animals to anyone who was a tenant without written permission from their landlord. And when we spoke to our landlord and said, can we just get a pet, we'll pay for any damages, we'll pay for anything, we just got a blanket no from our landlord, so that wasn't possible. So we were never going to get the written permission from the landlord, and then we just got the dogs anyway. So we weren't able to get it from the rescue centre because they did require that written permission, and we just got the dogs from a breeder, and then we just hid them from the landlord. So whenever the landlord came, I would grab the dogs, and I would often, because I was working from home at the time, I would often take the dogs to the car and take my laptop, and I would work from my laptop in the car while the landlord came and repaired something in the house or something like that. So there's a time in my life when a lot of the meetings I would attend at work, I would be in my car, and I had to explain to people at work why I was in my car. It was a strange time. It was around lockdown time anyway, but yeah, strange times. I'm not a fan of landlords preventing tenants having pets. Pets are really important. They're really important to people's mental health and things like that, and I don't think you should dictate how people live their lives. So I really don't think landlords should be able to dictate that type of thing. But I can understand from their perspective. But yeah, we needed dogs. So, sorry, I've missed a bit of the chat there, apologies. So, rainy day, it's good that, I'm really glad that she was fine. And I'm really glad that you're there to take care of her, because that's really important. And Calamari, so one of your dogs is a French Bulldog. Yes, it's very similar. I love French Bulldogs. They're really, really nice. Which was similar, which is why you... So, what other dogs do you have, Calamari? French Bulldogs are adorable. I do like French Bulldogs. One of my friends has a French Bulldog and a Boston Terrier, and they're both adorable. And rainy day, so, when Mirage is healthy... That's nice. So when Mirage is healthy, she still acts like a kitten. That's really nice. No, I mean, that's good that you're able to manage it. So I really hope Mirage stays healthy, and it's really good that you're there for her. That's just really nice. That is really nice. And that's my thoughts. If the tenant takes full responsibility and agrees to pay for whatever damages, whatever rectification is needed, then surely they should be allowed to just live in the property as they wish. I mean, I can understand if it's things, I can understand, there are certain things you don't want to happen inside your house, like running a business or, things that are basically illegal. I get that. But just owning an animal, if the tenant will pay for any and all, inspection, condition things anyway. We were upset when our landlord just blanket, no negotiation, no, you'll never be able to have a animal here. It was a bit unfortunate. And because they'd been fine up to that point, but oh well. But rain day. So you said it's you can't imagine your life without the cats. Absolutely, and it's hard moving around in NZ with her. So are you from New Zealand? That's cool. I haven't spoken to someone from New Zealand before, in chat at least. So that's really cool. I'm a fan of a lot of things about New Zealand. I've never been. I've always wanted to go to New Zealand. I absolutely adore Flight of the Conchords. I absolutely adore the Lord of the Rings films as well. And New Zealand just seems like a really well-run, nice country. I've got a lot of respect for New Zealand. And so, sorry. There we go. So, Calamari, you've got 2 Chihuahuas, a Jack Russell Terrier, a French Bulldog, a mini Pinscher. I don't know what a Pinscher is. I'm just gonna have a look online because I don't know too much about dogs. I've never heard of a Pinscher. I want to see what that is. And a golden retriever. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, I like all dogs. I've got a very soft spot for Labradors and golden retrievers. That sounds a wonderful mix of dogs. I mean, like you say, you've got that is a variety of sizes. I'm just gonna have a look at what a pincher is, though. Bear with me. I'm just gonna Google search this. Oh, that looks adorable. It looks really small and cute. Like a little mini Doberman type dog. That looks adorable. I mean, they all sound amazing. And apologies for the dog barking again. Daruk, sit. Sit. Oh, good boy. Yeah, that's just it's a nice group of dogs. It's a nice group. Apologies. I mean, I will say actually, it's getting quite close to their lunchtime. That might be part of why he's a little loud. So I think I'll make this the last encounter, and then I think I'm going to take a half-an-hour break and get them some food, give Daruk and Mifa a little run in the garden. That might calm them down a little bit, hopefully. So yeah, let's just do this last encounter. And yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Having that team of six dogs. It's kind of like a Pokemon team, isn't it, Calamari? That's nice. I hadn't thought of that. That is really nice. And Cool Dude, you're from Australia, and Rainy Day, you're in New Zealand. It's great that people from all over the world are able to find common ground in Pokemon and dogs. It's nice. And Wolf, so a lot of people think that mini pinchers looked like mini Dobermans, but the mini pinch predates the Doberman. I didn't know that, so that's interesting. Right, it's not a shiny Chimchar, so add that encounter. I will have to feed them because I don't want them to be dog-napped by Calamari. So I will take a half-an-hour break and I'll be back afterwards. So if I don't see anyone, if anyone needs to leave, that's absolutely fine. It's been lovely for you joining for as long as you have. It's been really nice. Thank you very much for joining. But I'll be back in half an hour. See you in a bit. Okay, I am now back. The dogs have had their lunch. They've been outside, had a run around, done their business. Oh, bear with me 1 second. I've just forgotten something. Bear with me. I'm back. Right, I'm back for real this time. Sorry. Oh, the camera has moved. Bear with me. Okay. So I've revived Shinx. So Shinx is back. The dogs have eaten. They've had a run around outside. They are currently both enjoying a dog biscuit, but the dog biscuit is on the other side of the room, so they're just out of camera shot at the moment. But they are back, and hopefully they're both happy. So I've probably missed a bit of chat. Apologies for that. So Taylor, hi, welcome to the stream. Just seen you there. Good to have you. And Rainy Day, this stream is helping you be productive in your Mimikyu hunt. That is good to hear. I find that it's nice doing a shiny hunt when you're doing it with other people, in a way. So what I find is quite nice when I'm doing this is hearing about other people's hunts and how it's going. Because then it just, even if we're hunting different things, if someone's going for something completely different, it still feels like I'm not doing it on my own. So I always like it when other people are doing their own hunts. So I find that quite nice. So good luck with your Mimikyu hunt. I'm sure you'll get it. That's the worst thing, trying to get rid of them afterwards. It is really difficult. So remind me again, is this in Sword and Shield, or is this in Scarlet and Violet that you're getting the Mimikyu? I forgot, because I've done Masuda egg hatching in Scarlet and Violet before, and it's the worst part of it is releasing all of the eggs afterwards, releasing all the Pokemon afterwards, because there is no quick way of doing it. I wish there was. I think one way I found was to just transfer them over to Pokemon Home, and then you can mass release in Pokemon Home at least. But it takes a while. It definitely takes a while. But I am glad that the stream is helping, because I find it easier to do my own hunts when I know that I'm kind of doing it with other people as well. So I know what you mean. So Taylor, you need a Galar Slowking, a Shieldon, and a Porygon Z, and a bunch of starters. It's quite a few. That is quite a few. Yeah, so Renita, you were put off by Scarlet and Violet because of the issues. Yeah. I understand that. I mean, for me, I'm able to look past the bugs and the performance issues, but I know that not everyone can. I think everyone's different in terms of how much they place on things like that. I get that it's unprofessional. I definitely agree with that. But from my perspective, and this is just my own opinion, and everyone is entitled to their opinion, the actual issues themselves, they've never really bothered me that much. It's never nice when the game crashes. I never like it when the game crashes. And it has crashed a couple of times. But whenever it's crashed, I've never lost anything. So that's good. So the very few times it has crashed, it hasn't impacted me. And the performance issues, I grew up playing games in general in the 90s, and I just feel I know how games used to be. I know how games were, had loads of bugs in them, looked terrible, and even if Scarlet and Violet don't run at the frame rates of other games, don't have these bugs, I still think they look amazing. But yeah, I'm an old timer, so I'm just constantly impressed by how good they look. I know by other people's standards they're not great, but I still think they look amazing. So graphics are really not important to me, just because I've grown up with far worse. Yeah, no, I know what you mean about Sword and the plot being very weird. Yeah, at least it's more reliable. No, I get you. I definitely get you. And Cool Dude, you've got to go. Thank you very much for joining. It's been lovely as always. Yeah, just have a great rest of your day. I will catch you later. And thank you for the shiny hunt look. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, I can imagine. I mean, yeah, if it causes system-wide issues, that's just not good. So yeah, no, I completely agree. I completely agree. And they are. Yeah, it's definitely issues that you wouldn't expect, especially on the Pokemon is the most profitable franchise there is, so you would expect them to have ironed out stuff like that. I totally get it. I do totally get it. As I say, I'm not saying my opinion is the right opinion by any means. I just really like the games. Yeah. And but yeah, you never want something that's gonna crash the game or hurt your system. I'm not aware that it's hurt my system, but who knows. I mean, I think the biggest issue for me on the Switch games, the Switch Pokemon games, the thing that's causing me the most grief at the moment are the loading screens in this game that I'm playing right now. These loading screens feel excessive to me. So loading screens, that's tricky for me to deal with. But again, that's always been an issue with some games. For as long as there's been games, there's been loading issues. So again, it's something I know is an issue, but I do wish that this game's loading screens weren't quite as long. And yeah, I don't blame you not wanting to risk your Switch. I wouldn't either. So yeah, no, I get that. and I completely agree about Legends. I think Legends, they're both up there. It's hard. I like Legends Arceus, and I like Scarlet and Violet. Those two games are probably my favourites. Which one is my favourite out of those two? It changes on the day of the week, really. But Legends Arceus is an absolutely wonderful game. I completely agree. There's loads of bits of that game that are really fun. And there's also loads of bits where it just looks like a clunky mess, but it's still really fun to play. So I completely agree. I love Legends Arceus. I really do. And yes, the loading screens on Animal Crossing are excessive as well. Yeah, every single time you come in and out of a house, and even worse if you try and play it online, every single time someone does anything different on their game, the whole island needs to be reloaded. Yeah, I can't wait for the next Animal Crossing, and I really hope they reduce the loading screens. Yeah. I will say at least the loading screens on Animal Crossing, at least the first time you see them, when it's like an in-flight thing, it's quite cute. Maybe not the 500th time you see it, but it is still. I remember the first time I saw the Animal Crossing loading screens being quite charmed by them, but then they get old quickly. Yeah. Yeah, I agree on Arceus being very fun and enjoying all of the new mechanics and wishing that Pokemon would go in that direction. I guess we'll see with Legends ZA how much of it has carried over. I think everything I've seen of Legends ZA in terms of mechanics sound really interesting. A part of me is a bit disappointed that it's not in the past and we're not creating a Pokédex for the first time, because I kind of liked those aspects, but it was the gameplay I liked the most. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to Legends ZA. Can't wait for that to come out. And I was a little disappointed that when Scarlet and Violet came out, that more of the mechanics from Arceus were not carried over. Some of it was, very, very tiny bits were, but I remember wishing that more had come over. Like just being able to just throw a Pokeball at a Pokemon without having to engage it in battle would have been wonderful. And I'm really hoping that in the next full generation that they do carry that over. I still think it's a possibility. I really hope so, because that's one of the best things from Arceus. It just made me feel like I was a character from the anime, because in the anime a lot of the times there's no battle. It's just Ash used to just throw a Pokeball at a Pokemon and catch it. So I really loved that from Arceus. It just made me nostalgic for those early seasons of the anime. But it also, I enjoyed just how much of a threat the Pokemon felt in Arceus. The kind of sense of danger that you had just walking out into the wild and not knowing what Pokemon were going to appear or how they might attack you if they saw you in the wrong way. It just made the whole world feel more alive and engaging, having those threats all around you. So I feel like that's how Pokemon should be. So I'm hoping things like that are the general direction that the Pokemon game goes in the future, but we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Rolling, ducking was really fun. Yeah, it was all just really good. All really good. So, Rainy Day, you're cautiously excited for ZA. You're really hoping they don't have major bugs. I'm hoping that as well. I don't know how realistic that is. I think they probably will have bugs, judging by the last 2 games. You know, the fact that Legends Arceus, mind you, Legends Arceus didn't have so many bugs, but it had a lot of issues where it looked odd. Like some of the Pokemon in the distance flying looked very odd. So I suspect there'll be similar things like that. But yeah, I can't wait. But yeah, you're right. Let's Go didn't. Let's Go just runs perfectly. And yeah, hopefully they don't rush it, because yeah, they've got a while yet. So I've got high hopes for it, definitely, because some of the battle mechanics that I've seen so far sound really fun. Definitely really fun. Taylor's looking for people to grind BBQs in Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I can't, because I've got to do this. But yeah, if anyone does, then feel free to team up. And Rainy Day, you encountered an Alpha Bidoof who got the best of you. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's the type of game, before you played Legends Arceus, you would never be intimidated by a Paras or a Parasect or a Bidoof, but then that game makes you intimidated by them, and that's just a wonderful thing. It brings a level of danger to Pokemon that you just don't have in any other game. And I agree, it's just a wonderful game. It's got gorgeous music in it as well. I think my favourite Pokemon music is from Legends Arceus. It's just so atmospheric, and yeah, it's great. It's a wonderful game, Arceus. And Calamari, yes, the pugs are fed, and that probably is why they're not grumpy anymore. Yes, so they've had their lunch. They've had a little bit of a run around in the garden, and they've come up. I've given them a dog biscuit as well. They do quite like that, and now they're chilling. They'll be happy. It's now 1 p.m. here. My dogs have a really sensitive internal clock. They know exactly what time it is, even if I don't. When it approaches 4 p.m, they will know that it's their time to have a walk around the block. So I suspect in about 3 hours they're gonna get grumpy again, and I'm gonna have to take them for a walk. So we shall see. And Taylor, you got 2 shinies back to back. A Floatzel and a Skorupi. A Skorupi is a really nice shiny, but congrats on the Floatzel as well. Skorupi's gorgeous. I really like that shiny. Yeah, congrats. That is really good. That is really good. And I agree. Yeah, the Legends nighttime music is it's all wonderful. It really is wonderful. That is my favorite. That's definitely my favorite soundtrack, Arceus. I really like it. There's a few tracks in Sword and Shield that I really like. As I say, the wild area where the bagpipes come in gets me every time. I get chills when I hear that. It's really good. And there's a few really nice songs in Scarlet and Violet that I like. But overall, I think Arceus is that's the game where I like the music the most, all the way through. And Jody, you'll help out Taylor with some quests. That's great. That's great. Yep. It's nice doing those BBQ quests together, because that's the only way you can get some of the legendaries, I think, by actually doing the quests with someone else. So I always enjoyed doing that. I wish I could join, but I've got to keep doing this. I've got to get my shiny starter. and Rainy Day, that's understandable. So yeah, you're not a fan of the particular song that I like in Sword, because you've been Mimikyu hunting, and that's all you've been hearing over and over and over. That's understandable. That is very understandable. I get that. You will get that Mimikyu, I'm sure. I am sure. And I really hope you get it soon. But it'll be so worth it when you do get it. That's the thing. I've only ever Masuda method hunted 2 Pokemon, and that was a Sprigatito in Scarlet and Violet and a Spiritomb in Scarlet and Violet. And it's such a buzz when that egg hatches, and it's the thing you've been searching for so long. Okay, so Mifa is just climbing on Daruk right now. So Mifa has just settled down on top of Daruk. Sometimes Daruk is not a fan of that, and he may just move to get his own space, but I think it's adorable when they do that, when she just clambers on top of him. He will never... So Daruk will never infringe on Mifa's space. So Daruk will never... Like, if Mifa is in the bed, Daruk won't get in and try and squeeze in, because he will respect her space. She doesn't respect his space. She will flop on top of him and just snuggle up right next to him, and yeah, it's adorable. So yeah, Rainy Day, yeah, you're just going in circles around the nursery. Yeah, exactly. I know that feeling. Yeah, so Taylor and Jody, good luck on your BBQ quests. Hope you get lots of points, so that you can get all the cool features in the DLC, and you'll also be able to get those Snacksworth legendaries, hopefully. But yeah. Oh, and Calamari, you did a full odds egg hatching for a Sobble, but you're not going to do that again. I don't blame you, but that must have been amazing when you got that shiny Sobble. That would be really good. And Taylor, nice shiny King Gambit. You can't have found a King Gambit, surely. That'd be amazing. Mind you, I don't think they spawn, do they? So that might be Jody's Pokemon or your own Pokemon. I'm not sure. And Rainy Day, so yeah, you've got a whole box of other countries' Pokemon from Wonder Trades, but you've actually got a Japanese Ditto, and that sorts things out, doesn't it? Yeah, I've got a couple of foreign Dittos, and they're wonderful. Oh, and Calamari, it took 4,500 eggs to get it. I mean, yeah, that's only that. Yeah, that's a little bit over full odds, isn't it? So that's a little bit unlucky, isn't it? But that must have taken an awful long time. That must have taken a long time. Yeah, well done for getting through that hunt. Oh, and Calamari, you did the hunt because it was Easter. So yeah, being surrounded by eggs constantly hatching, yeah, it's very, very fitting for Easter. Yeah, on this run, I do want to do an egg hatching hunt, but I think I'm going to do it Masuda, just to make it a little bit easier for me. And I think that's going to be for Porygon, so I think I'm going to hatch for Porygon, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't think I would have it in me to do a full odds egg hunt in this run. just too much for me. And Rainy Day, yeah. I think I ended up with quite a few of those hacked shiny Pokemon in Sword when I used to do Wonder Trades as well. The only good thing about those is that they often had really nice items that they were holding. So I would just take the items and then just release them. Because, yeah, I never liked a Pokemon if its name is... I forget what they were called now. But it was always like a website name, wasn't it? It was so annoying. Because you'd be doing I remember being doing a Wonder Trade and not knowing what would come back, and then giving away your Pokemon, and then seeing that what you're getting back is a shiny, and then being so excited, and then realizing it's got a nickname that you can't change. That's a website, and yeah, that was so heartbreaking when that used to happen in Sword and Shield to me. But Rainy Day, so you do have a Meowstic that you got through Masuda hunting. Yeah. So that's good. And yeah, Calamari, you're just doing these Roma hunts because you like to torture your sanity. Oh no. No. I'm sure when you actually finally do get these, it's all worth it. It's all worth it. And yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of them do have Master Balls, don't they? Yeah, or ability capsules. Yeah, some of the items they used to have, yeah, it was... I remember being really excited. So even though I didn't actually want the Pokemon when I did these Wonder Trades, I still kind of liked getting them. Once I realised that whenever I saw a shiny in these Wonder Trades, not to expect to be able to keep the shiny. So when I first started doing Wonder Trades, it was really annoying. I was always disappointed when, I'd be built up thinking, oh, this is amazing shiny, and then seeing the name and being really disappointed, mortified, and I don't want to use it now, and then having to get rid of it. But then when I realised that all these Pokemon often had these really cool items, then it became a little bit easier for me to take, and I was like, fair enough. Yes, it's a Pokemon with a terrible name, but at least I get an item out of it. I did used to like Sword and Shield. I spent many happy hours playing those games. And yeah, exactly, yeah. Calamari, that's exactly how I, felt with those. By the end of it, whenever I saw like a shiny coming, I was mainly thinking, what item has it got? Because at that point, I'd realised that the actual Pokemon itself was very likely to have one of those names in it. But I don't know if that's still a thing in Scarlet and Violet. I don't think I've used the Wonder Trade function in Scarlet and Violet at all, actually. I used to do it all the time in Sword and Shield. I don't know why I haven't really done it in Scarlet and Violet, but I used to do it all the time in Sword and Shield. I've completely lost track of which Pokemon I should be going for. We'll go for Piplup this time. And Rainy Day, you love Shiny Raikou. Shiny Raikou is a really nice shiny. Yeah. Yeah, I think all of the legendary dogs have nice shiny forms, which is improvement over the shiny birds from the first generation, where I think only Moltres has got a nice shiny. The other two shinies of the legendary birds are a bit underwhelming, but the legendary dogs, all three of them look amazing. And rainy day, yeah, exactly. I didn't realize that in Soul Silver, you can see that it's shiny on the selection screen. That does sound amazing, and I absolutely wish that was the case in this game. I mean, that would speed things up. Not only would that speed things up in terms of you don't have to wait for the battle to load, so there's that amount of time. Obviously, if you could see it from the selection screen, you'd be able to check 3 in one go. It would be over 3 times as fast. And in my mind, it would just make more sense, because when you open up the briefcase, it gives you a picture of the Pokemon inside. So in my mind, that is, in my mind, those images, when you're selecting the Pokemon in the briefcase, that is what is the Pokemon inside. It's animated, it's not. So even not from a gameplay perspective, but just in an immersion sense, the way this screen operates, which one do you want? You click on this, and then it comes up with an animated sprite. That, to me, that is, you're looking inside the Pokemon. You're looking inside the Pokeball. So to me, it should show whether it's shiny. So yeah, I completely agree. For selfish reasons, I wish that it showed what it was on that screen. But I just think, for immersion sense, it should also show you. So yeah. Alas, it doesn't. You have to wait until that point to find out. Yeah, exactly, Rainy Day. I think that's probably true. I do think that's probably true. I think there's so many different ways they could have improved this game, which is a shame. It does feel like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl was a missed opportunity. They could have done an awful lot with them. But I still really like them. I'm still looking forward to playing them. But yeah, I think that would have been a nice feature. And Calamari, so your very first Pokemon game was Fire Red, and then you stopped playing Pokemon until Legends Arceus came out in 2022. And then you played the other Switch games. That's crazy. I mean, that's similar to me in that, yeah, I took a break until the games came out on the Switch, and that's when I've kind of caught up on the previous games. Yeah. So you started playing Pokemon Fire Red as your first game, and then did you stop? Was that the only game you played, from that generation? So that would be Generation 3 Fire Red, I suppose. So you didn't play anything beyond that until Legends Arceus came out, because that's quite a big, that is quite a big gap, and it's similar for me because I took a break. I played up to Generation 4 and then took a break and then came back for the Switch generation. I feel like the Switch generation brought a lot of people back to the franchise, which I think is a really good thing. It's a really good thing. I'm so glad that I'm so thankful that the Switch exists at all. That Nintendo decided to do a handheld console that you could play on the TV, because I'd always enjoyed Pokemon, but I don't know, I just prefer playing games on my TV, and I'd always wished that Pokemon could be played on the TV. So when the Switch came out and that became a reality for me, that was a really big appeal. So yeah, I'm very thankful that Nintendo have released as many Pokemon games as they have on the Switch, because I think it's brought a lot of people into Pokemon, both people who'd never played it before and people who had just taken a break, like myself. And yeah, Rainy Day. So yeah, the only really polished part of BDSP is the title sequence. It's a very nice title sequence, actually. I mean, I'm skipping it because I need to get through these encounters, but it is quite a nice starting sequence. Oh, sorry, you said tiles, not titles. I misread that. I've never noticed the tiles being shiny. I may have to look out for that. So sorry, I misread that, Rainy Day. So the tiles are so shiny. I'll have to look out for them. So, Calamari, Fire Red was the only legit game you played. Ah, yeah. Yeah, because I think if you get fake games, then it's probably difficult to... I think there's issues with trading and things like that. Or I can't remember. But yeah, that would put me off as well if I had, you know, if I had like a fake game, which meant I couldn't use it in the same way. That would put me off the franchise as well. But I'm glad that the Switch has brought so many people back. So that is good. Wolf, you don't play your Switch OLED on your TV enough. Maybe you should. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. The Switch is really good. It just gives people the options. So whether you want to play it on the go or whether you want to play it on the TV, because yeah, I'm sure there's some people who prefer playing it on the TV, and there's some people who prefer to play it handheld. And just Switch just gives you that option, which I really think is wonderful. I much prefer playing these games on a TV with a Pro controller, but it's nice that you just have that option to just be able to just play it however you want. So Calamari, during the pandemic you saw a lot of shiny hunting videos and decided to give it a go, and now, yeah, that's really good. It's really good that it's really good that there's so much, you know, ability to be able to play these games however you want. Pokemon just allows you to just play it however you want, which I do like. And I'm similar in that, yeah, it was through watching videos of people doing shiny hunts that just made me want to do it. Because I'd always known that shiny hunting existed, but it was not something that I'd ever tried before. So yeah, it's really nice having videos out there of people showing how it's done, showing, you know, explaining, talking it through, you know, explaining what the odds are and how you can influence the odds in different ways. I always find that really helpful and interesting. So yeah, I've liked that, and yeah, it's the reason that I've started doing this. Because I've been able to watch other people do shiny hunts, it's helped me understand it a little bit more. I'm still learning, but yeah, it's good. And Rainy Day, so you have the Switch Lite. Yeah. But the benefit with the Switch Lite, obviously, it's just that little bit more portable, which is nice. So I guess it just depends on what you need the Switch for, really. So it's nice that I guess they have those options. So the Switch Lite is just that little bit more portable, which is kind of handy. And so Rainy Day, so the tiles in Rowan's lab are very reflective. Well, as soon as I get this shiny, I'll be going back to Rowan's lab at some point, I'm sure. I'm definitely going to look out for that, because I did not notice how... It didn't strike me that the tiles were particularly shiny. So I will be looking out for that when I return to Rowan's lab, which I'm hoping won't be too much longer. But I know that it could take a very long time. Ah, rainy day. Yeah, so I don't have a Switch Lite, so I don't know too much about it. But you're right, I hadn't thought of that. If you were to get issues with the Joy-Cons, which the Joy-Cons do tend to have issues sometimes, you need to actually have a repair. You can't just swap them out. That is a shame. I hadn't thought of that, actually. But yeah, I've had a lot of different sets of Joy-Cons with my Switches. And I will say, I think only one Joy-Con has really been a problem, has really been problematic. I did try to send it back to Nintendo to ask them to repair it, but they said it was down to wear and tear, which it blatantly wasn't. It was drift, but oh well, it's fine. I'm hoping that they've solved that issue with Switch 2, which from what I've heard, I think they have managed to solve the stick drift issue. And I will say it hasn't been that much of an issue with the newer Joy-Cons that I bought anyway. It was just the first generation ones that I had a problem with. Calamari, do I have any other shinies that I hunted full odds beside this one? So the only other shiny that I've done a full odds hunt for was Shiny Mewtwo in Let's Go. I did that last month, and I was very lucky with that one. And I got that after around, I can't remember the exact number, around 2,600 encounters, which I was very happy with. So I did that without the shiny charm, and I was very, very happy with that. That was the first legendary that I'd ever reset encountered for, so that was my first attempt at reset encountering. So that, because that went so well, that was part of the reason. That's part of the reason why I started this run. Resetting for shinies is something that I, up until 2 months ago, I'd never done, because it always seemed a little bit daunting to me. But when I gave it a go with Mewtwo, I found I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. It wasn't quite as daunting as I thought it would be. And yeah, when I finally got that shiny Mewtwo, it was really good. I didn't have my microphone at that time. I bought this microphone about a week ago. Prior to that, I was doing these streams just by typing and chatting with everyone just through the chat. So when the Mewtwo arrived, I didn't have a microphone or anything like that, but I was jumping up and down. I was very happy about it, and my dogs were quite scared. So that they didn't know what was happening. They just knew that I was jumping up and down and for no reason. So yeah, I definitely enjoyed the Mewtwo hunt, and I'm looking forward to finally finding this shiny on these starters. So rainy day, the left one for you has got drift issues. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can recalibrate it, but it doesn't fix it, does it? Sometimes. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I'm hoping the drift issue isn't too bad for you. Yeah, it is frustrating when that happens. And Calamari, yes, yeah. That is the first shiny legendary that I've ever got through chance. So I've got a shiny legendary through what is it? The shiny Rayquaza was released in Scarlet and Violet in December of this year, so I got that. But then that was a guaranteed shiny. And I've also got shiny legendaries through Pokemon Go, but that doesn't feel quite as special either because the odds aren't quite as high. But yeah, the Mewtwo that I got in Let's Go, that's my very first shiny legendary. I love that green dude. It meant an awful lot. Having gone through all of those encounters, and it was just a nice journey to get it. So yeah, I was very happy with the Mewtwo. and Rainy Day, so your first successful hunt was for an Eevee, and when you found it, you screamed out, "I got it," which scared your cat. Exactly. Yeah, that is a very similar reaction to what happened with me. Yeah, when you're just playing the game and then suddenly that shiny appears, it's such a cathartic release of emotion that comes out of nowhere seemingly if you've got animals around you. So that, yeah, my dogs were very confused as to why I was so excited all of a sudden. So my dogs started barking. They must have thought that there was some intruder in the room, or I don't know what they thought. Probably that I was crazy, which they may be right. But yeah, you can see on the stream when it happens. There's no audio because it's just the music, but you can see my dogs freaking out because they think there's something wrong with me. And Rainy Day, so you got the Eevee with a chain of 80 Eevees. That's not bad. That isn't bad. When I did my Let's Go Eevee run, I can't remember. I got an Eevee as well. Most of my shiny hunts in Let's Go Eevee were, I think the longest hunt was about a catch combo of about 600 and something, and the shortest one was about 200 and something. But I did get a couple of just full odds shinies just bumping into them on that run. But yeah, I really enjoyed the Let's Go Eevee shiny run that I did. It's like I say, Let's Go was a game that I just played through, really enjoyed, and then just forgot about it. And then coming back to it and playing it again, I was really surprised by how much I enjoyed. The catching mechanics, the whole shiny hunting aspect of it was something I just didn't engage with at all when I played it originally, and I found it really fun doing those catch combos. They were difficult. Some of the Pokemon were really difficult to catch even once, and then trying to get a catch combo of 10 took a lot of effort, but it was really rewarding when you did that. So yeah, Rainy Day, so your cat jumped off the bed and stress groomed. Oh, poor Mirage. And Calamari, so your very first full odds shiny that you aimed for, that you targeted, hunted for, was Rookie D in Sword. And yeah, it feels like you've won the lottery. It's such an amazing feeling when you've been searching for something for so long. It's a really addictive feeling when you finally get something. It's really good. And Rainy Day, so the Let's Go games made you hate Shiny Chansey. Yeah, so yeah, I know what you mean. So once you get over a catch combo of 10, that's when chances just start appearing everywhere, don't they? And if you've got that really good catch combo for a particular Pokemon that you're hunting, and then the shiny chance creates a shiny Chansey instead, that can be a little bit heartbreaking because you can't let a shiny go. You've got to catch it, but then that means you've lost the catch combo for whatever you were searching for, which can be a little harsh. Yeah, I know what you mean. And so Taylor, it is tricky to complete the decks in Let's Go because you've got to do trading between the games. I guess it helps that you can use Pokemon Go if you do play Pokemon Go. The Let's Go games were nice that you could, there was an easy way to use Pokemon Go to get the Pokemon you might be missing. I remember doing that back in the day. So I guess there's that can be quite nice. And yes, Calamari, yeah, in those original games, Chansey was really, I remember it being really difficult to find. And then in the Let's Go games, it's as soon as you get a combo up, you're going to run into chances. That's just the way it is. Oh, so Reindeer, when the shiny chances used to appear, you would just ignore them. I don't think I would have the willpower to do that. If I see a shiny, I am going to catch it. But I know what you mean. Yeah, if you've worked so hard to get a particular chain going, yeah, I can understand just letting the shiny go by. I'm not sure I would have the willpower to do that. I think I would just have to catch it. But your longest hunt was for a Vulpix. How long was your catch combo for the Vulpix? I'm just gonna have a look at my Let's Go Eevee run to find out what my longest run was exactly. So this is another thing why I really like streaming. You can just go back and look at your previous playthroughs and just relive how long it took. And if I just played that without actually streaming it, there's no way I'd be able to remember exactly how many encounters it took and things like that. So, my longest hunt in Let's Go was 606, and that was for Pikachu. The quickest one was for a Vulpix, which was 216. So that wasn't too bad. So, Rainy Day, you got an Eevee, Porygon, Rapidash, and Meowth in Let's Go. Porygon is a tricky one to get. So that's good, because that's quite a rare spawn. So I can imagine that would be quite a tricky one to hunt for. And your longest hunt must have been over 600. Yeah, that's similar to mine. Yeah, my longest hunt was for a Pikachu in Let's Go, and that was, 606 for me. And Porygon was an accident while you were hunting for Vulpix. That's a good accident to have, in my opinion. I would like that. That would be a nice. So where a shiny Chansey might be a bit annoying, finding a shiny Porygon for me, I think that would be a nice surprise, in my opinion. And Taylor, yeah, exactly. I think Porygon and Rapidash would have been quite tricky. Yeah, Rapidash would be a difficult one to get the catch combo upon as well, just because it would be, just a tricky catch rather than encounter. I think they do spawn quite a lot, but the actual, once you've, trying to catch them, I would imagine that would be quite tricky. And yeah, that's nice. So yeah, you failed. Yeah, so because the Porygon took the place of the Vulpix, Rainy Day, when you later played Arceus and then found that Vulpix, that kind of made up for it. That's nice. That's nice. That's very fitting. I like that. But yeah, I was surprised by how much I enjoyed shiny hunting in the Let's Go games, because when they first came out, I didn't really try the shiny hunting at all. I think I remember giving the catch combo a try, and I wasn't very good at it when the game first came out. I really struggled with it, but yeah, now that I've given it another try recently, I do quite like the mechanic. I do quite like it. Like I say, it can be challenging. I remember when I was trying to get the shiny Dratini, I failed the catch combo numerous times. For me, it was so difficult to catch the Dratinis. But then the longer you do it, the more you do it, it does feel very rewarding. So I did like the shiny hunting mechanics in Let's Go. I was surprised how much I enjoyed it. And Rainy Day, looking at how you used to name Pokemon while you were getting used to the console keyboards is very different. So, for the 3DS, the Pokemon were all in caps. On the Switch, it's all in lowercase. I've never noticed that. I tend to not nickname or name my Pokemon. I've always struggled to do that. A part of me always just likes to keep them named as the Pokemon themselves, and I think that stems from just watching the first few seasons of the anime, where Ash would always just refer to his Pokemon by their Pokemon's name. So that's always, I think that's always just imprinted on my head that, you know, that's the way I like to play Pokemon. So when I see a Bulbasaur, I call it Bulbasaur. You know, I always call the Pokemon by their name of their species. I struggle with the nicknames. It always used to not upset me, but I always felt a little bit deflated when I'd be playing Red or Blue, and I would trade with the NPCs in game to get the Pokemon that you could only get from the NPCs, like the Mr. Mime or the Farfetch'd. And then when you got those Pokemon, they had nicknames on them, and you couldn't change those nicknames. Because I always just wanted them to just be called Mr. Mime or Farfetch'd, and they were always called Marcel, and I always forget what the Farfetch'd was called. But yeah, for me, with me, I always like just the nicknames of the Pokemon themselves. And I think I like the idea of nicknaming Pokemon, because I think it does give them more personality, and it helps build a bond with your Pokemon if you're giving them meaningful names. It's just, I just can't do it. That's the thing. I'm just so used to the way I play Pokemon being associated with the anime. So Rain Day, you name even sacrifice Pokemon. I like that. Yeah, even if they're just being used for just the hidden moves to move around the game, you still give them a nickname. Yeah, that's impressive. I just can't do that. But it's good. I think it's good that you can, and that I think it does add to it. It does add to it. So, Wolf, you've looked at the description and photos of the pictures of Trading Card Pocket, and you're pretty impressed. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, making a little video just showing you enjoying the game and then sharing it with your friend. That sounds like a good way to try and get them introduced into the game. So yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. Like I say, I quite like it, because I think there are two trading card game apps on the App Store. There's the one for the full game, and there's the Pocket version. And I do think the Pocket version is much better. The full version is. It's just not as fun. I do think Trading Card Pocket is a nice app. It's just nice just to open a couple of packs and then put it away and move on. Mello, welcome to stream. Good afternoon. I hope you're having a good day. I saw the shiny Onyx that you got recently. Congrats on that. Well done. Because I feel like you are due some shiny luck. So congrats on the shiny Onyx, and to be honest, you deserve a few more shinies than that. So I hope it's going well for you. Are you on I feel like you were due to go on holiday soon. I can't remember if you said your holiday had already started or but yeah, it's good to see you, Mello. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, well, yeah, I think the Pocket version is more meant for casual players. So I think that's why it suits me a little bit better. And Rainy Day, it is 1:45 in New Zealand, and you're still hunting for that Mimikyu. Yeah, I hope. I hope you do get it, but also sleep is important. So I'm hoping. Yeah, I hope you don't stay up too late. But I'm sure you will get it eventually. So I mean, yeah, whether you get it today, whether you get it tomorrow, I'm sure you will get it. And Calamari, no, I don't have a Discord server. Yeah, I don't know how to go about doing that. And I think I think I'm a little bit too small of a streamer at the moment. I think that's something I would like to do eventually. But I think I've got a long way to go before I have enough people who enjoy the stream who might want to join a Discord server, I think. So I think that would be something I would really like in the future, and I just have no idea how to do it. But I think I'm a way off that yet. I think that might be something to aim for in the future, though, because that would be nice. And well, yeah, exactly. It's just a more streamlined, quick, simple version of the full trading card game, which is why I quite like it. I think when I tried to use the full version, it just felt a bit cluttered, and I got confused, to be honest. So yeah, I do quite like the trading card pocket game. It's really good. And Rainy Day says, "Who needs sleep?" We are very different people. I certainly need my sleep. I'm definitely a morning person, so I tend to go to bed quite early, and then I wake up really early. I've always been like that, but ever since, so I've always preferred going to bed early and waking up early. I've always preferred that, but ever since I got my dogs, I no longer have a choice. So my dogs, my dogs start waking up around about 6:30. It's impossible for me to stay in bed much later than that, because they just get restless and they start barking and they want to go out. And if they want to go out, I've got to get up. And if I'm getting up at that time, then I end up going to bed early. So yeah. My dogs dictate my sleeping patterns for me. But I'm not complaining, because I am still, I would say I am a morning person anyway. And I know not everyone is. A lot of people are night owls. I'm definitely a morning bird, I would say. And Wolf says, some say that sleep is for the weak, but sleep is important. I agree, sleep is important. I always feel better if I've had a good night's sleep. Which doesn't always happen, but I always feel better if I have had a lot of sleep. Rainy Day says, I'd need to get decent moderation. Yes. Yeah, no, exactly. I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think if the channel does grow, then that is definitely something I'd have to look into. But I'm definitely at the start, I would say, and I'm not in a rush. I'm more doing this because I find it quite fun. So we'll see where this goes, but I just enjoy playing Pokemon. I really like being able to just look back on these streams and see what happened and just re-experience some of my games, because that's just quite nice for me, just to be able to just look back on what happened, and then just listen to the music and things like that. It's nice just hanging out with my dogs, and it's really nice being able to just chat with you all. So I see this as more just it's quite a nice hobby for me, to be honest. So Mello, you're going on holiday on the 2nd of June. Gotcha. So you got all 150 Pokemon on Let's Go Eevee before Viridian Forest. So you can shiny hunt the moment you get the charm. That's really, I didn't even know that was possible. That's really impressive. So you're going for Moltres, and you're currently at 110 soft resets. Good luck with that. So yeah, you're definitely due some shiny luck after what happened with the Mewtwo, and I should say Mewtwo's really. So I really hope you get that shiny Moltres. I really hope you get it, because you definitely deserve it, and I know you will. So the shiny charm will help. You'll get there. But yeah, good. And Calamari, nothing wakes you up more than getting surprised by a shiny. Yes, that will wake anyone up. That's the best way to wake up. Yeah. And Draven, welcome to stream. Hi. Everything's good with me, thank you. I hope everything's good with you. Yeah, today's stream is going really well, to be honest. I had really bad internet or OBS issues on both Tuesday and Wednesday. No, that's not right. On Wednesday and Thursday, that's when the technical issues happened. So I was really worried about today's stream, because the last 2 streams I've done, I've had to either end them early or spend half the stream messing around with OBS settings to try and fix things that were going wrong. So I'm really thankful that this stream hasn't had any of those issues. So I'm in a good mood. Yeah, because I haven't had any technical issues so far today. I hope you're doing well. And Wolf, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you knew that my sleep schedule was probably dictated by the dogs. Yeah, you're right. A lot of my life is dictated by the dogs. But yeah, the sleep schedule certainly is. But I wouldn't have it any other way. And Rainy Day say, that's really nice, thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you were to catch any of the other streams, it would be lovely to have you. Yeah, there's never an expectation that you need to catch all of the streams. You know, just whenever you stop by, it's always nice and it's always appreciated. Yeah, that's really nice of you to say, though. Yeah, thank you for saying that. That's really nice. And Calamari, it's raining where you are right now, and the stream's music kind of fits that cozy vibe. That is exactly it. Yeah, I like the cozy lo-fi ness, if that's a word. I'm making it a word, of the music. To me, it kind of just fits quite nicely with shiny hunting. So yeah. Yeah, it rained where I am as well earlier in the morning. I'm hoping that in a couple of hours' time, when I have to walk the dogs, that that the weather has cleared up where I am, because the dogs do not like walking in the rain. So I'm hoping that it clears up where I am. But sometimes, if you don't need to go out, sometimes it is quite nice just being inside and listening to the rain hit the roof. That's always a nice calming sound for me. So if I know that I don't have to go out for the rest of the day, I do find it quite relaxing listening to the rain. But it can be bad sometimes. So yeah, so if I stream at midday, then for you, Rainy Day, that's like 1 a.m. Wow, yeah. And yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, I hope the streams, are nice and calming, so that hopefully that does fit well if it is late night where you are, and that can just help people unwind. That's quite nice. And Taylor, congrats! You got a shiny Piplup in Pokemon Go. Okay, so I'm hoping that's a sign. So on this encounter, I'm gonna go for a Piplup as well. So maybe we can be shiny Piplup buddies. But that's really good. Congrats. It's always nice getting a shiny in Pokemon Go. In fact, I might load up Pokemon Go and see if I can get a shiny. I enjoy playing Pokemon Go as well. Big fan of that game. Ah, no shiny Piplup for me, but congrats to you, Taylor. And you've already evolved that shiny Piplup into a Primplup. Nice one. And Rainy Day, you drink energy drinks at night? I could not do that. I struggle with caffeine personally. I can't handle energy drinks for the most part. I just struggle with the caffeine. I can't even have, well, I say I can't, but I do struggle having more than one coffee in a day. So I start the day with a coffee, but even then I prefer a decaffeinated coffee. But I can, if I'm going to have a coffee and decaf isn't available, then I will just have a normal coffee in the morning, but I can't have more than one coffee. After that, I drink nothing but tea. And even though I think there is caffeine in tea, the caffeine in tea doesn't affect me. I can have a cup of tea before going to bed and it's absolutely fine. But if that was an energy drink, I would really struggle. So Rainy Day, your sleep schedule can be described as something. Yep, I think I understand that. I remember there was a time in my life when my sleep schedule used to be like that. I think I prefer it nowadays. But yeah, when I was a student, I would stay up late, and it would be just an absolute mess, my sleep schedule. So I know how that feels. Or even when I used to work shifts, that used to be a problem. So yeah, I know how that can feel. So you drink Mountain Dew that's got even more caffeine than coffee. Wow. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be able to handle that. It just leaves me feeling jittery, and shaky, and I'm not sure, I wouldn't say I get a headache, but I can feel when I have too much caffeine, and this is purely just the way that I feel, it's like I almost get a headache. I feel like there's a headache lurking above my head, and there's a protective barrier in my brain that protects me from the headache at all times. And then when I drink caffeine, I feel like that protective barrier is just getting thinner and thinner, and the headache is almost about to break through. And then sometimes it does break through and I get a headache, or I just get anxious about getting a headache. That's how I feel when it comes to caffeine from like energy drinks or coffee. But with tea, I don't get that. But again, I get the impression I don't think there's much caffeine in tea. But it could also, and it almost certainly is, probably just all psychosomatic. So I'm just used to drinking tea, and I'm just not used to drinking coffee and energy drinks. So I associate them in my head with having higher caffeine. So in my head, maybe I just give it that effect. It almost certainly is all just in my head. But and Wolf, so caffeine isn't just in chai. I think caffeine is present in all tea, just to varying degrees. I think even green tea has got caffeine, but just not much. That's my understanding, but I'm not right on everything. So again, anything I say has to be qualified with I don't actually know what I'm talking about, but my understanding is all tea, I think, has caffeine in it. That's always been my understanding. But I don't think green tea has much caffeine in it. And Taylor, you are trying to get a Rowlet, but it is not going in the ball. Good luck with that. I do hope you get that Rowlet. And Rainy Day, you know that feeling, because that's how you feel with Nurofen. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's difficult for me to describe. That's my best way of describing it when I have too much caffeine. It just feels like there's a headache lurking that's just trying to break through, and I feel like caffeine reduces that barrier between me and a headache. And so Rainy Day didn't know that tea had caffeine. There you go. And Wolf, caffeine is in all tea, not just chai. Which is your favorite type? Yeah, nice. Yeah, I like all forms of tea. If there's one thing I wouldn't be able to live without in this world, it would be tea. Yeah, even though it does have some caffeine in it, I associate it with just it being a calming drink. There's just something really nice, and it's nice just to be able to, just always been able to just like make someone a cup of tea as well. Whenever I would like visit family or something like that, I always knew that I could make myself useful by just offering to make tea. And whenever I would get, whenever I'd be able to enjoy a cup of tea with family, it's just nice. Just a nice way to interact and chat. So I consider it to be a very social drink, tea. Okay, let's go for Piplup. Could be shiny. And Rainy Day, so this hunt reminds you of when you hunted Humar the Prime Lord in Warcraft. It took you forever and you failed your first attempt, but when you finally got it, it was I can imagine that would be quite similar, because it's gonna be when I finally do get this shiny, it's gonna mean an awful lot. This will be the very first shiny starter I've ever found, and it will also, it will also signify just the start of my Sinnoh journey, which I'm really looking forward to. So yeah, I've got a feeling that when I do find this, it is going to be amazing. So, Wolf, that's interesting. So the reason you like chai is because it smells like the way that your mum makes her coffee. That's interesting. That is, but it is strange. I mean, the way that you smell something, it does unlock memories, doesn't it? So that's nice. That will always be nice. You know, having a drink that just reminds you of your mum. That's always going to be nice. So I like that. And Taylor, have I opened? Oh. Okay, so I've just opened Pokemon Go, and I can see there are about 7 or 8 Machops all around me. So I think it's Machop Community Day, which I did not know. So I will answer your question, Taylor, but I just want to see whether some of these Machops are shiny. I love Community Days in Pokemon Go. I didn't realise it was Machop Community Day. I think I've already got a shiny Machop, but I'm a sucker for a shiny. So let's see if I can get a shiny Machop. And then let me just... Okay, so I did Piplup last time. Let's see if we've got a shiny Turtwig. And I will, if I've not already, I will open your gift, Taylor. Bear with me 1 second. It's not a shiny Turtwig, so I'll reset. I think I've already opened it, Taylor, because I can't see a gift. But have I sent you a gift today? I don't think I've sent you a gift then. I'm just sending you a gift. Bear with me 1 second. There we go. I've just sent you a gift. I think I've already opened your gift for the day though, Taylor. So Wolf, so chai is like a coffee replacement, but it's not as much caffeine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because I like the taste of coffee, but I just can't deal with the caffeine, which is why I only ever have just one coffee in the morning and then I move on to tea. And Calamari, you just played tag with Mesprit for 6 minutes, and that's the longest encounter yet. Oof. Hopefully the next ones are a little bit quicker. 6 minutes does sound a long time. But yeah, I do hope you get that Mesprit quick. And rainy day. Yeah. So I do like iced tea as well. So you don't drink tea, but you like berry tea or iced peach tea. Yeah. I mean, iced tea is very nice. I like that in the summer, obviously. So yeah, that's a good shout. I do like to make a jug of iced tea in the summer months. That's very nice and refreshing. And Wolf, you don't even drink coffee. Yeah. I didn't drink coffee for a long time. I certainly didn't drink it when I was younger. But then I slowly started getting into it. But even so, it's only ever just 1 cup in the morning for me. And rainy day. So your hunt for the shiny Mimikyu that you're currently doing. What you want to do is when you replay Sword, you want to use that Mimikyu on the run. That's always fun. I do like starting a new run with a shiny. That sounds fun. I can see why you'd want to do that. And Taylor, so it's only just started, so there's another 2 hours 53 minutes for the community day. That's good to know. That is good to know. Actually, I think, yeah. So I need to put an incense on, don't I? Let me just put an incense on. There we go. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have a gotcha, which is, it kind of automatically catches Pokemon for me in Pokemon Go. I've just had it running for not long, maybe 5 minutes or so, and I've already got 3 shiny Machops. I just want to show you guys this. Bear with me 1 second. I don't know if you could see that, but yeah, I've got 3 shiny Machops already. I love community days. They're so good. That's great. That is very good. I'm very happy about that. So hopefully that's a sign that I might be able to get a shiny in this. So, Taylor, you got a shiny I3 Pokemon. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I might be missing something. But it's always good to get a shiny, whatever that is. So congrats, Taylor. Yeah, exactly, Calamari. Yeah, I'm mentally prepared for my my shiny hunt as well. I know that it can take. This could take me months. I hope yours doesn't take that amount of time. But I think it's always good to have in the back of your mind, just realize that it could take a long time. You know, there's every chance it might not, and that would be amazing. But just being prepared, mentally preparing yourself that it could take a while. Yeah, that's important. Just hopefully we all get these shinies soon. And Rainy Day, you would need a home subscription first. Oh, I see what you mean. I think with a free home subscription, can't you just use one box? So I mean, I've got a Pokemon home subscription just because I've got so many. But even if you don't pay for that, I thought you would still have one free box. But I might be wrong. It's been a while since I've used the free version of home. But yeah, that's fine. I mean, however you choose to play Pokemon Sword, I'm sure it will be fun. And oh yeah, that's it. So you only have one basic box. So I see. And you've already got a lot of Pokemon in it. That makes sense then. Yeah, that makes sense. And thank you, Calamari. Yeah, I did essentially kidnap those Machops. And yeah, Rainy Day. Whenever I do these community days, I'm always secretly hoping that I get 3 of them, because then I can evolve 2 of them and 1 of them up to the full. So then I've got 1 of each form. That's what I like the most. So yeah, I'm really happy I've got 3. But then, I mean, there's still 2 hours 45 minutes left of this community day, apparently. So who knows how many shinies I'm going to end up with. I wasn't expecting to get 3 that fast. That was very surprising to me. And Taylor, you've got a shiny Machamp that you've called Machampion. I like that, Machampion. That's a good nickname. That is a very good nickname. I like that. So Wolf, are there microtransactions in TCG Pocket? I'm presuming you're asking. Yes, there are. So you get 2 free packs of cards to open per day, and that recharges, and it takes about 24 hours to get those 2 free packs. But if you want to open more than that, then the game will say, deposit certain money, and then you can open more. Then you can get the currency, then you can open more packs. Which is why I think you need to be careful with it, and just limit yourself to just opening the free ones. If you're the type of person who, once they've opened a few things, really wants to open more and wants to open more to complete collections, then it might not be the best game, just because there are those microtransactions. It's one of those pay to win type things. But if you can just, it is a free to play game if you just stick to those 2 free packs per day plus whatever else you get in bonus currency, which is why I just like to just open 2 packs, do 1 wonder trade, and then collect the daily achievements, and that's pretty much all I do. And that's enough for me. It's a nice little distraction, and I always just think of it as I'm just going to open 2 packs and leave it at that. And calamari, that's a really nice way of looking at it. So when you finish a hunt, it's nice to reflect back on what's happened during that hunt, and that's quite nice, because I guess it's a nice way of framing, almost framing recent events, and framing your life almost. It makes it easier to remember what you were doing at that point in your life. That's quite interesting. That's a nice way of looking at it, and that might be the way that I look at things, in a few months' time, in a few years' time. If I, look back on, when I look back on my shiny Mewtwo, that'll bring me back to the time in my life when I was, playing Let's Go without a microphone, just typing, talking to a lot of you, and yeah, that probably is a nice way of looking at it. And I do find, because I've never really done shiny only runs before I started this channel, and everything that I've done since then, on these shiny only runs or things like that, it has just made the game itself just more memorable for me, which I do quite like. These little shiny only runs, it makes the game more memorable for me, which I do quite like. But that's a nice way of looking at it, calamari. I like that. Taylor, have I got your gift? Bear with me 1 second, because I think I may have already opened it. That's the thing. Yes. Oh, no, I do have it. It's just arrived. I'm just opening it now. There we go. I'm just opening it now. So, rainy day. Microtransactions are why you didn't like Unite. Yeah, I've never tried Unite. It looks fun, from the images and stuff. But yeah, I've heard there are microtransactions to it. So I don't know how much they interfere with the gameplay or anything like that. But it does look nice, definitely. Pokemon Unite. And Wolf, you expected daily packs like it? So there are daily packs. I think there's just 2 daily packs. So if that's enough, if just opening 2 packs a day is enough, then I think Pokemon TCG Pocket is quite good. But I think it's, when you go into it, I think you have to mentally prepare that's you have to think of it that way, because if you think of it as I want to catch everything, then I think it can be then it can be a risk because it is a pay to win microtransaction-y type game. And Taylor, you've got a Machamp that's a hundo. That's good. That is good. I don't have too many Pokemon that are hundos in Pokemon Go, but it is always nice to get one with perfect stats. So that is very good. Congrats on that. And rainy day, it's now 1:15 and you're really tired. I agree, it's time to sleep. Good night. Thank you very much for joining. It's been lovely having you on the stream. Thank you. But yeah, good night. And good luck with your Mimikyu hunt when you do continue it. I'm sure you will get that shiny Mimikyu soon. But thanks for stopping by. So Wolf, right, I see. So yeah, I'm not quite sure on the microtransactions aspect. Maybe it will let you download it, but then it'll just not allow you to do any microtransactions. I mean, that would be ideal, for me. But yeah, I'm not generally tempted by microtransactions on TCG Pocket, but some people are. But yeah, I'm just happy just opening a couple of packs a day. Calamari, as someone not from the UK, can I explain what are bank holidays? Yes, so in the UK, there are certain entitlements that people get for holidays. So certain days of the year are considered bank holidays. What that means is that if you work a 9-to-5 job, office job, things like that, that means that you just get that day off typically. It doesn't mean that everyone in the UK gets that day off though. So I think bank holidays are, it's something that the government, or even sometimes I think the king or queen can declare a bank holiday if they really want, but that's usually at the instruction of the government. The government basically say these are the bank holidays, and most companies will abide by that. But there are some companies where, and the companies that abide by that give their workers the day off, and it's just free day off. You still get the same wage, it's just free day off. But there's some sectors and there's some businesses that can't really shut down, that still want to operate, and so some people will still have to work on bank holidays. Typically, in my experience, whenever I've had to work a bank holiday, been asked to work a bank holiday, typically you sometimes get double pay or time and a half. Your employer, because they're making you work on a bank holiday, you sometimes get more for doing that. So when I used to work at McDonald's, or whenever I used to work in kitchens at university, whenever we were required to work over the bank holiday, you'd always get more money for doing those shifts. But it's just a national holiday really, where most of the country just doesn't have to go to work. If you work in an office job, you'll always get bank holidays off. In the UK, you always get a few days off as bank holidays for Easter. You get a few days bank holidays off around Christmas. You get 2 days off in May. One is the early May bank holiday, one is the late May bank holiday, and we're just about to enter the late May bank holiday. And I think there's also an August bank holiday as well. But they're the main ones. But then, like I say, you can just get random bank holidays. So I remember when when England was doing well in the Euro Championships a couple of years ago, there was talk of if England won the championship, then they would call a bank holiday and everyone would get a day off to celebrate. In the end, England lost in the final, so nobody got a holiday. And there's also, you know, if some important royal got married, or if some important royal were to pass away, then you'd sometimes get a bank holiday for that as well. It's just random sometimes. Well, not random, it's just what the government wants to allow people. And I don't know if it's so I mean, I only know, I mean, yeah, I'm British, so I only know what it is in this country. I'm sure other countries have just, you know, time off as holidays. I'm sure a lot of countries have like Easter as time off and things like that. But yeah, the UK, when it's to do with bank holidays, it's Christmas, Easter. You get a couple off in May, and you get one in August as well. And I might be missing some. But yeah, it's just free holidays really. It's quite. I always look forward to it. It's not much, but just having a day off, it's something to look forward to. It's quite nice. Like I say, it's a small thing, but just you know, just having that is quite nice. So Calamari, you would like to have some bank holidays where you are. So whereabouts are you from, Calamari? Whereabouts are you based? And if you had bank holidays, you would like to work them and get the bonus pay. Yeah, so that was the thing. So when I used to work shifts, I think I did used to like working the bank holidays, just because, you know, you're doing the same work but you're getting double pay or time and a half. So I did kind of used to like it, but I mean, now that I've got like an office job, now it's just you know, you don't get that choice, you just get the day off. So Wolf, it's not a monthly thing. So every year there's always about 2 or 3 days, or maybe just 2 days. There's 2 or 3 days that you get around Christmas and New Year as bank holiday, and there's a couple of days that you get off in Easter, and then it is a bit random in that in May you also get 2 days off, and then in August you get 1 day off. But those are the only months I think that you get the bank holidays, unless it's for something very specific, as I say, like a sporting event or something to do with the royal family, and then you don't tend to get them very often, those random ones. So Calamari, you're from the Philippines and you just have the normal usual. Yeah, well, that's it. So I think it may be that that those normal holidays that you have, it probably amounts to a similar amount of time off that we do. It's just maybe that our bank holidays are spread out a bit, because I always feel like you should get more time off around like Christmas, but we only really get Christmas Day and Boxing Day. Those are technically the only bank holidays at Christmas, and I think we also get New Year's Day off as a bank holiday. Those are the only days that are bank holidays around the Christmas New Year time. So yeah, in total, let me just count them up. So I think you get 3 around that time. 2, you get Easter Monday and Good Friday in Easter. That's 5. 2 in May and 1 in August. So that's 8. So I think we get 8 bank holidays. I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm not pretty sure. That's from what I can remember. We get 8 bank holidays a year. So it may be that other countries have similar, but it's just they space them out and call them different things. But yeah, I think I do like the way that they are spaced out. I do wish they were a little more spaced out. Like, as nice as it is to have this bank holiday in May, the fact that we just had a bank holiday a couple of weeks ago, it would be nice if it was spaced out a little bit more. But I'm sure there's some reason why that, you know, the first Monday in May is a bank holiday and the last Monday in May is a bank holiday. There's probably some reason in the UK why that is the case. I don't know what the reason is, but I think if I had my way, I'd prefer to have it a little more spaced out. But I don't really want to complain. It's good to have any time off, really. Yeah, eight feels like a good amount. I can't really complain about the holidays, either with the country or with my employer. I feel like I get a nice amount of time off. I can't really complain. And I've never really thought why they're called bank holidays. I mean, I'm assuming it's because the banks themselves closed on those days, but then it's not like it's just banks that are closed on those days. A lot of, you know, all office workers end up getting, you know, the time off on those days, so it is a bit strange. I can understand why people from other countries would get a bit confused as to why British people keep talking about bank holidays. You know, what's so special about a bank having a holiday? But it just, most of the country ends up getting that as a holiday. And calamari. So you celebrate Christmas starting from September all the way to the 6th of January. Wow, that is a nice festive build-up. That must be incredible, having that long of a build-up for something. It kind of almost feels like that's the case here. I feel like when you get into September, that's when I start to. Well, maybe not September, certainly October. That's when you start to see adverts on TV in this country about, you know, Christmas and things like that. And then, but that is nice. But you only get holiday break during that Christmas to New Year period. Yeah, when that Christmas to New Year period, I always try to book off at work, just because it's just nice to have a break between that time. And you call it the Burr months because September and December both end in Burr. Yeah, September, October, November, December. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that actually. Are those the only? I hadn't thought of that actually. Yeah, I suppose all of those months from then do all end in BER. Are there no other months that end in BER? I'd never thought about that. Yeah. I'd never thought about that before. And yes, I can imagine, seeing Christmas alongside Halloween. Yeah, very Nightmare Before Christmas. I like the idea of combining Christmas and Halloween, just because I'm a fan of that film. And I agree, Wolf. It's my favourite holiday as well. Yeah, it's the time of year that I get to spend the most time with family. I live quite far away from my family, so it's always a bit of a trek to see them. But always at Christmas, we travel, and get to spend a lot of time with family, and that's the best. So I agree. It's really, Christmas is my favorite holiday as well. And Jody, welcome. Hi. You're from Arkansas. That's great. But welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well. I'm still looking for a shiny. I've just hit 1,400 encounters, but no shiny for me just yet. I'm hoping to find it this stream. We'll see. There's still plenty of time. I'm going to be streaming for a while, so I'm still hopeful I might be able to find it. We'll just have to see. Yeah, I would be so happy if I could get it at some point this weekend. So we'll see. And yeah, Wolf, so yeah, celebrating Christmas for 3 or 4 months would sound fun. Yeah, I think in the UK, I feel like as soon as Halloween is over, then the country kind of goes into Christmas mode from that point. And even sometimes a little bit before Halloween, it goes into a Christmas mode. Oh, of course you were. I forgot that you were doing the BBQs with Taylor. I forgot. Sorry. Oh, you guys must have ground quite a few points then in that amount of time. That's really good. I do like, doing those little quests in the Blueberry Academy. There's something very satisfying about the noise that those quests make when you finish one. I get a little bit of a dopamine rush every time I finish one of those quests. I do quite like that. It's a nice feature in the DLC. And yes, Wolf, that's exactly the same in this country. The Christmas adverts and the songs on the radio, they start way before December. As I say, you hear them all the way through November, and you do sometimes hear them in October. It is a bit strange, but it's just the way it is. And I do get excited about Christmas, so I can see why people do start celebrating it early. And Jody, you have over 11,000 points. Nice. That's really good. That is really good. I mean, that's nice of you that you didn't even need the points. You just kind of did it to help out. That's really nice. Yeah, that is really nice. And Calamari, you haven't got the DLC yet, but you might be considering it once the Switch 2 comes out. Because, yeah, like you say, there's going to be an update for Scarlet and Violet, which I am looking forward to. It sounds like this update is going to allow more Pokemon to appear on the screen at the same time, which is going to make shiny hunting easier, hopefully. So I like the sound of that, and it sounds like it's also going to fix a few of the performance issues. So that probably does sound like a good time to dive back into the game, and maybe explore the DLCs. So I don't blame you for holding out. That sounds like a smart idea. What I'm really hoping is when the Switch 2 comes out, that when what I'll have to do is transfer this save over to the Switch 2 when it arrives. I'm hoping that these loading screens will be faster in the Switch 2. I don't think I've heard of any update or patch for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, but I am hoping that it just runs faster on the Switch 2. That's all I want. I just want these loading screens to be a little bit faster, because I think this hunt is going to continue until the Switch 2 comes out. So I'm just really hoping that the Switch 2 improves these loading times, but we shall see. And Jody, you still need a shiny Veluza, so you're hoping that the update means you can just go around that lake area without too much lag. Yeah, it can get a bit choppy around there, so I know what you mean. But I hope you get the shiny Veluza. The shiny Veluza is a nice one, isn't it? It's green, isn't it? It's a nice shiny, that one. And yeah, Calma, yeah, I feel like these loading screens in BDSP, they feel excessively long. Yeah, I really hope it improves it. Yeah. And Wolf, yeah, the Switch 2 it's not far off, is it? It's the start of June, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it's only a couple of weeks away. Yeah, I managed to get a pre-order on one, but I am a bit worried because no, let's go for a Piplup this time. I'm a bit worried because I ordered the Switch 2 from Nintendo, but I also ordered some of the Tears of the Kingdom amiibos and the GameCube controller as well, but I put that in a separate order. I don't know why I did that, but I did. And I've recently on my credit card had a declined transaction. So my bank declined a transaction from Nintendo for the amiibos and the GameCube controller because of suspicious activity. So they were concerned about fraud, which that's fine. Sometimes that happens. So I replied to my bank and said, "There's nothing suspicious about that. Please approve them." But the transactions had already been cancelled, so I need to contact Nintendo and just ask them to redo those transactions because those are genuine and I do want those things. But I'm just petrified that my bank might block the transaction for the Nintendo Switch. I don't know why my bank would do that because I end up buying so much stuff from Nintendo. It should be the least suspicious transaction that ever occurs on my credit card. Buying something from Nintendo. It's just. But anyway, so I'm hoping that everything goes smoothly and I get the Switch 2. It should be fine. So June the 5th. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I can't wait. I've got Mario Kart to look forward to. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be looking forward to playing that game, I think. And yeah, exactly, Wolf. I think there's been a lot of people just worried about the price, worried about whether it's going to be available, there's lots of little worries about the Switch 2 launch. I'm just hoping I can get my hands on one. So I'm hoping this I'm hoping this pre-order comes through. And Calamari, yeah, the bank probably did think something strange like the Pugs got a hold of my credit card. I wouldn't put it past them. Although they would probably go for some kind of dog food or something. That's their favoured thing. But yeah, it will be here sooner than I realised. This whole, from the Switch 2 getting announced to, you know, where we are now, it feels like yesterday. It doesn't feel that long ago that Nintendo was still being tight-lipped over, you know, what the next sequel to the Switch would be. So yeah, it's crazy that it's come around this fast. To me, it feels like it's come around very fast. But yeah, I can't wait for it. Can't wait. Now, one thing I would say is I do wish the Switch 2 was a little more colourful. A completely black console, I know, looks cool to a lot of people, but when I think of Nintendo, I just really love really colourful things. So I wish it was a different colour. I wish the buttons were different colours. It's very minimal, the design, which I think is fine, but I'm hoping they release some Joy-Cons that are just a little bit more interesting. And yeah, Calamari, it's crazy that from when they first announced the name of the Legends game, Legends ZA, that it went for so long without any other information. That is, yeah, they like to be quite tight-lipped. I remember hearing that there was some kind of leak where a lot of information about Legends ZA got released, but I've managed to avoid that, so I don't feel like anything's been spoiled for me. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing ZA. I'm more excited about Legends ZA than I am about Mario Kart. I bought Mario Kart just because it looks interesting, and just because it's a new system, so I'm interested to see how it is. But really, I just want to play Legends ZA. And I know that will be available on Switch 1 as well, but I think it'll just be nicer on Switch 2. That's my thinking. So Wolf, yeah, you're not as anxious to hear news about ZA because you're more interested in Champions. Yeah, and that's fair, and that is fair. So I mean, hopefully we get a bit more information about that Champions game, because that does look interesting. As I say, I definitely respect people that do the battle inside of the game. I think it's such an interesting tactical, with lots of different nuances, and I like the idea of that game where you can just battle any Pokemon against any other Pokemon. It's not restricted by whether that Pokemon appears in a particular game. It looks like just every Pokemon is going to be there, which that's pretty cool. I like that. And from what I saw, I think you'll also be able to mix mechanics. So I think I saw a screenshot of like a Dynamax Pokemon fighting against a Mega Pokemon, which that sounds cool to me. Yeah, it does sound very good. Champions. So I can see why you would be excited about that. And yeah, I think it's good to be picky and to have preferences, Wolf. So nothing wrong with that. And Calamari, you're cautious about ZA just because of how successful Arceus was. Yeah, exactly. I think they did so many things right with Arceus, and seeing the setting to be so different, I have my concerns as well. But I'm gonna wait until I actually play it to see how I feel. But I agree. There was a lot of things that were really good in Arceus. You know, the wild Pokemon being a threat. Just the fact that you were back in time and you were helping create a Pokédex. So it wasn't about filling in a Pokédex. Just, you know, it wasn't like a checkbox exercise like it is in a lot of games. You were out in the field. You were writing the reports. You were studying these Pokemon almost. It just worked so well on so many different levels that I do have concerns about ZA, where it's not set in the past. You're not filling out that Pokédex. If they're in the city, are they really actually going to be wild or not? Will it have that same sense of danger? I mean, until it happens, until we can actually play it, who knows? But I mean, there's so much to like in that trailer as well. Like being able to move around the battlefield, interact with, you know, Pokemon. All of the battles that I've seen, it feels like it's something straight from the anime in my mind. That does look really appealing to me. So Wolf, you might not want to play ZA, but you might enjoy watching people play ZA. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, I think there's quite a few games where I quite like watching people play it, but it might not be my cup of tea to actually play it myself. So yeah, I know what you mean there. And Calamari, I'm the same. I'm hoping that the Legends series continues because it just does a lot of things right. So I am interested to see where the series goes with ZA. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Wolf. I think, yeah, everyone's different. And that is one of the really good things about the Switch, that you said there, Wolf, that there's different Pokemon games for everyone. And that it does feel that's the case on the Switch. Because there's quite a few Pokemon games on the Switch, but they all play a little bit differently. You know, the way that you play the game is a little bit different. You know, some are, you know, the way you encounter Pokemon, the way you shiny hunt, the way that you know, all of it is very, very different. You know, comparing Let's Go, where you can't even use a Pro Controller, you have to do it all by a Joy-Con or the Pokeball Plus, or you can do it in handheld mode, I suppose. Comparing that to Scarlet and Violet, where it's an open world and you're using a Pro Controller or however you want to play it, they're very, very different games. And that's nice that there's all those different options for playing the game on Switch. I am glad that they've tried something different with each one. I sometimes wish that they would have tried more different things with each one, but I at least appreciate that they have tried to do different things with each one, which I think is good, because I think there was maybe an argument in previous generations that maybe it didn't iterate enough on the previous generation. I don't know too much about that because I missed quite a few generations, but I have heard that criticism that, you know, some of the later generations were not different enough. But I do like that the Switch games have tried a lot of different things. And Wolf, yeah, no, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Arceus not being your type of game. Exactly. And you're absolutely right. People just have different preferences. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. So calamari, yeah, imagine imagine you're just walking down the street and then you just get attacked by a random trainer throwing a Pokeball at you. Yeah, that is something from the trailers, isn't it? You can just you can ambush other trainers as you're walking and just start the fight without them really knowing what's going on. It doesn't feel very ethical, does it? But it does sound kind of fun. So yeah, I'm going to be interested in that. I think I've got a feeling that the battle inside of it is going to be a little more fun than Legends Arceus. I get the impression there's this. I haven't rewatched the trailer since it first came out, but I got the impression there's some kind of ranking system, which sounds fun, about, you know, how these trainer battles go and moving up the ranks. I think, is it all about moving through the ranks from Z to A or from A to Z? I can't remember which way it goes round, but you know, that kind of, you know, progression system, I do quite like that. That appeals to me. So I feel like there's a lot to like about the game, but until we play it, we won't really know. So because I enjoyed Arceus so much, I've got a lot of good faith for this game. I'm willing to give it a lot of slack, and I'm hoping it lives up to the standards that Arceus set, and that is a lot to ask, and I guess you just got to hope. But no, I mean, absolutely, I get what you were saying earlier though, Wolf. You know, it's just every Pokemon game is not going to be for everyone, so I do like that Pokemon has that variety. And absolutely, yeah, I think if you're more used to the core series of the games, then I could see why Arceus would be a little jarring. And I will say it was jarring for me when I first tried it, because I got Arceus when it first came out, and I didn't like it at the start. It was so different to the main games. I was dying constantly. Yeah, I don't think I could get past the first boss, and I can't even remember the name of the Pokemon now. The Scyther that's rock Scyther. What's he called? Oh, this is frustrating. I can't even remember his name. Anyway, yeah, fighting that first boss in Arceus, I just kept dying, and it really put me off. But then I think when I tried it again and then took the time to just get invested in the mechanics, then I fell in love with it. It's a really good Pokemon game. So Calamari, what's a dream shiny that I'd like to hunt in the future? It doesn't have to be in BDSP. That's interesting. That is interesting. I think it would have to be a legendary, because that would be a Pokemon that I'd never really had as a shiny before. So I think it would be some legendary shiny hunt. That's a good question, because I really liked the shiny Mewtwo. That would have been up there, and the fact I was able to get that, I was really pleased with. I think it might be two of them, because I think I'd quite like a pair of Latios and Latias shiny, just because I really like both of those shinies. The kind of, toothpaste turquoise and the really nice orange. I think they're wonderful shinies, and they make a nice pair. So I think I would like to get both of those. I've got a save file on Pokemon Sword where I'm trying to find shiny Latias in Pokemon Sword in Dynamax Adventures. I got about 20 encounters in, and then I started doing other things, but I want to go back to that and finish that hunt. And then I also want to get Latios as well. So I think those two would be my would be dream shinies for me, because I think they're really good. Those are, in my mind, those are perfect shinies. I think they're great. So Wolf, the first game that you beat and got used to was Pokemon X. And then that got you into Alpha Sapphire, and then Sun, and then Ultra Sun, and then you got the Switch. That's a nice journey, yeah. And I can see if you're used to the core main games, then Arceus is very different. And like I say, yeah, when I was used to the main game ones as well, and I really, really struggled at the start. So yeah, I agree. And what got you into it was actually the anime. Yeah, so I think I know what you mean, and I think I was similar. I definitely, before I ever started playing Pokemon, I had seen quite a few episodes of the anime, so it probably was the anime that got me into it. But then I'm an old man, so I remember Pokemon when it first came out, and I remember reading games magazines in the 90s. I remember it just being like rumoured about that there was this really big game in Japan. It was really popular, and it'd be coming to the UK soon. It was about catching monsters, and I remember that sounding interesting. And then not long after that, that's when the anime started appearing on Sky TV in the UK. And I remember watching that on Saturday mornings and just realising that this is an amazing TV series that I was really enjoying, and just the thought that what's happening on screen is something that I'll be able to do in game. It was crazy for me. So I was, by watching the anime before it had even been released in the country, I was already really hyped for it. I remember pre-ordering the game when it came out. I've still got that copy of Pokemon Red on my shelf up there. It means an awful lot. And yeah, so it would have been the anime that really got me into Pokemon as well. The reason I watched the anime was because of all these rumours that were about that it was this just phenomenon in Japan. But it was really the anime that really got its teeth into me, and I just wanted to start my own Pokemon journey. So I understand the anime getting you into the game, because I think it's probably the same for me as well back in the day. So yeah, you loved watching the anime when you got home from elementary school. Yeah, exactly. That would have been similar for me, but I think I would have been a bit older when I first discovered Pokemon. And that's fine. I think Pokemon is really, it's got a really nice, in my mind, it's nice that it's really accessible. One of the things I like about Pokemon is that at its heart, it's a turn-based game, which Arceus kind of steps away from to some degree. And I think Legend ZA, it sounds like it's going to step away from even further. But I do like really, nice, calm, turn-based games where, you can think about what the next move is going to be, where I can have a nice sip of tea while I think about what my next move is going to be. And I always like that about Pokemon. So I get that. And exactly, yeah, Pokemon is for everyone. Yeah. And I like that as well. That's what I like about Pokemon as well, Wolf. So I know what you mean. And Calamari, so you remember, so it was your mum that saw you watching the anime and really enjoying it. So she went out and got a Game Boy Advance and a copy of Fire Red for you. That is so nice. And that's really thoughtful as well. Yeah, that's really nice. I like that. I like that your mum was so aware of what your interests and passions were and went out of her way to do that. That's really nice. That is really nice, and that would be a nice memory to have. So I get that. That's really nice. And Wolf, yeah, I prefer turn-based as well. So when I was growing up, I used to play a lot of Civilization. That's a really good turn-based game. Because I'm from the UK and football is really popular, or soccer if you're American, but football's really popular in the UK. I used to play a lot of a game called Football Manager, which is all turn-based. You just select players and play matches. But turn-based games have always appealed to me, just because you can just take a turn. There's no rush. You just think about what your next move is, and it's all calm. I do like intense games sometimes, but generally I do prefer the slower paced, calm, turn-based ones. That's just where my preference lies. And Calamari, so you used to spam the strongest move on your overlevel starter. Yeah, I mean, that's what I used to do back in the day as well. When I first played, definitely when I first played Pokemon, I didn't really understand all of the different effects of the moves and things like that. I remember I got through the Elite Four on my first playthrough by cheesing it with my muck. I remember using minimize right at the start, and then healing my muck up every time, so that none of the Elite Four would be able to hit the muck, and then just sweeping them. That was my tactic to get through the Elite Four. There would have been 100 easier ways of doing it, I'm sure, but it just didn't occur to me. That was the only way I could think of doing it back then. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice that Pokemon allows you to get through the game however you want to get through it, and that over leveling is possible. So if you're finding it too challenging, then just training up your Pokemon is usually the answer, which I do quite like. And yeah, Wolf, the Pokemon, the anime is based on the game. Yeah, so the games would have come out in Japan first. I think you're right, and then the anime would have been based on that. But I think in the UK, because Japan had the game, I think Japan had the Pokemon game way sooner. The original one, at least, way sooner than the rest of the world. Because I remember hearing about it being a real thing in Japan, but it just did not exist outside of Japan for a very long time. I don't know how long that was, whether it was a year or half a year or more. I'm not quite sure of the exact time frame, but yeah, it's definitely. I think you're definitely right. I think the game came first, and then because it was such a popular thing, then they based the anime off it. That's my understanding on it as well. So Calamari, you only have your over-leveled starter and a legendary and a master ball. Nice. Yeah. I remember it being a real difficult chore trying to get the legendaries in those games. I always used to struggle to actually catch the legendaries because I wasn't using anything with false swipe. I wasn't using anything with status conditions. That didn't occur to me back in the day. So yeah, I used to play it very terribly back in the day. So actually catching a legendary felt like a real achievement. And Draven, you've beaten Lieutenant Surge. Great. Congrats on that. Where are you going to go next in the game? Are you going to try and go all the way down to Fuchsia to get Surf, or are you just going to take it easy and just explore the game? And Wolf, yeah, no, that's nice. It's nice that you can just watch gameplay vids and just pick up just tidbits about Pokemon. That's nice. And I agree, Wolf, it is a nice way to kill time, yeah. So Draven, you're just exploring, yeah. Well, I hope you get that Cubone. That'll be good for the Pokédex. But yeah, it's nice just to explore Kanto. That's nice, Wolf, yeah. It's nice just to be able to chill and just watch streams. I quite like to do that as well. Because that is something that I like to do just before bed. Sometimes it is quite nice, yeah, just to watch just a chill stream in bed. I do that quite often. Draven, it took you 4 days to realise that Nidoking is a ground type. I think I forget that sometimes. Yeah, because Nidoran and Nidorino, those are both pure poison types, aren't they? Yeah, it's only when he evolves that he gets that second type in. Yeah, I think that catches me out as well sometimes. I do like Nidoking though. Nidoking was another Pokemon that I had on my very first team when I played it. I think the only Pokemon I remember being on the team is Venusaur, because I would have picked Bulbasaur, Nidoking and Muk. I can't remember who the other three Pokemon were on my very first playthrough, which is a shame. I wish I could remember that, but I do remember having a Nidoking. It's a very cool looking Pokemon. And Wolf, congrats! So your video of you beating Hop with your Lycanroc already has 12,000 views on TikTok. I've seen it already. I'm pretty sure I've already given it a like. I'm just going to make sure I have done. Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, I've already liked it already. But yeah, no, that's good. I mean, that's good, isn't it? After 2 days, congratulations. I think that's really good. And yeah, no, people clearly like it. Yeah, that's really good. So congratulations on that. And Draven, you wiped the floor with Raichu. Well done. Well done on beating Lieutenant Surge. But yeah, Wolf, I think people obviously like those two Pokemon, and I guess those two Pokemon are up there with your favourite Pokemon. Obviously, Lycanroc, but also with like Hop's team. I like the way that Hop uses the legendary dog as well, Zacian, or is it Zamazenta? I get confused between Zacian and Zamazenta, but I like the way that Hop adds the legendary to his team. I think that's a really nice touch. So that does make it a really nice encounter when you finally battle Hop at his full strength. Because I like Hop's journey in that game. I like the struggles that he goes through, but he never gives up. And he tries lots of different things. He tries switching up his team all the time. He doesn't just stick with one team, which I quite like. And yeah, I think I remember right when I was watching your video, Wolf. There's a couple of times, or there's at least one time where Lycanroc kind of hangs in there. So you can tell the friendship mechanics. You can tell that the bond really helped in that. And James, good to see you. Hop's theme, is it a banger? I would agree. I think there's a lot of music in Sword and Shield I quite like. And yeah, I like the music from Hops whenever he's around. It is quite good. And Draven, I need to watch the trailer for Dusk Bloods. I'll try and watch it. I think I've already seen the trailer from the Switch 2 presentation. But I might have another look at it. But I don't think Dusk Bloods will be a game that's for me. So I think it's a game that I think looks good, but I don't think it's a game that I'll be able to play. I think those types of games are a little difficult for me. I know it's really good, but I think it requires really precise timing, and that's just not something I'm very good at in general. It's because I've struggled to play. I've struggled to play Dark Souls previously, and Monster Hunter as well. And I think that those types of games you've got to be really, you you got to be really switched on. You've got to time the openings precisely. So I respect them. I know they're really good games, but I think they're just a little bit too much for me, I think. And Wolf. So yes, being able to teach your Lycanroc, Brick Break and Fire Fang, helped out. Yeah, because I think Hop had a couple of things that were weak to Brick Break in particular. I remember seeing Lycanroc, was it Dubwool and Snorlax that you were able to beat with Brick Break. So yeah, it was good. It was a good battle. So yeah, it's a good video. And Calamari will only agree if the Pugs agree too. So the Pugs are asleep pretty much. I do think these pups will be waking up soon though. We're at 3:20. Probably in about half an hour's time, I'm expecting one of them to realise what time it is and get a little antsy. So we'll see. We shall see. But for the moment, they're snoozing, and I like it that way. So Draven, it's a From Software exclusive. From Software. I've heard they're a really good. They're a really good development house. I've heard, and that they've got really good quality. So I know it's going to be a good game. But I think it's going to be one of those games that pass me by in terms of me playing it. Just because I don't think it's going to be my type of game. But I can see that it's going to be a good game. So James, you got the DLC yesterday. Nice. How are you finding the DLC? I really enjoyed it. I think, all in all, I think I may have preferred the Sword and Shield DLC, mainly because it introduced Dynamax Adventures, which I really liked, and a few other things. But I still really, really enjoyed the Teal Mask and the Blueberry Academy. I think the DLC, the DLC, it feels like the whole story is just about your relationship with this new person that you meet, which I don't want to say too much about, because I don't want to spoil anything. But it's a really good story. It may not. It's just I don't want to give anything away. So I enjoyed the plot. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed the journey. And it adds quite a bit of replayability in terms of you can do a lot of quests in the second part of the DLC. That's quite fun. But yeah, I hope you enjoy the DLC, because I think it's quite good. I enjoyed it, definitely. And James, you've just realised you've got to catch another Applin. Yeah, because it's what is it? You get I think the Diplin is one of the new ones, and Hydrapple as well. So there's a couple of new apple Pokemon out there, which is interesting. I liked it. Draven, your Pikachu is at 1 HP, but it held on because of the bond that you had with it, and then you were able to heal it. That's nice. I always like when that happens. Well done. Well done. That is the sign of a well-trained Pikachu. I hope after you've finished the battle, Draven, I hope you play with Pikachu. and maybe give it some berries as well. But yeah, it's always after a really difficult battle in Let's Go. I always like petting the Pikachu or the Eevee and just giving them a little head scratch or something. It's a lovely feature. It's a lovely feature in those games. I do like it. And Wolf, I absolutely agree. Yeah, the affection mechanics, it can really help out. And don't know if you can see in the camera, Daruk is now playing with a dog bed, so he's starting to get a bit antsy. And it's woken me for up. And Calamari is giving away some spoilers, and Ogerpon apparently is just a man who's avoiding taxes, so that's why Ogerpon might be elusive. I like that. I do. Oh yeah, Ogerpon is a she, isn't she? That is true. I've got the Hearth Flame Ogerpon as a plush. There's little Ogerpon plush. I do like her. But yeah, I forgot the Loyal 3 were all male. Yes. And I didn't know that Terapagos even had. So I actually, now I'm thinking about it, I didn't realise that the Loyal 3 had genders, or Terapagos to be that. So that's interesting. Because a lot of legendaries don't have an assigned gender, so that's interesting that a lot of the ones in the DLC do. So that is interesting. But yeah, now we've said that, Ogerpon, yeah, it is a girl. Yeah, James, a lot of these names might not make a lot of sense if you haven't played the DLC. But if you play the DLC, all will be revealed. All of these Pokemon that you meet. So James, someone named Onair wants to battle you. I'm trying to think which character's called Onair. I don't remember. I can't remember that character in the DLC. And Wolf, yeah, I think Ogerpon and Terapagos are my favourites out of the legendaries that they introduced in the DLC. The Loyal 3, I guess I didn't like as much, but I think that might just be because of the role they played in the plot. Maybe that played a part in me not liking them as much. I'm not sure. Because I don't think the designs are bad, in my opinion. So James, you may have just you may have just found your least favourite character. So I'm assuming that's someone called Onair. I really can't remember who this Onair is. Are they in the DLC? I'm racking my brains. I can't remember who that is. And why are they your least favourite character? What are they saying? And Wolf, so you love Terapagos because it's a normal type? And yeah, you're right, it is quite underrated. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Terapagos fight being quite tricky. I really struggled with it, the Terapagos fight. So I liked the challenge of beating it. Ah, James, so Onair, it's just some spoiled rich people. I wish I could remember that. I may have missed it. That's not ringing any bells. See, now that's making me want to play it again. Because it's obviously something that I've missed. I will say, when I played through Scarlet and Violet, I think I did dodge a lot of the trainer battles. So there's probably a lot of characters that I just missed because I just avoided them. In the previous games, I think it was more difficult to avoid them. And I think, yeah, in the previous Pokemon games, you were kind of forced to do a lot of trainer battles, whereas Scarlet and Violet, I went out of my way. I went full ninja, just avoided interacting with a lot of trainers. So there's probably a lot of interesting characters that I just never met, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, well, I prefer that. Yeah, if you don't really want to do the trainer battles, I like that in Scarlet and Violet you can just walk past them and they won't hassle you. Yeah, whereas the previous ones, they would just spot you from across the screen and force you into a battle, no matter what. So yeah, I do like that about Scarlet and Violet, that they changed that. That is a nice change. There's a lot about Scarlet and Violet that I really do like, and there's a lot that I think those games did really well. So I've just gone onto Cerebi to look up who this Onair character is, because I've clearly missed who they are. So I can see why you might not like them, James, because the description sounds really, really annoying. So this Onair person, they're in Kitakami. They hang out. They hang around, and one of the pair talks about how they would love to buy up Kitakami, and then when you interact with them, they get very confused that a commoner is interrupting them, and then Onair challenges you to a battle. So they sound a little stuck up. I must have completely missed that, because I don't remember that at all. And I feel like I would remember an interaction like that, so I can see why you would say that's one of your least favourite characters. Yeah, it sounds like the rich people, Wolf. I didn't know about them. I don't know how I managed to miss it. But I think they may have passed me by on my playthroughs. In Kitakami with the Persian. Yes, yeah, that's what Cerebi is saying. Yeah, they've got a Persian. So that's exactly, so that's exactly the one that I think James has just interacted with. And Calamari has reached 700 soft resets for the roaming Mesprit. Good luck for it. Really good luck. I really hope you get it. Really hope you get it. Can't be too far away. Yeah, I just really, really hope you get it. And just imagine, I mean, getting shiny legendaries, I think is the best thing. It's only ever happened to me once, and yeah, it just hits different. So it's going to be amazing when you finally do get it, Calamari. So yeah, good luck. Really good luck. So Wolf, you think there's a rumour that those rich characters might be Nemona's parents because she's claimed to be from a rich family, and that's why people think they're her parents. Wow. Well, I mean, if they are as obnoxious as the Cerebi description, makes them sound to be, I hope they're not Nemona's parents. I mean, if they are, then I think that reflects really well on Nemona, that she turned out as good and respectful as she did, because I think Nemona's a really good character. So if her parents are like that, and she turned out the way she did, then I think that's really impressive on her part. Dinosaurio, hi, welcome to stream. It's good to have you. I don't speak Spanish, no. Unfortunately, I do not speak any language other than English. I've tried to learn a couple of languages over the years. When I was in school, I tried to learn French, I tried to learn German. I know a couple of words in each of those languages. I could probably string together a German sentence. Well, that's going too far. I can string together a series of words in German that I think a German person might be able to understand. Now, it wouldn't be grammatically correct, it wouldn't be... but, I mean, Spanish, no. I've never been able to... I've never studied Spanish. It would be... I've always wished that I could speak another language, because I think that's really impressive. I think people that can speak other languages are really, really impressive. It's a really useful and a really important skill, and I wish my brain could take in that kind of knowledge. I just can't seem to. I was just never able to get my brain to absorb that kind of information, which was a shame. And Wolf, so you, yeah, right. So in terms of, sorry, apologise for that. Yeah, so you think that the couple, the rich couple, kind of looks like Nemona. That's interesting. I'll have to, when I next play Scarlet and Violet, I'll have to look out for this couple, because I've managed to miss them somehow. But yeah, I do like all these rumours about how different characters are, related to each other, even across Pokemon games. There's some really nice touches. I think the one that I like the most is finding out that Penny is the daughter of Peonia. guy from Dynamax Adventures. I think that's I think that was a really nice touch, just because it's it's two different games that they're able to link together. And Calamari, so you've just realised you're around half the number of resets. Oh, yeah, pretty much, yeah, exactly half the number of resets that I'm on. So thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I really hope you get it. Really, really hope you get it. I know you will, and I hope you get it soon. So. And Draven, you think Nimona is the real professor? She certainly knows well. She's always. I do get confused that she's always very surprised by our character, the main character, knowing anything about Pokemon. She seems very easily impressed, but she's very passionate and she's very supportive, which I think is nice. And those are things that a professor should be. So I can see what you mean. I think she would make a good professor. And thank you, Jody. I think the Pugs are looking extra cute as well. They're adorable. We're not too far away from the point in time where they're going to want to go for a WALK. I don't want to say the word out loud because around this time they can pick up on that word and they will get a little bit excited. So I will need to take a break at some point, but at the moment they're fairly calm. I'm hoping to get another 20 minutes or so out, but it really just depends on Daruk in particular, whether he decides he wants to set off earlier or later. So we shall see. But thank you. I think they're looking cute today. They always look cute. So yeah, you think the woman looks like her. Yeah, so I think when I do have a look at that couple in Kitakami, I'll see if I can see the resemblance, but I like that. And Calamari, yes, there's nothing more infamous than the Mew under the truck rumour. Yeah, I remember that as well. I could never get it to work, because obviously it wasn't real, but I remember trying it. Yeah. And Jody, yes, yeah. My dogs have not learned to spell, thankfully, so I can spell that out. I have to do that for certain words, so I have to do that for I have to do that for FOOD as well. If they hear that out of context, that can get them a little excited. Those are the main words. Those two words I have to be careful around. So Wolf, your dogs know the word TREAT. Yeah, that's probably one. I'm not sure if my dogs know that. I don't want to test it out by saying it. And you're right, they do pick up on the words quite fast. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. But you're right. I think dogs are just really smart in general. They pick up on words. They pick up on general vibes as well. So if you're excited about something, if you're looking forward to going out of the house and taking them somewhere, I feel like they can pick up on that as well, and then they get excited about it. So yeah, they're the best. They are. Exactly, Wolf. Yeah, it's maybe not the full sentence, but it's just the words. That they pick up on. Yeah, certain words they definitely pick up on. Oh, so Draven. So in Spanish, Nimona means tree. All professor names have a tree name. Oak, elm. Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. And I did not know that in Spanish Nimona means tree. That's very interesting. Because obviously Paldea is based on Spain. That's really interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. It's always nice picking up these little bits of Pokemon trivia. I do quite like it. So if anyone else has any Pokemon trivia, please feel free to share it, because I do quite like stuff like that. Starting to think that Daruk is getting a little... He's certainly not as relaxed as he was previously. And I just heard a whimper from him. I don't know if that's being picked up on the microphone, but that was 2 whimpers he's just done. I think this is going to have to be the last one. He clearly wants to go out. I shouldn't have... that's another word. So, O-U-T. That I shouldn't say, because that they're quite familiar with as well. Right, I'm going to go for a Turtwig, and then I think after that I'm going to take a half-an-hour break, and I'll be back afterwards. You can hear, you can see his head tilting. He's trying to figure out things. So he's listening out. He's listening out for particular words. Yeah, Calamar, I think it's time as well. Yeah, he's a smart one, and like I say, they've got fairly good internal clocks. So 4 o'clock is the time, and they're really good at figuring out when 4 o'clock is to within a few minutes. They're far better than I would be able to do. They've got very good internal clocks, my dogs. Right, so I'm just going to leave it here. Thank you to anyone that has joined the stream at any point. Thank you very much. If you need to go, have a wonderful rest of your day. But I'll be back in half an hour. And yeah, catch you all in a bit. poachers have had a walk around the block. They've had their evening meal, and they're just eating their dog biscuit as a dessert. So they should be ready to settle down now. So what have I missed in chat? Oh, that's nice. So James and Wolf have been able to help. Well, Wolf, you've been able to help James out with a trade. That's really nice. The big boy, hi, welcome to stream. Good to have you. I don't know if he's still here. Apologies, I've just been on a break. I've just been walking the dogs. And thanks, James, just for letting the big boy know what's happening. So James has a hot take that Politoed should have been water normal. Interesting. Interesting. I do like Politoed. I always like Politoed's ability. It's got the drizzle ability, which I quite like. I always like that. I think it's got drizzle anyway. It's definitely got the ability to learn Perish Song, which I think is cool. But yeah, I guess so. Poliwrath is water fighting, yeah. So having a dual typing would be interesting, I think. I could see that. I think, yeah, if you told me without knowing that Politoed was a water normal, I could see that as well. It's something that I think just kind of just makes sense. And James and Wolf, so in that trade, James was able to give Wolf a Lycanroc. That's nice. That's really nice of you. Yeah, no, that's good. That's always nice to see people helping each other out. I like that. I like to see that. So while I was walking my dogs, I also was catching some Pokemon, because it's still community day here. I just want to see if I've got any shinies. Any shinies in Pokemon Go? Oh, there's one. I've got one shiny. Two. Oh, that's not bad. This isn't bad. Three. So is that 6 in total I've got? Yeah, I've got 6 in total. That's an awful lot of shinies. So I've got 6 shiny Machops from Community Day so far, which I'm very happy with. I'm not sure what I'll do with them all. So it is 20 past 4. I'll probably be streaming for another 3 hours, I think. I'm hoping to get through another 70. I'm not sure I'm going to get through 70 encounters in 3 hours. I might be able to, actually. It usually takes me about 2 hours to get through 20. No, I think, yeah. It would have been nice to finish this stream on 1,500 encounters, but I've got a feeling that's going to push me past 20 past 7. So we'll see where we get to. I have a little bit of OCD, and I prefer to end my streams on an encounter number that feels complete. So I would really like to end this stream on 1,500 encounters. But I don't want to stream too late, because I need to get the dogs ready for bed. So we will see. I'm hoping that I can get through another 70 encounters to bring it up to 1,500. We shall see. Have had their biscuit. They've both decided to sit on opposite ends of the room. So you can't see Mifa. Mifa is off to the left of the screen, but I think you can just see the paw of Daruk in the bottom pooch cam. Sometimes they must get shy and just want to be out of the camera. I don't know how they know where the camera is pointing, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with being camera shy. And James, not muted. I'm just not sure what to say sometimes. Apologies for that. Yeah, sometimes it's hard for me to know what to say. So yeah, apologies if there's any silences. And it's also tricky when the pooches aren't doing much as well, when they're kind of off camera. I can't even describe what they're doing because, yeah, they're both just sleeping and you can't even see them for the most part. Yeah. So Piplup's not shiny, so we'll try again. And Calamari, welcome back. The Pugs did make it back. I didn't abandon them. They didn't run away. They've both been on their walk around the block. They've had their evening meal. Yeah, so they are both with me. So Mifa is to the left of the bottom pooch cam, just relaxing on the floor. And Daruk, you can just see Daruk's paws and a little bit of his head, and he's on the right hand side of the pooch cam. They're on opposite ends of the room. Yeah, that's on the far right. Yeah, so that's Daruk that you can see, Wolf. And then on the main pooch cam is Shinx. So Shinx is back, but the two pooches, the two pugs, they're a little camera shy, so they're both just on opposite ends of the room. At some point, one of them will decide that the bed on the chair is more comfortable than the floor, and one of them will go up there. If Daruk goes up there first, then fairly soon afterwards, Mifa will join Daruk and will just plonk herself on top of Daruk. If it's Mifa that goes first, then Daruk will probably just stay on the floor. That's my prediction. But yeah, I mean, sometimes they just like to hang out on the floor. It just depends on their mood, really. But the walk was nice. I've been worried about the weather today just because it was raining so much this morning. It was really difficult to actually get them to walk at all in the morning. So, yeah. I was relieved that we were able to go on a fairly nice walk this evening. So that was good. And I'm still searching for that shiny. So I think the plan for this stream is to keep going until I get to encounter 1,500. So just about, is that 66 more encounters? So that will probably take me the best part of 3 hours, I think, at this rate. just got a nice card on Pokemon TCG Pocket. I got a Golden Go. Golden Go's kind of surfing there, I think. I kind of like that. It's a nice little card. So yeah, I should be streaming for the next 3 hours. So there's a chance. There's a chance I can get the shiny. Calamari, how is your Mesprit search going? I hope that's going well. And Wolf, yeah. It probably, I can imagine it being a little odd, because for the longest time when I've been streaming and you've been joining, it's mainly right at the start it was just me just talking on, well, not talking, just typing chat. So I could imagine hearing me talk. I haven't done many streams where I'm actually talking. It is a really new thing. Because I only got the microphone just over a week ago, so I'm definitely still getting used to streaming with the microphone. So it's definitely still a work in progress for me. So I think I've got the settings down fairly well, but still, if people are finding the volume of the music too high or too low, then do let me know, because I can still change some settings. And this microphone's got so many settings that I do not understand. So if there are some issues with the audio, please let me know, because there's loads of settings I can play with. It may make it worse, or it may make it better. And Calamari, how long do I usually stream? So on the weekends, I tend to do fairly long streams. If I've got the weekend free, then I do quite long streams. So I tend to stream for about 8 hours. So on the weekends, the streams tend to be quite long. On the weekdays, I generally go into the office on Monday and Friday, and when I go into the office at work, that involves quite a long commute for me, which means I get back home really late. So I tend to, I will never be able to stream if I have to go into the office. But that's typically just on Mondays and Fridays, which means I tend to stream midweek, between Tuesday and Thursdays, but that's only just for a couple of hours. So I'll just do a couple of hours after work on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday usually. So that's, at the moment, that's my routine. But I still haven't quite figured out how to schedule schedule streams ahead of time, so that people actually know when to expect me to be streaming. So that's something I need to work on and iron out the kinks to it. Because I will say, the last 2 times that I scheduled streams, and I'm sure it's a coincidence, but those were the 2 streams that I had technical issues on. And as I say, that's probably just a coincidence. That can't be the reason why I had technical issues. But so I do need to work out. I need to work out a consistent routine, and I do need to let people know ahead of time when that will be. I'm not quite there yet, but yeah. And you're up to 720 resets, and yeah, I mean, you've made a lot of progress actually today. Because you started at around 300 today, didn't you? So that's a lot of progress already. So I mean, good luck, Calamari, with that hunt, because that will be so worth it when you finally do get it. And thank you very much, Wolf. That's really nice to hear, that you like the change, because I was petrified. I was petrified that people would not like me talking and would just prefer it to be just the music and just me typing in chat, which I enjoy doing, but I will say it's definitely a lot easier to talk to everyone when I don't have to put the controller down and then type on the keyboard to communicate with people. It's much easier just to be able to keep playing the game and just talk into the microphone. But it does mean that sometimes I do struggle to not really know what to say at times. So apologies for that. I'm just, I think I'm kind of an anxious person just in general, so it is kind of tricky for me to know what to say all the time sometimes. But hopefully the more I do this, the better I get at it, and hopefully maybe the more I do it, the less awkward silences there will be. But yeah, I am definitely still a work in progress with this. So Calamari, you started at 6:30. Sorry, I've misremembered there. Apologies for that. And well, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I definitely am. Well, I don't know if anxious is the word. Self-conscious is definitely a word. You know, I often find myself living in my own head, if that makes sense. So usually when I interact with people, I'll be trying to replay the conversation in my head and think about what I'm going to say, and I'll go over what I'm going to say, and I'll repeat it lots of different times in my head, make sure it makes sense, and then say the thing. And a lot of the time, by the time I've thought about what I want to say in a conversation, the conversation has long gone past where that comment is relevant, and then I just end up not saying anything. So in general, I would say I'm a very self-conscious, quiet person, just because I tend to really like to think about what I'm going to say before I say it, which is not, I don't think is very conducive to actually streaming, so it is quite different for me. It's something I'm getting used to. So Daruk has jumped up. You can see, let me just turn the camera. There he is. So because Daruk is the first one that's got into the bed, I think there's a chance that Mifa, and she's moved, I didn't even notice her moving, she's moved to the middle of the pooch cam at the bottom. She might join him later on. And Wolf, yeah, I think it's easier. No, I agree. It is, even though it's a little bit daunting for me, it is definitely easier. Yeah, because I did find it tricky at times to be able to chat with everyone. Having to switch between the keyboard and the controller all the time, it was a bit tricky. And sometimes there's something wrong with my keyboard, because sometimes when I press one key, it will do loads of that key. So I'll press like the O key and it'll just go oh. So there's something wrong with my keyboard, which that kind of made it tricky to talk to people as well. So I was having a few keyboard issues at times in previous streams as well. So that eliminates that technical issue as well, just being able to just talk. So, yeah. And Calamari, you don't mind the silence and you don't think that's really nice to hear. Thank you. And yeah, that's what I'm hoping as well, that the music in the background kind of helps. That was something that I was worried about as well. That because I'm talking, people might not be able to hear the music as clearly, and I really do like this. I really do like the music, so I didn't want to, drown out the music to some degree. But I'm hoping that my voice doesn't drown out the music too much. I'm hoping there's a nice balance there, and that people can still appreciate the music. So yeah, I like the music. And yes, Wolf, I try to go for chill music. because I think it suits shiny hunting, just having chill lo-fi music. And that's really nice from Calamari. I like there not being an expectation of talking all the way through, because 8 hours is a lot. I have found, so I spoke through my streams last weekend, and that was the very first time that I did that. I did find my voice being a little bit raspy by the end of the 8-hour stream, because I'm certainly not used to talking that much. Even in real life, I would never, don't think I've ever, in real life I don't think I've ever spoken this much in a single day, if you know what I mean. When I interact on a day-to-day basis, I am a listener, rather than a talker. So this, like I say, this is a change for me, and it's an interesting one. So I'm interested to see where this goes. And thank you, Calamari. That's really nice of you to say. It's something I know I shouldn't do, just overthink things and get inside my own head. So it's nice. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you. When I do eventually find this shiny, I definitely won't be silent then. So I'm looking forward to finding this shiny, because this will be the first shiny that I'll have found whilst I have the microphone. So that will be interesting. That will be interesting. I can't be sure exactly how I'm going to react. We'll just have to see what happens. And calamari. So there's currently a 1 in 4,096 chance that your roommate will hear a loud scream. I like that. I really, really hope your roommate does hear a loud scream, because that sounds like it would indicate something good. That sounds to me like it would indicate a particular shiny Mesprit may have appeared. So I'm rooting for you. Yep, you're right. Your conscience will get inside your head. Absolutely. And yeah, don't blame me. I wouldn't know how to. I wouldn't know how to spell that either. I have to rely on autocorrect and the little red lines that appear under a word if you spell it incorrectly. I have to rely on that so much for my spelling. I'm terrible at spelling. It's only when spell check or autocorrect isn't present that I realise just how bad I am at typing and spelling in general. I am very, very glad that we live in a world that has spell check, things like that. Because for my job I have to do a lot of writing, and I wouldn't be able to do it if I had to rely on my own spelling. It would be atrocious. That's true, Wolf. Yeah, autocorrect can be quite funny sometimes. Some of the times, it can be a bit weird. I play a mobile game where you have to be in alliances, and you have to coordinate things. So sometimes when I'm talking to people in my alliance, because they have unusual usernames, whenever I type out their username, it's never in the dictionary, so that it will always autocorrect to something completely random, and it can make communicating with some of the people in that game interesting, to say the least. So yeah, autocorrect, it can be quite funny. So calamari, my other targets in this run. So I want to do a shiny hunt in Eterna Forest. So once I've found my starter, I want to play the game through until I reach Eterna Forest, and then I'll do a shiny hunt there. And then after that, I haven't really planned it out. There's only one Pokemon that I definitely want to get, and that's a Porygon. So I think I'm going to do a Masuda method for that. I've already got the Ditto in Pokemon Home. I'll transfer it over. And I've also got just a normal Porygon, so I can breed those. So I want to do a Masuda hunt for a Porygon. And that will take me to 3 team members. And after that, I'm not sure. I'm just going to see how things go. Ideally, I would really like to add a shiny Palkia when I reach Palkia. So ideally I'd like to reset for Palkia. But I think that kind of depends on how long this whole run takes. I've got a feeling this run is going to take a very, very, very long time. In which case I think I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't completely planned this out. I'm just gonna see how things go. And yeah, so a part of me likes the randomness of it, which is part of the reason why I'm doing the alternating between the starters, because a part of me wants to leave what my eventual team ends up being up to fate to some degree. That sounds interesting to me, that because if I just plan it out, there's a chance I'm just going to pick Pokemon that I've used before, that I know how they work, and I don't think that will be as interesting to me. What I like the idea of doing is just making do with what I've got. So yeah, every time I've used a Pokemon for the first time, I've had a blast and it's been memorable. So yeah, I like the idea of it being, you know, new Pokemon that I use. So that's the aim, and I'm looking forward to seeing what my team ends up being. We'll have to see. And yeah, Wolf Legend. Yeah, I would absolutely love that. I think we'll just have to see. Because what might happen is I may end up putting a pause on this playthrough, because I really want to play Legends ZA when it comes out, while it's fresh, while everyone is trying to figure things out. I think that would be a really interesting time to play it, and you know, attempt a shiny only run in that. And if I'm halfway through this playthrough by the time Legends ZA comes out, which I suspect I probably will be, I think this is going to take a very long time, then I may have to just put a pause in this, play Legends ZA, and then come back to this run to finish it off. We will see. I'm not sure what's going to happen with the timeline. No, I can't wait either. It does. So when did I start this search? Bear with me, because I just want to. So I've been doing this. I've been playing Shining Pearl for quite a while now, but it hasn't really felt like the run has started just yet. So 2 weeks. So I've been doing this for about 2 weeks now, but it doesn't feel like the run has started yet. When I get my starter, that's when the run for me will start. That's when it will feel like the run has started. So yeah, it's already been 2 weeks. I'm going to be busy for the next couple of weeks because I've got family visiting next weekend. So there will be a bit of a break in the streams. There won't be streams next weekend, and probably not the weekend after, because I'll have family over. So there will be a gap in streams, just to let everyone know. Apologies in advance for that. That's interesting, Calamari. So, is there a way for me to make the Pugs choose a target to shiny hunt? I really, really like that idea. That's really... I really do like that idea an awful lot. I'll have to think of the best way of doing that, but I think that's a really good idea, Calamari. Thank you very much for suggesting that, because I think that's perfect. Because that's exactly what I like doing, just leaving things up to chance and just seeing what happens. So letting the poochers decide that, that's even better. So I think it would be, I'll have to brainstorm ideas of doing that, but you know, I could just get a couple of I'll have to think about that. There's ways of doing it, I'm sure. And yeah, exactly. Family comes first. But yeah, apologies in advance. But yeah, I know there probably will be a bit of a break. But I will return. And if I can get... No, actually, I won't be able to... Yeah, I won't be able to stream while they're here. I don't think. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'll be able to stream all of this weekend, and I'll be able to do my midweek streams. But I suspect this coming Thursday's stream will probably be the last for a little while. But when on my last stream, I will let people know when to expect the next one. So what I'll do is I'll put a little schedule thing to schedule when the next one will be, but there will be a bit of a break from that point. It would be really nice if I could get the starter before then. So fingers crossed. But yeah, I'll be doing another 56 encounters this stream. That'll bring us up to 1,500. And I started the stream on 1,300. So I've got, if I can get up to 1,500 by the end of the stream, that's 200. So if I can get through 200 tomorrow and on Monday as well, that would bring me almost up to 2,000, I suppose. So that would be approaching half odds. So there's a chance. There's a chance. There's always a chance. But yeah, I completely agree, Calamari. I think, yeah, family always comes first, ahead of different coloured monsters. Agreed. That's really nice. Well, thank you for saying that. Thank you. And yeah, while I'll be taking the break, I won't be playing. I won't be doing any of these encounters off stream, because I really want the shiny appearance to be on stream, because when it does happen, I do want to be able to share that with everyone. So yeah, I won't be doing any encounters off stream. I definitely want, when it happens, I definitely want it to be on stream, however long that takes. But yeah, it's going to be really exciting when it does happen. I'm trying to work out how long I've been searching for this. So I'm just adding up my streams now. I'm up to about 55 hours. So yeah, it's been a long search, although out of that 55 hours, the majority of the time has been waiting on loading screens, I would say. And Calamar, yeah, I would love to see the Pugs' reaction to me getting a shiny. They will be very confused, I'm sure. I may have to make sure I've got something to give them afterwards to calm them down. So I may have to make sure I've got a biscuit or something that I can give them to reward them, because you know, they've had to go through a long wait for this as well. But yeah, I'm sure at first they'll be a little bit worried, because I'll be very excited when it does happen. So I'll need to give them something to calm them down afterwards. Okay, let's go Turtwig this time. Mellow, yes. Yeah, it's been 7.5 hours actually. I lose track of the time when I'm doing this. So it does sound a lot. It definitely sounds like a lot, and I can understand. Someone having enough resetting after just 5 minutes. But it goes by really, really fast. I don't know what it is. I think if I was just doing this, and that's all I was doing, and I didn't have music to listen to, and I didn't have my dogs with me, and I didn't have you guys to talk to, I would be exactly where you are, Mello. I would struggle to do this, and it's not something I've ever been able to do before. So I've never reset for a starter before. The closest thing I've done is resetting for that Mewtwo not long ago. So it is something I'm working on, but yeah, I'm finding it surprisingly pleasant. So it doesn't feel like a chore. I'm definitely enjoying it. It's just nice and relaxed, and especially the midweek ones that I do, which I know are not as long. They're only a couple of hours long, but I'm finding that's a really nice way for me to relax after a day at work. Not that my work is particularly stressful or anything, but I think whatever job you do, you're having to be switched on. You're having to do your job basically, and so as a way of unwinding from that and just being able to switch off, do something relaxing in a nice chilled environment, I do find streaming for a couple of hours doing this to be quite relaxing and quite nice for me. So yeah, how is your Moltres hunt going? Are you still going with it, or did you actually give up after 5 minutes? Because it's always something that you can come back to, isn't it? You know, you don't have to do it all in one go. And Wolf, thank you. I do have pure dedication. Thank you for saying that. And I completely agree, Calamari. Yes, shiny hunting with other people does make it more communal. It does make it more of a group event, and it definitely helps. I completely agree. Yeah, hearing about how other people are doing shiny hunt, or even if it's not just doing a shiny hunt, even if it's just enjoying Pokemon in your own way, just playing the game in the way that you like, hearing people playing the game like that while I am streaming does make it feel like a group activity. It does make it a lot easier for me. So it is really nice hearing about how all of you are, enjoying Pokemon, or even if it's not Pokemon, if you're playing whatever you are playing, it is nice to kind of do this with other people. So yeah, even if we're not doing the exact same thing, a lot of the time, most of us, I think, probably are playing Pokemon at some point. It does feel nice. So Calamar, yeah, if you were doing this alone, you would have gone crazy after 50 resets. Yeah, I can imagine. And that's it. It's just, yeah, I think it's just nice just to be able to do it with either something on in the background. I feel exactly the same. And that's just the thing. It's something that's always felt too daunting for me before, because I've seen people, or I've heard about people that have done all these crazy shiny hunts to get these shiny Pokemon, and I've heard about it for a long time and watched videos about it, but it's only when I've been able to actually stream and talk to people while I do it, that has felt achievable for me. Because it never occurred to me to try and do a shiny hunt whilst just, talking to other people who might be going through a similar thing. I didn't even realise that was a thing that could exist. I think if I'd known about that sooner, I would have done that sooner. I would have maybe given it a shot earlier and joined in other people's streams and talked about it, and then it wouldn't have felt so daunting. So Mello, you've started again on Pikachu, so that you can shiny hunt on that as well. So on Eevee, you're looking for the Moltres, but you've started again on Let's Go Pikachu. But you don't think you're going to go for the Mewtwo again. I don't blame you. You've found that Mewtwo twice already, and you've already caught it for my money. So I know there was that unfortunate incident where it's gone, and I am still sorry to hear about that. But you caught that Mewtwo. You'll always have. I hope. Well, you've definitely got that one picture because I saw it on your feed. So no one can take that away from you. You caught that shiny Mewtwo. And Calamari, yeah, I am exactly the same actually. I've got one friend at work that enjoys playing Pokemon Go, so I can at least talk to Pokemon Go about it with him. I've got a couple of members of my family that quite like Pokemon, but none of them are really heavily into shiny hunting, so I don't really have anyone, in my certainly not in my friend circle that I can really talk to about this. So this really helps with that as well, because it's a really nice outlet to be able to talk to other people about Pokemon, because it's been a really big part of my life, but it's a lot of my friends, it's not a big part of their life at all. Because I guess, like I say, I'm fairly old, so most people my age, when Pokemon came out, they would have been too old to get into it. So yeah, most people my age are not really into Pokemon, I've found. So it is just nice to be able to talk to people about Pokemon, I find. And yeah, Calamari, I think if I tried to explain to my friends what shiny hunting was and how long it would take me to find it, I'm absolutely certain they would be worried about me. Yeah, they would think I'm crazy. So it's nice to talk to people that think differently and appreciate Pokemon. So I definitely am thankful for that. So your 6-year-old wanted to play Let's Go, but you were in the middle of shiny hunting, so you had to say no. That's, yeah. I mean, sometimes it's important to tell kids no. I know that is difficult sometimes, and I'm not a parent, so you will know better than I do. But yes, sometimes it is important to set boundaries with kids, and it can be really difficult for them to understand and accept sometimes, but yeah, sometimes it's just the right thing to do. I would imagine. Again, I'm not a parent, so I can't speak. You will know best in that. And calamari, yeah. I think that's just it. I think when you explain shiny hunting, when you break down shiny hunting, then it's really just about finding a different coloured computer game character. It can feel, yeah, when you actually just say it, from an outside perspective, it can feel very different. But, you know, when you actually play the games and what it actually means to get a shiny, it's completely different. So I think it's very difficult to explain the appeal and the magic of shiny hunting without actually playing it yourself and experiencing it. So I think, yeah, when you break it down and just describe exactly what it is, it does lose a little bit of its magic and appeal, certainly. But that's, yeah, when you actually play it, I think that's when it all seems to make sense. And calamari, you're not a parent either, but you will be that one uncle that will flex the shiny collection to your nephews and nieces. Very nice. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, I think what I've enjoyed is being able to share Pokemon with my cousins as they grow up, with my nieces and nephews, although my nieces are not so much into Pokemon. It's more my nephew is, and that's not because of my influence. My brother, my nephew's dad, he was into Pokemon as well growing up, so he has instilled the Pokemon love to my nephew. And it's nice to see that in a younger generation. So I've tried to share, any spare Pokemon games that I've got, or any spare Pokemon cards I might have lying around. That's always nice. And that's really nice, Mello. So yeah, when your daughter catches a shiny, you'll be really proud, and you may even do a backflip. Have you ever done a backflip before? I hope when that day comes, I hope you're all safe, nothing goes wrong. Because a backflip sounds dangerous to me. But yeah, that will be a magical moment when that happens. So yeah, I can't wait for that to happen. That will be special. And I think that's right, Calamari, yeah. Being gifted a shiny Pokemon is one thing, but when you catch it for yourself, it's completely different. So being able to see your child catch one, I would agree that will be an amazing feeling. Absolutely. another reason that I really like shinies. That's kind of hard to explain, and it's probably different for everyone. But when I first started watching the anime, Ash catching a Pokemon was a really big event. You know, if Ash caught a Pokemon, that would be the main thing that happens in the episode. Catching a Pokemon was a massive, massive deal in the Pokemon anime, at least in the series that I watched. And then when you play the games, you know, you're catching Pokemon left, right, and centre, and catching Pokemon never feels much of an achievement in the actual games, which feels different to how it is in the anime. Whereas I find with shiny Pokemon, actually catching a shiny Pokemon really is an achievement. That really is rare. That really is something that you work towards, and to me that feels closer to the experience of how magical it is to actually find a Pokemon how it must be, you know, when you find a Pokemon in the anime. Like, it's hard for me to explain. So yeah, for me, finding a shiny, because it is so rare and because it is so special, that brings me back with that nostalgic feeling of watching the anime and just being amazed at how Ash has just caught a new Pokemon and it being a real event, if that makes sense. So that's another reason why I'm kind of drawn to catching shiny Pokemon, because it feels like it makes Pokemon that rarer, and it makes Pokemon that more, it makes the catching of the Pokemon more special, which I quite like. Yeah, and thank you, Calamari. I'm glad you know what I mean, because it's difficult for me to explain. But yeah. And when you think about it, it's been here for so long that the kids that grew up with Pokemon now have families. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So my brother, he grew up with Pokemon, and now he's, passing it down to his kids. And I like that. I really do like that. And Mello, so you never knew there was shinies in the anime like Ash's Noctowl. Yeah, I didn't know that either. So I will say that by the time Ash got his Noctowl, I think I had stopped watching the anime. By that point, I think I'd gone to university by that point, so I no longer had access to the anime. So I don't think I'd seen that. But I've heard about that he did get a shiny Noctowl in Johto. When I played the old games, I didn't know what a shiny was. I got the shiny Gyarados from Silver, but I didn't know it was shiny. I knew it was a different colour, but I just assumed that was just a unique Pokemon that was a different colour. That it never occurred to me that it would be it would be a type of Pokemon that any Pokemon could be a different colour. That never occurred to me at all. It wasn't until much, much later that I started to hear about shiny Pokemon, because I never found one in all the hours that I put into those Game Boy and DS games. I never came across a shiny Pokemon. I think by the time the DS games came out, I was aware that shiny Pokemon existed, but it just felt so rare that I would never get one, and I never did get one. It wasn't until Pokemon Go came out that I found a shiny Pokemon, but again, you find so many shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Go. It felt special to me at the time, just because it was some mythical thing to me, that I'd always heard of shiny Pokemon but never been able to find one, and then suddenly I could find them in Pokemon Go. That was quite special. And it wasn't until I started playing on the Switch that actually I started to find genuinely rare shiny Pokemon to me. So that was good. Mellow, do I class the shiny Gyarados as a full-on shiny, even though it's always guaranteed? Yeah. I mean, when I had it, I definitely did not classify it as a shiny because I didn't know what a shiny was back then. But I mean, I would, if I was replaying Silver, I definitely would. I mean, there was the shiny Rayquaza event in Scarlet and Violet that happened in December. And in my mind, that's a shiny. You know, even though it's a guaranteed shiny Rayquaza, when you went into that limited time event, it still felt like a shiny. You know, it was a shiny. So even though it's guaranteed, I still classify that as a shiny. Would it be as special as if I was to go into Dynamax Adventures and find a Rayquaza and get a shiny Rayquaza through that? No, I don't think it would be as special, but I would still classify it as a shiny, definitely. So it may not be as special to me because I guess the journey to get there would have been different, and I would anticipate that the journey to, you know, full odds or whatever odds shiny hunt a legendary like Rayquaza would be different. So the meaning might be different, but then the meaning would be different for anything. You know, the longer a shiny takes, in my mind, the more meaningful it becomes, because that shiny just represents the journey that you took to get there. You know, the shiny is, the real shiny is the friends we made along the way. So it's not the goal, it's the journey you took to get to that shiny that's important for me. And Deb, hi. No luck so far, I'm afraid. I'm currently, I think I'm going to do another, I'm terrible with maths, another 43 encounters just to bring me up to 1,500. So I think that's going to take me about 2 hours, just over. So no luck yet, but it could happen. It could happen at any point in time. So I'll have to see. And Mello, thank you for saying you like the song. Thank you. If you'd like, bear with me. So that particular song is from an album called Chill Tendo. It's just ended, so a new compilation album is just starting now. But I'm just going to post a link to Chill Tendo, that particular one. Just any time anyone likes a song, I just want to make sure I give a link to where you can find that album, just in case people want to listen to it off stream. Bear with me. Just post a link to the album that has just finished. So it's not the one that's playing right now. The one that's playing right now is Zelda Tape Dark Lo-Fi Hip Hop Remixes. Interesting. Okay, let's go for a Turtwig this time. And thank you, Ideb. Yes, we're coming up to almost 8 hours. But I will say it's not, I have taken breaks. Both me and the two pugs have taken breaks, so it's not been all the way through. But yeah, it's going to be. I started early today, so it is going to end up being quite a long stream, longer than normal. Usually on these weekend streams, I think 8 hours is usually my average. So I think I must have started early today, because it looks like it's going to go to almost 10 hours at this rate. Because I will be streaming probably for the next 2 hours. So, yeah, there's still a chance I can find this. What I'm really, really hoping is that I do find it this weekend. It's unlikely, but it's what I'm really hoping for. I'm really hoping I get it at some point this weekend. But what will be, will be. And thank you very much for the shiny look, hi Deb, thank you. I hope I find it soon as well. I may have to take a quick 5-minute break. It won't be for very long. But yeah, I think I may just have to take a very, very quick break. It won't be long. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Just bear with me. And thank you, Calamari, for that shiny look as well. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that pause. Oh, the camera's gone very strange. Okay. And yeah, exactly, Deb. I think when I do find this shiny, that is when I think the real journey will start as well. And I'm very much looking forward to it. It's been a long time since I've played these games. I've forgotten an awful lot about what happens in these games, so yeah, it's going to be interesting. Hi there, T-Rex. Lovely to see you. How are things going with you? Hope you're having a good day. Oh, looks like Mifa is heading into the bed on the chair. And she's going to have a snooze there. But yeah, I hope you're having a very good day, T-Rex. Not found a shiny yet, so obviously I'm still looking. So there's been no shinies for me from my end. I know that at one point you were looking for a shiny in BDSP, a shiny starter. Did you ever find one? Are you putting a pause on that hunt, or how's that going? And you can see two pugs. Yes. So we've got Mifa in the top one. Yeah, she's in the bed. Daruk was in the bed up until about 5 minutes ago, but he's climbed down and he's just chilling on the floor now. They like to swap and change position all the time. But the pugs are doing very well. They've already been for their evening stroll. So they've already done that. They've had their evening meal as well. So I will be streaming for another just under 2 hours, I think. So I'm going to try and get up to encounter 1,500 and you haven't found the Turtwig yet, well, good luck for it, because I know you'd already gone through a lot of encounters. So when you do finally get it, do let me know. And yeah, best of luck on that search, because I know how difficult it is. So yeah, best of luck on your search for that. And Calamari, how do I spell my dog's names? So it's Daruk. And oh yeah, T-Rex has just spelt it out exactly. I was about to type it out. So thank you, T-Rex. You have spelled that out perfectly. They are a little silly. They're silly dogs. They're nice, chill. Mifa especially is a bit eccentric, but they're the best. Their names come from Zelda Breath of the Wild. So there are 4 champions or sages, however you want to call it, 4 characters in Breath of the Wild who help Link in his journey, and who, you know, helped him in one of the battles against Ganondorf, or Ganondorf's power 100 years ago. And Daruk is the champion of the Gorons, and Mifa is the champion of the Zora. So we took those names from characters in Breath of the Wild, because both my wife and I really like Breath of the Wild, and we just liked those names. So if we were to ever get another pug, it would probably be named after one of the other champions from either Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. Yes, yeah, Mifa's Grace and Daruk's Protection. Mifa's Grace is ready, and Daruk's Protection is ready to roll. Yeah, I have those voice clips burned in my memory from playing Breath of the Wild constantly. Breath of the Wild might be my favourite game of all time. It's wonderful. I am a big fan of Zelda in general. So I would say, gaming-wise, I've got 3 loves. I would say, Pokemon would be one, Zelda would be another, and for me, I would also say Civilization, just for the amount of hours I've put into that game over the years in its many different forms. I think those 3 franchises I've probably played the most out of anything else. And it's just crazy how long all 3 of those franchises have been going. They've all consistently put out games that are amazing, and they've not stopped all the way through the years, which I think is really impressive. I guess out of those 3 franchises, Pokemon's the youngest, and that's almost 30 years old. So it's crazy. It's crazy, how long some of these gaming franchises have gone on for. And yeah, Calamari, I wonder how long they'll last. I hope they will. To borrow a phrase from Civilization, which is one of my favourite game franchises, I hope that all 3 of them will stand the test of time, because I mean they're all. I mean, I was about to say they're all really well made, and then I'm reminded of some of the technical issues of some of the Pokemon games, but they're all well made in their own individual ways. So some of the Pokemon games might not have the refine and polish, but the ideas are there, and it's the core idea of Pokemon is one that it's difficult for me to imagine it not working. It's just a really satisfying and addictive game loop that Pokemon has. You know, you find creatures out in the wild, you capture them, you train them, you improve them, you add them to your team for balance, you progress, you trade, there's so many, you become champion, there's so many little story beats that just feel timeless. And yeah, they've already proven successful across different generations of, not just generations of consoles, but generations of players as well. So, you know, I would hope that that Pokemon especially will stand the test of time. T-Rex, has Shinx needed to be revived? He has, yes. So I started the stream about 8 hours ago, and I've had 2 breaks so far, and during the first break, Shinx did need a revive. Shinx got knocked out by, I think it was Daruk. Daruk was getting in and out of the bed and managed to knock Shinx out, and Shinx fainted. So Shinx got revived, but ever since then, Shinx has been standing, so that's good. And calamari, that will be good. I mean, I already say that. I already say back in my day. I already think of, you know, the days when I was into Pokemon as being a bygone age. So I am ahead of you there. I'm already of that. Because, you know, back in my day, there was no physical special split. There was no special split. You know, there was no special attack, special defense. It was just special. You know, there was no steel, there was no dark, there was no fairy, there was no held items, there was no there's no abilities. There's so many really good additions that Pokemon has made over the years. But yeah, how it was when it first came out was an absolute, and that's the other thing, the very first generation of Pokemon, it was a real buggy mess. You know, there was loads of glitches in it, there was it was unbalanced, there was so many problems with it, but it didn't matter because the gameplay was there and it was magical, which is why I am really forgiving of how badly some of these games run nowadays, just because I know how they used to be, and they were equally as bad when they first came out in 1990, in the 1990s. So yeah, I have a lot of patience for Pokemon. I know a lot of people get frustrated with its technical limitations and the bugs and the frame rate and things like that in some of the games, but that will never matter to me. I am a Pokemon apologist. I love it in all its forms, even with all its faults. I just think it's great. absolutely right, Calamari. Yeah, back in the day there was no affection mechanics. So yeah, if you got one shot, that was it. There was no hope for you. There was no hope for you. What else was different in the first generation, or in the early generations? Not necessarily the first one. But it is, for me, the first one is the most memorable for me. Looking back on all its idiosyncratic nature. Oh yeah, the shiny odds were, one in, was it 8,192? Wow. Yeah, it was crazy back in the day. Yeah. But then, I wouldn't have known anyway. I didn't know anything about shinies. Because they were not a thing in the first generation, and then they got introduced in the second one, and it just went over my head. I just didn't know they existed. But I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into Silver, Crystal, Ruby, Sapphire, Diamond and Pearl. Hundreds of hours would have gone into those games, and I didn't find a single shiny in those games back in the day. 1 in 8,192. That sounds about right, because I never found one. I definitely never found one. So it really was special back in the day. So T-Rex, what was your first shiny? Because for me, my first shiny is a bit weird. Because technically my first shiny would have been the red Gyarados, but I didn't even know that was shiny. I just thought that was a weird, different coloured Pokemon, which I guess is a shiny, but I didn't know that shinies existed. Then the next shiny Pokemon I got would have been a shiny Whalmer in Pokemon Go. I can remember finding that when I was walking to work on Pokemon Go. But again, that I'm not sure that really counts as a real shiny, because again, that's Pokemon Go. The odds are a little bit better in Pokemon Go. So then the first shiny that I caught on a console of any kind, that would have been a shiny Geodude in Let's Go Pikachu that I stumbled across in Mount Moon. So that would have been my first shiny that I caught in a console, and I think that's what I would consider my first shiny, even though the Gyarados, but that was a kind of free one, and the Whalmer was in Pokemon Go, so I'm not sure I really count that. But the Geodude, I think that was special for me. Let's go for a Chimchar this time. So I did not know that. So is that true, Calamari? So there was no shinies in Generation 1. That makes sense to me. But if you were to trade a Pokemon from Generation 1 to Generation 2, which you definitely, I remember you could do that. You could trade it from Generation 1 to Generation 2. I remember doing that. And if it had the right combination of stats, there was a chance that a Pokemon from Generation 1 could turn into a shiny when transferred to Generation 2. That is crazy. I had no idea about that. I mean, again, when I was playing Generation 2, I didn't know shinies were a thing, so I wouldn't have known. Even if someone had told me that, I wouldn't have known what they were talking about. But I had no idea about that. That's really interesting. I like that. I do like that. That's cool. That is very cool. So T-Rex, your first shiny was Rayquaza. Wow, that's a good first shiny to get. And that was after there was another that your brother released because he was mad. I'm sorry to hear about that. That must have been awful. But no, I'm glad. I'm glad you got one after that. So yeah, shiny Rayquaza is one of the best looking shinies there is. So that's a good one to have. Yeah, I love shiny Rayquaza. It's a really cool looking shiny. And hi there, Raj. How's it going? And things are going well here. So no shiny just yet, but there's been no technical difficulties, which is the main thing for me. My pugs are well. They've been walked, so at the start of the day it was raining quite a lot where I am, so it cleared up later this afternoon, so they were able to have a nice long stroll around the neighbourhood. They've had their lunch, they've had their evening meal as well now, so now they are just relaxing. I will be streaming for another hour and a half-ish until I get to 1,500 encounters. That will be, what is that, 35 more encounters time. But yeah, no, I'm doing really well, much better than I was doing on Wednesday and Thursday when I was having all kinds of OBS issues with the stream. Thankfully this stream has been problem free, which I am very, very thankful for. And Yuvraj, hi, good to have you. And yes, this is a long one, so on the weekends I tend to do quite long streams, but I would say even by my usual standards, this one is looking like it's going to be a really long stream actually. I think, yeah, usually my streams at the weekend are about 8 hours, but this one's looking like it's going to go to almost 10 hours, but I haven't been streaming the whole time. I've taken breaks to let the pooches go for a little stroll around either the garden or the neighborhood and make sure they're well fed. So I've been taking breaks, but yeah, this is quite a long stream. I really want to get this shiny. I'm not expecting it this stream, but I'll be doing long streams tomorrow and also on Monday as well, because it's a bank holiday here in the UK, so I get Monday off as a holiday. So that gives me a chance of finding this. So I would love to get it this weekend. But yeah, I hope everything's good with you. And T-Rex, oh, I see. Right, I misread maybe. So the Rayquaza that you got was the one that your brother released. I am sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. So I don't know if this would be of interest to you, but I've got more than one Switch. And because I've got more than one Switch, I've got a save file on one of my Switches of the shiny Rayquaza event in Scarlet and Violet that happened in December. So what that means is I should be able to start a new game on one of my Switches, get to the point in the game where you can join Terror Raids, then go offline,
and then join my offline Switch that has the Shiny Rayquaza raid loaded, catch a Shiny Rayquaza, and I could trade that to you if you'd like, if that would be of interest. If you'd like, I could do that. I mean, if you tell me what trainer name you want, I could even start that profile with a particular trainer name. So you'd have... I mean, it wouldn't be like you've caught it, obviously. And it's a shame I can't go online with that Rayquaza event save either, because as soon as I go online with it, I would lose it. So it's only something that I can do locally. But if that would help, because it's always sad to lose a shiny, let me know if that would help. And Yuvraj, you've been tired today. I'm sorry to hear that, but I am glad that seeing the dogs relaxing is helping you relax. And it's nice that your dog is lying next to you. And I like the fact that he's cheering for me. Thank you. We could still get this shiny, who knows? There's going to be 24 more encounters. 34, I can't count. 34 more encounters, so there's still a chance. But it's not this particular Chimchar, so we'll try the next one. And to anyone that might be watching the stream but not chatting, just thank you very much, because I've had quite a few subscribers join today. I started on 211 and I'm up to 219, which is really, really good for me. So if anyone has subscribed today, I really, really appreciate it. That's really nice of you. Thank you. So, Yuvraj, after I find this shiny, I'll be playing the game a little bit, just up until I get to Eterna Forest, and then I want to find a shiny in Eterna Forest. So I don't think that'll take me too long to get there. So, yeah, once I find this shiny, I should hopefully be getting into another shiny hunt pretty soon. I want to build a... I want to build a kind of, a shiny team. So, yeah, that's the plan, to head to Eterna Forest, and there's a few different Pokemon I could get there. I could end up with a Budew, I could end up with a, a Wurmple, which could, turn into a few different things, a couple of different things. Or is that the Beautifly and the Dustox? So that would be good. I can't remember what other Pokemon are in there, but there's a few. So yeah, the next Pokemon hunt, shiny Pokemon hunt, will be in Eterna Forest, and we shall see what we find. So I'm excited to find out what it's going to be. And welcome back, iDeb. You just had your dinner. Nothing has happened just yet, so we're still on the hunt for the shiny. I'm going to be doing 32 more attempts this evening, and then I'll be ending the stream when I get to 1,500 encounters. So there's still a chance. We shall see. I'm guessing that these 32 encounters, I think it's probably going to take me about an hour and a half to do. So I'll probably be streaming, for another hour and a half, I think. So it will be quite a long stream, this. In fact, it might, if it does take an hour and a half, this might be the longest stream I've ever done. I'm just scrolling through my previous ones. It would be. So, I mean, that deserves a shiny, surely. So we'll see. We'll see what the Poké Gods have in store for me. And I would, how good would it be to get a shiny by tomorrow? Yeah. If I could get a shiny this weekend, it would be the best. But we shall see. We shall see. I would certainly like that. And yeah, Calamari, it's looking that way, isn't it? Yeah, the first stream you caught is looking like it probably will be the longest. I think so. The amount of time it's taken me to get through each encounters, I think getting to 1,500, I think is going to take an hour and a half, and that will make it the longest stream I've done so far. So a good one to catch. Like just watching Mifa just clean her little bed when she constantly licks. There's something very calming about that to me. And I also find it really adorable when she kind of gets her paw and then kind of wipes her eye with her paw. There's something about that kind of makes my heart melt every time I see her do it. So yeah. That kind of keeps me occupied a little bit while I'm waiting for these loading screens. Just watching my dogs. So Ideb, there's a 1,496 chance to get the shiny. Yep. We have 3 starters, so the odds change. It's now 1 in 12,000. So my understanding is that the odds should remain at 1,496. That's my understanding of the probabilities. So every time I open this briefcase and select a Pokemon, there's a 1 in 4,096 chance of it being a shiny. So the fact that there's 3 options, does that impact it? Because in my head it doesn't, but I must say I don't know enough about probabilities to say that for certain. But it doesn't. I can't imagine that the odds of getting a shiny are 1 in 12,000. That feels too high. And yeah, from hearing how long it's taken other people, I think if the odds were that high, then the number of encounters it's taken other people to get, it would be much higher than it actually is. So I think it is still 1 in 4,096. I think. But again, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've had to deal with probabilities. I do like probabilities. I'm certainly not good at probabilities, but I do find it interesting. There's something about maths in general that I do find very interesting. I'm not very good at maths, but I always used to like it when... Well, I always used to like the fact that maths has a definitive answer, you know? Like, if you're trying to work out a problem, and you get to the solution and you can solve the equation and there's a nice rational number at the end of it, that's a really satisfying feeling. But I must profess I'm not great at maths, but I do find it interesting. So the starter's shininess gets generated when you pick the Pokeball, not when you open the briefcase. Right, yeah. So I think so that way you won't miss. That's good to know. That's good to know. So it's not possible that, say, just because I've picked a Piplup, that maybe there was a shiny in the Chimchar ball or something like that. Yeah, that's good to know for my own sanity. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, Calamari. Yeah, this is the point when it's decided whether it's shiny or not. And there is a 1 in 4,096 chance of it being a shiny. So, and that one isn't. So that is one of the 4,095 non-shiny chances. Yeah. And it's the same shiny odds that the Starly will be shiny. And I've already found 2 of those. So, yeah, I feel like I'm due. Well, I'm not due, am I? I'm nowhere near full odds. I'm only just over a quarter odds. So, I'm not really due it, but I feel like I deserve a shiny starter because I've already encountered 2 shiny Starlies. That's my logic. So Deb, yeah. Imagine getting a shiny starter and a shiny Starly at the same time. That would be amazing. So I mean that one, I think you can work out the odds for. So I think that would just be 1 in 4,096 times by 1 in 4,096. It would be those 2 probabilities multiplied together. The chance that both the Starly and the starter are shiny. I think again that, yeah, don't quote me on that. That's my understanding of probabilities, that you multiply them in that way. But yeah, as Calamari said, yeah, I think we think that the odds for all of the starters being shiny, that's not possible because they're perhaps not coded to be shiny until the battle starts, and that's when it's determined whether they're shiny or not. Okay, let's go for... Calamari, yeah, I think if that were to happen, that would probably expend all of the shiny luck that I would ever have. I think, yeah, the odds of that happening would be astronomically low. Yeah, I think it would be 4,096 4,096 times by 4,096, and it'll be 1 in that, which is, yeah, a lot. And thank you very much, iDeb. Thank you. That's nice of you to say. I'm hoping for the best as well. But I mean, it takes as long as it takes. You know, I mean, I do want to find it, but I am enjoying the hunt. However long it takes, it will just make it more meaningful when I do finally find it. So that's the thing. And Calamari, good. I'm glad you're of the same opinion as I am in terms of that. That's good to know. It's been a long time since I've had to deal with probabilities. I think I did that in A-level. Did I even do A-level maths? I can't even remember what A-levels I took. No, GCSE maths. So I haven't done that since GCSE maths. I did not take A-level maths. German, economics. Maybe I did take A-level maths. What was the third A-level I took? I took 3 A-levels. One of them was economics. One of them was German. I think it may have been maths, actually. So yeah, that's embarrassing. I can't even remember what the third A-level I took. It was so long ago. But yeah, I do like maths. I am pretty terrible at it. Raj, I didn't answer your question. Sorry about that. So what was... Yeah, I missed that. Apologies for that. So, what was my first shiny? So for me, my first shiny was the shiny Gyarados in Pokemon Silver. But when I got it, I didn't know it was shiny. So I didn't really know shinies were a thing when I encountered it. I knew it was a different colour because I was playing it on a Game Boy Color, but I just thought it was a unique, special Pokemon, kind of like, because I'd already seen the Crystal Onyx in the Pokemon anime, so I assumed it was something like that, like just some unique Pokemon, and that's what it was, and there wasn't any other Pokemon like it. So I didn't know that the Gyarados was shiny, because I didn't know shinies were a thing. But I didn't find a single shiny in any of my early Pokemon games until I started playing Pokemon Go. And then I found a shiny Wailmer on my way when I was walking to work one day, which was amazing. But the first Pokemon that I caught that was shiny, that was in a Pokemon game on a games console of some kind, that would have been a shiny Geodude in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. But for you, your first was a Charmander. And you thought it was some kind of glitch because you didn't know anything about shiny either. That's exactly my point. Yeah. So I never had that. So when that, presumably, it wasn't a well-known thing back in the day. I'm going to say that again. But yeah, just shinies were not a talked about thing as far as I was concerned. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But I didn't know anything about them until maybe the end of Generation 3, Generation 4. I think that's when I started reading about them on online forums and things like that, trying to figure out what they were. So yeah, I was like you. If I would have seen a shiny Charmander back in the day, I would have assumed it was some kind of glitch. So yeah, but that is a funny story. I like that. And Calamari, yeah, your hunt sounds brutal. So good luck catching that Mesprit. I really hope you do get it. But I know you will get it. It's more, I hope you get it soon. So Deb, you have physics, chemistry, and maths. Those sound important. That's a good selection there. And it doesn't matter what you study after you get a job. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't had to think about my A levels ever since I got to university, and I haven't had to think about my university degree ever since I got a job. So yeah, the education, it is, so the qualifications you get and what you learn in school is really important, because it gets you to the next stage of your life, whatever that might be. So that doesn't mean you always have to be in education, or you have to take education all the way as far as possible. It's you take education as far as you need it to be to get to where you want to be in life. And then once you've reached that next stage, then it all becomes about how well you do in the stage you're currently in. So, you know, whatever that stage is, whether that's education or whether that's, you know, in a working environment, in a professional environment, it's all about what you do now. It's never about what you did in the past. What you did in the past will get you a foot in the door. It'll get you that opportunity, but it's all about what you do in the present. Yeah, I agree, Deb. Already dropped the camera once today, so I'm being very careful, hopefully not to do it again. And Deb, yeah, they are the stepping stones of each journey, but it gets tough sometimes. I completely agree. That's a nice way of looking at it. Yeah, your qualifications are like stepping stones that lead you to the path ahead. Yeah, I agree. That's a nice way of looking at it. So this is one of my favourite songs. So this is from Arceus. I think Legends Arceus has some of the best music. Really do. And Raj, no problem at all. Thank you very much for stopping by. Good luck with that surgery. I hope everything goes well, and just know that everything that you do is really important. Being a veterinarian is one of the most important things in life there is, and I know that you'll do everything you can. So good luck and have a lovely night. Thank you very much for stopping by. that's really nice of you to say. Thank you, Ideb. Yeah, no, exactly. I do count myself very lucky. I really do. It's lovely I feel fortunate to have the job that I have. I feel very fortunate to have the life that I have. And yeah, I do feel very blessed. I definitely feel very blessed. And thank you very much, for saying that. That's really nice. Thank you. Because, I think it's important to remember. I think it's important to focus on what you have. Because I think it's easy to think about what you don't have in life. But when you stop and appreciate what you do have in life, I think it just puts a better perspective on things in general. I think there's a lot of things that we can all be very thankful for. And it's good to take time out to appreciate those things. So I agree with that perspective, definitely. You actually, a shiny Starly would make me happy. Funny enough, Calamari. I think it would be funny if I found another. So a part of me is kind of hoping I find another, just because I think it would be funny. But a shiny starter would make me infinitely more happy. That is very true. We shall see. And Yuvraj, you are having dinner. Have you missed anything? Not just yet. But this could be... This isn't shiny. So I've got 23 more encounters for this stream. So again, there's still a chance. But I will be streaming tomorrow. So if it's not... if it's not this stream, maybe it'll be tomorrow. Or it could be Monday. There's a bank holiday in the UK, which means I have Monday off work, so I'll be able to stream on Monday for a long time as well. So it just feels to me like there's a chance I could get it this weekend. I know more likely than not, but you never know. So we'll see. And Ideb, what is my favourite starter of this generation? So this particular generation is one of the generations where I love each and every one of the starters. That's true of quite a few of the generations. I think Pokemon does a really good job with the starters in general. Some of my favourite Pokemon designs are the starters, so I do like them. This generation in particular, I love all of the starter first forms. So Piplup, Chimchar, Turtwig, I think they're all adorable. They're cute, they're great, wonderful little guys. I think their final evolutions, I think they're all great as well. But I think I do have a preference on the final evolution. So I think when it comes to the final evolutions, I really like Empoleon. I think it's a really unique typing, and it's, of the three, it's my favourite final evolution. But just going on just the starter first forms, I couldn't choose. I think they're all great. So I would be happy with any of the three. I really would be happy with any of the three. So we will just see which one I end up with. Because I will get it eventually. I just don't know when. it's not Turtwig. It's not Turtwig. So let's go for Chimchar next, if I can remember. And yeah, exactly, Ideb. It's that water steel combination. It feels like it's got a lot of resistances, which I like. So yeah. Empoleon would definitely be my favourite of the final evolutions. And Calamari's favourite starter in Sinnoh is the uncatchable Starly. That's a good one to pick. That is a good one to pick. Oh, I apologise for the barking just there. Bear with me 1 second. Daruk, sit. Good boy. Yeah, I think it's the Starly is a character. I will say that. I think it is a bit of a. It feels like it's a bit of a troll by Game Freak that they made that Starly able to be shiny when you can't catch it. Although I have heard that it is possible to catch the Starly if you revert your game back to version 1.000 or something, and then do some crazy shenanigans in order to get a shiny Starly. I'm sure I've read online that it is possible if you in previous versions. On the very original version, there's something you can do. I don't know what it is, but and that might not even be true, but I've read that there's a way of getting it. But yeah, I think it's funny. And Ideb, yeah, I like the designs of a lot of Pokemon from this generation. I think this generation did a really good job of designing a lot of the Pokemon. You're right, Darkrai is a really good example. I feel like this generation, more than any other, introduced final form evolution for so many Pokemon. I know that a lot of Pokemon games have introduced final form evolutions. Like recently there's been the I can't remember which way around it is. There's Girafarig and Farigiraf. That was introduced in Scarlet and Violet, the final form of that, and Dunsparce as a final form of Dunsparce. So I know that Pokemon games still do that, do introduce a final form of a particular Pokemon, but this generation did it to so many Pokemon, like Magmar, Electabuzz, Magnemite, Pillow-Swine. So many of them, I mean there's way more than that, but so many of them got that final form in this generation, and it really feels... It's hard for me to imagine those Pokemon without those final form evolutions now. Even though, I grew up with them without those final form evolutions, it really feels complete with them. So I would agree. I like the way that they designed the Pokemon in this. I think it's a good generation because it's a nice mix of brand new Pokemon and Pokemon that really improve on what they were previously and make it. I can't even imagine those Pokemon without their final form evolutions now. So I do like the designs of this generation as well. I'm gonna do Chimchar this time. I keep losing track of which Pokemon I chose last, so I'm very well aware this isn't as random as it could be. I should try and keep track somehow, because relying on my memory is never a good thing. Alright, we've got 20 more encounters. Excuse me. Yeah, apologies if Daruk's barking is disturbing anyone. He's looking up at the window outside, so he will have seen a bird fly past or something like that. He's not a fan of birds through the window, or on TV for that matter. He's really not a fan. When he's outside, he couldn't care less about birds, but when he's inside, he has arguments with them. So if I'm talking about final form, you played a Game Boy ROM hack called Pokemon Evolved, and in that each Pokemon had at least 4 or 5 evolutions, including legendary, but it's just the first generation. That's interesting. So I've never played a Pokemon ROM hack, but I've seen a couple of videos. It's the type of thing that I don't know if I could play something like that, but it's the type of thing that I think I would like to watch. Sorry. Apologies for that. Sorry. Yeah, it's the type of thing that I think I would like to watch someone play. So I've heard. Did I make a note of it? Someone was talking about a Pokemon ROM hack where. Oh, I think it was you, Ideb, that you were talking about a ROM hack where you played as Team Rocket. Now that's the type of thing that I think I would like to watch someone play, because that does sound interesting. So some of these ROM hacks do sound pretty good, but I think they're the type of thing I think I would like to watch someone play rather than play myself, just because I think I like just playing the base games. That's what I really like, but I do find some of the ideas that are in the ROM hacks really interesting. So Yuvraj, out of Shiny Palkia, Dialga and Giratina, which do I most prefer? I think you're right. I think Giratina has the best shiny out of those. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree on that. I think the shinies are good on Palkia and Dialga, but they're a bit subtle, whereas Giratina is really, it's very distinctive. It's that fawn colour. I'm just looking at Mifa now, and I'm thinking, yeah, Mifa's got that kind of shiny Giratina look to her coat, that kind of colour. And yeah, I'm so sorry, Yuvraj. I kind of thought that might be the case. I am sorry that your dog went out to check who was barking. Yeah, that happened the other day as well, didn't it? I get the impression that Bruno he'll have heard quite a lot of Daruk's barks, so I'm sorry about that. They'll know each other. Well, Bruno, it sounds like, will know my Daruk by bark by the end of it. It seems. Apologies for that. So, Calamari, your first ever shiny was in a ROM hack called Pokemon Adventure Red Chapter. You got a shiny Doduo, that's a nice one. And you encountered a red Gyarados. That's nice, that's cool. I mean, yeah, I like that. That's really cool. And I would agree, I think I do get the impression that these ROM hacks do add a lot to the story, and they can be, I would imagine they're probably better than the base games in an awful lot of ways. So I can definitely see the appeal. I can see the appeal of it, and that's why I think I would like to watch people playing them. So yeah, I can definitely see the appeal of them. And yeah, I agree, Yuvraj. I think the shinies of Palkia, and Dialga's got that kind of teal look to it, but it's still, I don't think it's as nice. I mean, Giratina is just distinctive, and it's good. So out of those three, I would be the same as you. I would go Giratina, I think. So we're gonna do another 18 more encounters. Let's see if we can get a shiny. That's nice, yeah. And my Daruk is exactly the same. He loves to play with other dogs. So yeah, whenever I'm out walking them, Daruk is really good around other dogs, never reacts, always polite. He's always, he's too polite sometimes, he'll hang back and be really cautious to make sure the other dog is cool with him being near. So yeah, Daruk is really good with other dogs. Mifa is a little skittish, unfortunately. She gets a little bit scared of other dogs and gets a bit yappy, which is unfortunate, because that means that I can't interact with other dogs when I've got them both, like I used to be able to do when I just had Daruk. Because when it was just me and Daruk, anytime we saw another dog, we'd be approaching them. I'd get to fuss over the other dog. It was wonderful. But now it's Daruk and Mifa. I can't do that because Mifa is just too skittish, unfortunately. And Calamari, yeah, I know what you mean. There's something about the shading in these games that it makes the Starly look shiny. It does. What I will say is, when it is shiny, when you do see it, there is no mistaking it. It does look distinctive, even though, yeah, if you just showed me that picture without anything else, I'd be like, is that shiny? Is it not? But when you do see the shiny in these games, it is quite distinctive. But I would agree, just looking at that, it would make me question as to whether it was shiny. Yeah. And T-Rex, that is Mifa that's sleeping, that's on the footstool next to the Shinx. Daruk is currently on the floor with his paws, laid flat. He's a little bit more relaxed now, but he was in protect mode not too long ago. So I think he saw a bird flying by, and he's starting to chill out again now. So hopefully that continues, because I don't want him getting too worked up, because I don't want him disturbing anyone else that might have dogs, who might be watching, certainly like you, Raj. So I've already disturbed Bruno once. I'm hoping it doesn't happen again. And Ideb, what's my favourite shiny design? You like Primal Groudon and Primal and Rayquaza, sorry. Yeah, those are really good. I must say, I don't know what shiny Primal Groudon looks like, because I didn't really play Alpha Sapphire or Omega Ruby, so I don't know too much about the Primal version, but I do know what shiny Groudon looks like, and that's cool. And shiny Rayquaza is an instant classic, definitely. My favourite shiny is probably shiny Dratini, I think. I'm a sucker for a pink Pokemon, and I think that Dratini and Dragonair, both of those look amazing. I'm less enthused about Dragonite, but Dragonair and Dratini, they are wonderful. So I think those would be my favourite shinies. But then I've got a lot of favourite shinies. I like Mareep, I like Shinx, I like... Oh, what else are some of my favourites? Those would probably be my top three. Dratini, Mareep, Shinx. Those would be my top three. T-Rex, you want a shiny Tyrantrum? Yes, that is a good one. Shiny Tyrantrum is really cool, and blue, I love how different it is, so that's really good. And yeah, Yuvraj, yeah, I've had to leave 2 shiny Starlies behind. When I encountered them, I just had to reset and just let them go and move on to the next. I think if it happens again, I'm going to attack the shiny Starly and knock it out, and then reset and move on. So that is my threat to you, shiny Starly, wherever you are. If you are to reappear for a 3rd time, you will be attacked, so bear that in mind. The next shiny needs to be a shiny starter, please. So, shiny Groudon is black and yellow. Ooh, yeah, that is different. So I bet that does look good. Yeah. Yeah, that does sound good, because normal shiny Groudon, it's that kind of light green colour, which is it's all right. It's good. I think I prefer shiny Kyogre, because that's that pink colour. But then I do think that shiny Kyogre is a little too pink. That's a little too electric pink for me. It works better on Dratini, in my opinion. Okay, let's try a Turtwig and see if this could be shiny. It's not. Okay, right, we've got 15 more encounters now. Yuvraj, you like the Paradox Pokemon design, especially the Gouging Fire form. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I do like a lot of the Paradox Pokemon designs. I think the thing I dislike about the Paradox Pokemon is more their names, and it's the majority of the future Paradox Pokemon. I just find the future Paradox Pokemon a bit monotonous. They're all iron something, iron something, iron something. At least with the past ones, there's a bit of difference. I'm just a bit confused why they didn't give the names a bit of variety for the future Paradox ones. That's my only criticism about it. I think all of the designs are great, so I think they're all interesting. And calamari, yeah, your favourite would be shiny Zygarde. That's an interesting one, isn't it? Yeah, I like the white and teal. Yeah, toothpaste. That's a good way to describe it. Colour, yes, that is a nice one. I would like one of these days to do a shiny Zygarde hunt in Dynamax Adventures, but I am very well aware of how difficult it is to beat Zygarde in Dynamax Adventures. So that's that. Yeah, because I think previously I said my favourite dream shiny would be the Latios twins, which is also one of them is that minty toothpaste colour, and the other's orange. But actually, I think maybe now I'm thinking about it, I think maybe my dream shiny would be Zygarde, just because of how difficult that would be to get. So yeah, I think one of these days I would like to try that. But I do realise how difficult that would be. I don't think I've ever beaten Zygarde just normally in Dynamax Adventures, so doing it over and over again and trying to win each time would be tricky. And Ideb, so Primal Kyogre is black. Yeah, so they all kind of fit in, the primal versions, they all have that kind of, black colour scheme, it sounds like, which is quite cool. I like that. Yeah, I do like Generation 3, so I like Ruby and Sapphire. I never got to play Emerald, sadly, but I played I played Sapphire and Ruby an awful lot. But I never played Alpha Sapphire or Omega Ruby, because that was just part of the later generations that I just missed. So again, I'm hoping there's a way for those to come over and become playable on the Switch. I'm not sure how that would work though, with the dual screen thing. Daruk, sit. Daruk, sit. No. Sorry, I'm just going to mute the microphone. I feel like he's going to bark. He's getting flustered. There's only 14 more encounters left. He can definitely see something out that window. He's staring at that window intently. I'm really sorry if other people have dogs that can hear him barking. Really sorry about that. And good night, Ideb. Thank you very much for stopping by. And see you tomorrow. I will be streaming. It'd be lovely to see you. But yeah, have a good night and take care. Thank you very much, Ideb. Thank you for saying that. Who knows? I hope I get the shiny as well. When I get the shiny, I will make that clear in the episode title. So I will rename the episode the stream to make it clear that there's that we actually finally found the shiny. So yeah, if you ever do miss a stream and you're wondering whether I actually got anything or not, it will be clear from the episode title. I will go back and amend it if I do find a shiny. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost up to 9.5 hours. Yeah, it's a long one. It's a long one. I wasn't planning on it being this long, but there's just something in my brain that likes the idea of ending the stream at 1,500 encounters. Yeah. And I can't imagine streamers doing 24-hour streams either. Yeah, that seems too much for me. I am someone who enjoys their sleep. I like my sleep pattern. I definitely couldn't do that. And I don't think my dogs would like that either. They even though they can sleep here, it's not. I can't imagine it's the same as, when I go to bed and then they can actually sleep on the bed. And Callum, so you're the same too, always wanting to end on an even number. Yeah, I don't know why there's something satisfying about ending on a nice round number. I think there's been a couple of times when I've had to just end the stream on a really weird number, but that was for technical issues, and I really didn't like doing that. That bothered me. But if the stream is encountering problems with the internet or with OBS or something, then I just have to end it like that. Obviously I'm unhappy that that's happened, but I'm also equally unhappy that I'm ending the stream on a weird number, and I'm going to have to start the stream on a weird number, and it just feels odd to me. So I'm the same. And I guess even though it's been, 9.5 hours so far, pretty much, almost, it's not really been that, because, I've taken breaks, and there's been half an hour breaks here and there, so it's not really that bad. And it certainly doesn't feel that bad to me. Like, it's been, like I say, it goes really fast. It's crazy how fast it goes. Considering how long my day feels at work, so my my 7 hours at work feels an awful lot longer than this 9-hour stream. This has flown by. So I wish my work flew by as fast as this. Let's do Chimchar. I'm losing track. We'll try Chimchar. So Calamari, so one time you finished a session hunting for Regigigas in 1,500 resets, but you got the urge to do one more and it shined. Oh, you can't tell me that. You can't tell me that. That's going to make me want to do one more. No, that's mean. Okay. Well, no, I mean, yeah, but I guess that just makes it, when I start the new stream, that would be 1,501, and then that would just be a nice way to start the stream. If it would be a magical way to start the stream if the first one was a shiny. Apologies. Daru, sit. Oh, good boy. Yeah, so I think I'm still gonna end on 1,500. Yeah, I will. And Yuvraj, yeah. I mean, I know what you mean, but then, I mean, I'm still spending loads of time playing games, but I definitely miss childhood, being able to play games and being able to play games and not feeling any guilt about it. So I mean, I'm playing this game and I'm enjoying it, but there's also a small part of me that's thinking, you know, there's bits of the house that could use a bit of a hoover, and there's the garden could use a mow. I know the garden needs mowing, but I've spent the day playing this. I've not mowed the garden. So there's definitely things in the back of my mind that I'm thinking, you know, what can be left a little bit, you know, what could I be doing now that I'm not doing, that, you know, when will I be able to do that, and things like that. Whereas as a kid, if you're playing a video game, you're completely absorbed in that game, no thought about anything else. And I do miss that, you know, singular purpose of just being able to focus just on the game, because yeah, as you get older, there's always other things in the back of your mind thinking, what else do I need to be doing? Yeah. Okay, we are now up to 1,490, so the last 10 encounters. Yeah, no worries, Calamari. It's this thing. There's a part of me that wants to just do one extra one to end it on 1,501, but I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it because at the end of the day, I'm not a superstitious person. I believe in probabilities. Everything has the same chance. So yeah, I'm not a superstitious person. So I'm okay. Yeah, don't worry about that at all. I like I like saying good luck, and I like to think about luck, but I think of it as just a way of just passing on positive vibes or anything like that. And I think it's nice to show support and to show positive sentiment to other people. So yeah, when I say good luck, it's always about that. I like thinking, like I say, I'm not very good with probabilities, but I like thinking about life as a series of probabilities. So I'm not particularly superstitious in the slightest. And yeah, the wanting to end on a whole number, yeah, I think that's definitely more my OCD rather than any superstition or anything like that. Yeah, Yuvraj, that's the right way to think about it, I think. Yeah, if at the end of the day you're satisfied, then I think that's good. I think it's just all about enjoying what you do, whatever it is. And yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, for you in particular, you do a really important job. So I think it's good to take satisfaction from that. And yeah, life is just about trying to make the world a better place, sending out good vibes, making the world better than it was the day before. And if everyone did that, then the world would be a tiny bit better. That's all you can really hope for. So, that's good. So tomorrow, Yuvraj, you've got a day off, so you're going to be able to play games. That's good. I'm glad you're going to have a bit of time off. That is good. Time off is important. Absolutely. I agree. I get the impression he knows that it's the end of the stream is approaching. Yeah, he's getting a little bit restless. Yeah, I just want to get through these last 9 encounters and we will end it on 1,500. Last time, we'll do Piplup this time. No. Okay, 8 more. 8 more to go. Oops, that didn't reset it. There we go. Yeah, he probably is. Yeah. So Daruk and I, we play a little game at night time. Mifa's not as playful, at least with me. So she'll play with Daruk, but she's not that bothered about playing with me. But at night time, so once the stream's finished, they'll both go outside, they'll patrol the garden, they'll do their business, and they'll come back. We'll all get ready, and then what I tend to do is which I probably shouldn't do because it probably just winds him up and gets him excited, but I end up just chasing him around the bedroom, taking his toy away from him and throwing it a little bit, so he chases it, finds it, then he brings it back to me, but he never lets it go, and we have a little wrestling match until he lets it go, and then I throw it, and then he grabs it and then runs it back to me. And yeah, he's never actually figured out how to do fetch because he never wants to give it up, but he likes to go get his little toy, bring it to me, show it me, have a little tug of war, and then have it thrown and then run and chase it. So we have that time, which is always just before bed. So I think he does look forward to that. And the pugs, yes, they are hardworking professional pugs, Calamari. You're right, they've entertained you for over 9 hours now. No, I agree. I do agree. Yeah, I mean they work harder than me. They do longer hours than I do. Like I say, when I go to work, it's just a 7 hour day for me. These are putting in almost 10-hour shifts. They're impressive working pups. I agree. Okay, is this Turtwig? It's not. Okay, right, we've got 7 more attempts. Chimchar is next. Who knows? It would be a wonderful way to end this stream. It really would. Let me just adjust the camera. You can't see the top of Daruk's head. There we go. Nice. Front and center. Yeah, these are the hardest working pugs in the industry. Seasoned professionals. And Yuvraj, you're also playing with your dog too, because if you were to touch your phone without playing with him, he grabs your phone and tosses the phone in the air with his nose. I think I know what you mean. Our dogs are similar. I don't think they're able to toss the phone in the air like that with their noses, because they've got just such tiny noses. But what they do is, if either my wife or myself are on our phones and we're sat on the sofa and we're not paying them any attention, they can tell that we're paying attention to the phone. And this is also the case if we're holding a controller and we're playing a video game together. It's mainly Daruk. It is mainly Daruk. Mifa doesn't do this. Daruk will put his paw on the phone or on the controller and try to, not knock it out, but just tap the phone, tap the controller while we're holding it, just to get our attention away from the object that is that is competing for his attention. I can imagine it's similar. Dogs are smart. They can figure out what's going on, which is leading to them not getting the attention they want. And Daruk is very similar. He's not a fan of mobile phones. He's much more a fan of head scratchers and things like that, which we do give him. We do give him plenty of them, I promise. But they also just like chilling out as well. Okay, so this is number 6 encounters left. Did I say? I keep losing track on which one's next. And Capamon, yes, we're almost at 1,500. That's where we're going to leave this stream. So I'm going to be ending it on 1,500. It's a nice milestone, that. I like the idea of ending the stream on that number. So, we've got 6 more attempts. Could this be shiny? I mean, obviously I'd rather end it on this number, if this is shiny. But it's not. So we've got 5 more attempts. So, I'll do Turtwig. No, I'll do Piplup, Turtwig, then Chimchar, then Piplup, Turtwig. So if I plan it right, I should end on the Turtwig. So we will see. Still no Abra for you. You're doing that hunt in Let's Go, is that right? And if so, what catch combo are you up to, Capamon? And Calamari, I completely agree. Getting the shiny on the very last encounter, it would be epic. That would be crazy. We shall see. No way. Okay, Capamon, that's a massive combo. I mean, first, congratulations to even get that high. I've never got a combo that high. That's really impressive. I really hope you get that Abra soon, because, I mean, you deserve it for getting a catch combo that high. That is massive. Really good luck. Really, really good luck getting that Abra. I'm sure you'll get that soon. But just well done on getting a combo that high. I think that's really impressive. Could it be a shiny Piplup? Daruk's looking at the camera. He looks at the camera pleadingly. But the Pokegods do not answer his pleas. And yeah, Capman, I know the feeling. I really hope you do get it. But I mean, just know you can put the system to sleep and it'll still be there. But what you can't do is turn it completely off, because then you do lose the. If you have to load the game from save, then you do lose the streak. But you can put the game at least to sleep if you do need to sleep. But yeah, I really hope you get that Abra soon. And yeah, you've rushed. Yeah, he's just moved now, unfortunately. But yeah, Daruk was gazing longingly into the camera. That was a bit adorable. I was looking at that as well. Yeah. I know everyone says that about their own dogs, but I do adore the dogs. They just look so cute to me, both of them. Okay, right, we've got 4 more attempts. I think I just did Piplup, so this is going to be Turtwig. Yes, Turtwig. Here we go. It's not shiny. Okay, right. Oh, that was my fault. So I kind of exhaled when I said that's not shiny. And I think that disturbed Daruk. So apologies for Daruk barking. And sorry about the barking again. Yeah, I think I get the feeling that Daruk knows that we're almost at the end, so apologies for the barking. But yes, Calamari, the Shinx is doing a wonderful staring contest. I can't compete with Shinx, and it's. Can Shinx learn glare? It might be a glare attack that it's using. I'm not sure. Okay, so we're going to do a Chimchar, then a Piplup, and we're going to end on a Turtwig. So this is the last chance for a shiny Chimchar this evening. Could it be? Could it be? Yuvraj, absolutely. I wish we could skip the intro. Yeah, Yeah, this challenge, it does feel tricky just because the loading screens are so long. This whole intro takes quite a while. Yeah, when I did the Let's Go Pikachu Mewtwo hunt not that long ago, it took me a similar. Well, I can't remember. I haven't added up the amount of time it took, but I feel like it was between 40 and 50 hours in total. You know, looking at my streams. So that's how long it took to get Mewtwo. But in that time, I was able to do 2,600 odd encounters in that time. So I've been searching for this shiny starter in Shining Pearl for a similar amount of time. So, 40, 50 hours-ish north of that. But I've got nowhere near that many encounters because each reset takes so much longer than how long it took in Let's Go Pikachu. Yeah, the loading times, everything like that. I wish it was skippable. And Calamari, I completely agree. I wish Barry would stop his yapping. Yeah. If only there was a way. If only there was a way. Okay, we got 2 more. This is the penultimate attempt. This is going to be for the Piplup. So, there was no Chimchar. Not today. Perhaps another day, but not today. Could it be Piplup? That's the question. There's one more chance for Piplup today. Is Piplup going to seize that chance? Daruk is excited. That's right, Yuvraj. No one can stop Barry. No one. No matter how much we wish we could. Okay, so I said Piplup, didn't I? Here we go. So this is Piplup's chance. Could it be? It's not. It's not Piplup. It's not Piplup. Okay, so the last chance is on Turtwig. And it would be the perfect way to end it. It really would. I would absolutely adore it, but we'll just have to see. Thank you to anyone that has joined in the stream, even for a few minutes. It's been really nice having everyone here. Thank you to anyone that has subscribed today, because I've gone up by 8 subscribers, which is amazing for me. That's an awful lot for me. It might not be for a lot of people, but to me, 8 subscribers is an awful lot. I really, really appreciate that. So thank you very much. And yeah, it's just been an absolute pleasure. So thank you for everyone that has joined in, or anyone that has just watched. Yeah, even for a minute, because when I watch streams, I don't always chat, because a lot of the time when I join other people's streams, I like to just watch. I like to just watch and listen and chill out. So if anyone does that, I completely get that, and I appreciate you anyway. Thank you very much. It's just really nice. It's been really nice having you all here, and yeah, I can't believe it's been 9 hours. We are 9 minutes away from it being an actual 10-hour stream, and it's flown by for me. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Here we go. can we get a shiny Turtwig once we've got through Barry's dialogue? He's got lots to tell us. And here we go. It was his voice that attracted the Starlies. This is all Barry's fault. But has Barry got us a shiny Turtwig? Oh, he's not. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, because it could be in the next stream. Who knows? Who knows? Thank you everyone for joining. I really hope you have a really lovely rest of your day, everyone. Take care, and I will catch you all on the next stream. Okay? Goodbye everyone. Take care, and have a good night. Bye all.